Chapter 3574. The vibrations that came from the depths of the primordial spirit caused the entire God-fall battlefield to boil. Everyone felt the pressure of life rating. They even had a feeling that if the pressure was applied on them, even if it was just a trace of aura, it would be enough to crush them completely. The weaker ones were stunned and their bodies couldn't move. As for the stronger ones, they fell into silence for a short period of time. When they recovered, their hearts were filled with coldness. Buzz. At the same time, a terrifying light rushed out from the chaos battlefield and quickly formed a powerful seal that drowned the entire chaos battlefield. Soon after, the chaos battlefield was completely sealed off and isolated from the world. The top experts who entered also lost contact with the outside world. In the wasteland outside the Fire City, the young Marquis and the others who were close to the magic sky fire region were trembling and their eyes were filled with fear. What's going on? Finally, when the pressure gradually weakened, the young Marquis regained his mobility and cried out. Could it be that there's an old immortal hidden in this world? But even a half-step chaotic sovereign wouldn't be able to have such pressure. A servant said in a deep voice. At this point, the 9 of them looked at each other. The young Marquis shook his head and denied the idea of a chaotic sovereign. Impossible. This world has long been barren, and its laws are incomplete. It's impossible for a chaotic sovereign to appear. It must be the resentment of the experts from the Godfall battle that was activated by something and caused such a huge commotion. The young Marquis said in a deep voice. Other than that, there was no other explanation. That's right. I agree with the young Marquis. Even so, we still have to be careful. This world is very strange. It's highly possible that there are old immortals who survived the ancient Godfall battle. Although they might be in a deep sleep and are close to death, it's better to be careful. Finally, after thinking for a while, the young Marquis regained his usual sharpness. He opened his palm and a red light flashed. Then, confidence returned to his face. Humph! With the treasure that my father gave me, what qualifications do a mere descendant of the land of sinners have to compete with me? After saying that, the group continued to move forward and enter the magic sky fire region. In a vast Godfall battlefield, all the major factions were discussing just what this heaven and earth phenomenon meant. Even the upper echelons of the heaven-defying alliance were shocked. Many disciples of the myriad Tao world came out from their seclusion. However, the phenomenon in the sky didn't have a clear direction, so they guessed that it was caused by a reclusive old monster. Inform the disciples to be more careful. The Godfall battlefield has not been peaceful recently. The person in charge of the Holy Ji Palace sent a message. Whoosh! Fangchen slowly opened his eyes. His aura had already been restrained. When the heavens and earth phenomenon had appeared, he had been a little worried that he would be discovered. But later, he learned that the perfect bloodline had stolen the sky and swapped the sun, forcefully concealing the secrets of the heavens. Everyone knew that there was a phenomenon in the sky, but they didn't know where it was directed. He heaved a sigh of relief and raised his head. The strange phenomenon in the sky had already disappeared and was replaced by a clear blue sky. Even after such a long time had passed, he still couldn't calm down. It was too shocking. The power of the perfect bloodline was beyond his imagination. The perfection of life hierarchy? Fang Chen murmured. When his bloodline evolved to the perfect level, he understood that the so-called perfect bloodline referred to the perfection of life hierarchy. This kind of perfection was enough to crush other life forms. After his bloodline reached the perfect level, Fang Chen's body underwent a major transformation. His cultivation base had unknowingly broken through to the 5th rank Saint Emperor realm. Most importantly, he had managed to comprehend the origin of fire. Whoosh! With a thought, a flame appeared in front of his chest. This was formed by the origin of fire. Fang Chen could see its trajectory at a glance. This was all because of the perfect bloodline. The perfect bloodline can make my entire body undergo an unbelievable transformation. Fang Chen was excited. The most obvious change was that his comprehension had increased and his cultivation speed had increased. Ding, ding, ding. Not long after, Wang Daoyan came. Senior Brother Wang. Fang Chen had a good impression of Wang Daoyan. Since he had joined the heaven-defying alliance, the latter had been helping him. More importantly, they were both from the Nine Regions branch. Junior Brother Fang, did you see the vision of heaven and earth that just happened? Wang Daoyun said with a solemn expression. Fang Chen nodded. Wang Daoyun continued, be careful. The God's Fall battlefield is not peaceful. There might be a crisis. Fang Chen frowned, puzzled. Then, Wang Daoyun told him that not long ago, they had received news that when the vision of heaven and earth appeared, the chaos battlefield was completely sealed. Many experts of the top forces went to search for it, but to no avail. In other words, the chaos battlefield had disappeared, and those top forces were trapped inside. What's going on? Hearing this, Fang Chen was shocked. What was going on? Why did the chaos battlefield, which had just spread the news of a top inheritance, suddenly seal and disappear? Fang Chen vaguely felt that this matter was not simple. It was very likely that it was manipulated. Who has such great ability? In a trance, the evil expert in the Demon Emperor's mausoleum appeared in Fang Chen's mind. Suddenly, he was shocked and lost his composure. Junior Brother Fang, are you okay? Wang Daoyan thought that Fang Chen was worried about the possible crisis and said, don't worry, Junior Brother Fang. As long as you stay in the Myriad Dao world, nothing will happen. Senior Brother Wang, has there been any abnormalities in the God's Fall battlefield recently? Fang Chen asked. Wang Daoyan shook his head. He had not found anything for the time being. In the end, after chatting for a while, Wang Daoyan seemed to have received some news and left in a hurry. What's going on? Why didn't the chaos battlefield close before? Why did it suddenly close when my bloodline evolved to the perfect bloodline? Is there a connection? Recalling what Palace Master Lei had said, Fang Chen's heart was heavy. No matter what, he had the perfect bloodline, which meant that he shouldered the dreams of all the cultivators in the God's Fall battlefield. He would deal with whatever came his way. Shaking his head hard, Fang Chen stopped thinking about it. What would come would come. It was useless to think about it. After his bloodline evolved to the perfect level, his overall strength had increased rapidly. Now, he was not afraid of facing an 8th-level saint. Coupled with the Demon Slayer formation and other means, he could protect himself against a 9th-level saint. Unless he was an invincible saint, his life would not be in danger. However, while Fang Chen was thinking, an uninvited guest approached. Chapter 3575. Dong. The Myriad Path world was personally built by the leader of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. The space was very solid, and even a saint would find it difficult to destroy it. The Holy Ji Palace was located in the Myriad Path world. The origin energy here was abundant, and it was a holy place for cultivation. At a glance, there were many courtyards. These courtyards were the independent residences of the disciples of the Holy Ji Palace. Without the permission of the owner, no one could barge in. This was also a matter of the Heaven-Defying Alliance protecting the cultivation of the disciples. However, at a certain moment, Fang Chen felt the earth tremble and the mountains shake. His courtyard shook violently, and a terrifying aura came from outside the courtyard. Fang Chen immediately stood up, and his face instantly turned gloomy. Junior Brother Fang is new here. As your senior brother, I'm here to visit you. Have I offended you? The door opened, and a hearty laugh came. Then, Su Yin, dressed in black, walked in calmly with his hands behind his back. The moment he looked at Fang Chen, a cold, murderous intent flashed in the depths of his eyes, but he quickly recovered. In the face of Su Yan's provocation, Fang Chen was silent. He clenched his fists, and a terrifying aura dissipated. I'm Su Yin. Su Yin introduced himself and looked at Fang Chen with a smile. So it's senior brother Su Yin. What brings you here? Fang Chen asked. I heard that you joined the Holy Ji Palace as a 3rd-level Saint King. I don't understand. The Holy Ji Palace is the holy place for cultivation in the Heaven-Defying Alliance, and even the entire Godfall battlefield. The threshold is so high that even a 7th-level saint might not be able to join. Please enlighten me. Su Yan's words were full of mockery. He deliberately used words to humiliate Fang Chun in order to provoke Fang Chun into a duel. After all, Palace Lord Lei and the other higher-ups of the Heaven-Defying Alliance had already entered the Chaos battlefield and were trapped inside, unable to come out. Even if Su Yin fought with Fang Chun, no one would say anything. Palace Lord Lei invited me to join, so I joined. Fang Chun shrugged and said lightly, "What? Is senior brother Su Yin questioning Palace Master Lei's decision?" Hearing this, Su Yan's expression changed, and his expression turned sharp. Don't use Palace Lord Lei to scare me. Let's be frank. I, Su Yan, am not convinced. Why we have to fight to the death to join the Dao Palace, but you can enter through the back door? This is unfair to us. Even though Su Yin had heard of Fang Chun's battle in the Magic Sky Fire region, he still looked down on Fang Chun from the bottom of his heart. This matter was decided by Palace Master Lei. If you're not convinced, you can look for Palace Master Lei. Fang Chun looked cold. Sorry, I don't welcome people like you here. Since Su Yin came looking for trouble, there was no need to give him any face. Fang Chun directly asked him to leave. You. Su Yin was instantly enraged as he glared at Fang Chun. Do you know who you're talking to? At the same time, the aura on his body exploded and swept across the entire courtyard, pressing down on Fang Chun. He wanted to use his aura to suppress Fang Chun and make him retreat. This is my residence. Senior brother Su Yin, what is the meaning of this? Do you really think that I am afraid of you because I am a new disciple? Fang Chun said angrily. Boom! Without any warning, Su Yin attacked. He raised his palm, and a vast amount of origin energy revolved around his palm. He slapped towards Fang Chun at lightning speed. Dong! Fang Chun did not dodge, and let Su Yan's palm hit his body. Sword-shaped runes flashed, and his chaotic sword body was instantly activated. Countless cracks appeared on the ground, and a sword-shaped barrier appeared around Fang Chun, binding Su Yan's palm. Seeing this, Su Yan's expression changed. He did not expect Fang Chun to be able to dissolve his attack so easily. Interesting, Su Yin sneered. However, brute force alone is useless. In front of me, even if you are a dragon, you will have to coil around me. If you are a snake, you will have to crawl. With that, Su Yin increased the strength of his palm and slammed it into Fang Chun's body. Boom! After a fierce collision, Fang Chun was forced to take a few steps back. After stabilizing himself, sword chi surged around him, and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of something breaking through the air came from the courtyard, and an angry roar was heard. Su Yin, what are you doing? Wang Daoyun sensed the terrifying aura in Fang Chun's courtyard and returned. When he saw Su Yin attacking Fang Chun, he was instantly enraged. He knew Su Yin very well. He was strong in the Holy Ji Palace, but had a bad reputation. It was not the first time that he bullied new disciples. Besides, Fang Chun was personally brought in by Palace Master Lei and was from the same hometown as Wang Daoyun. They were both from the Nine Regions branch. How could he turn a blind eye to this? Condensing Fire Palm. Su Yin ignored Wang Daoyun's angry roar and used the Condensing Fire Palm. The scorching origin energy of fire circled around his palm and slammed it into the void. Seeing this, Wang Daoyun couldn't care less anymore. He leapt up and landed in front of Fang Chun. Countless waves appeared in front of him. He grabbed with both of his palms, and with the dense waves, he collided with Su Yan's palms. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The origin energy of fire and the origin energy of water collided with each other and burst into countless sparks. The two completely opposite origin energies consumed each other and disappeared in the void in the blink of an eye. Bang! In the end, Wang Daoyun was not as strong as Su Yin. In the previous confrontation, he was at a disadvantage and took a few steps back. Su Yin, what are you doing? Wang Daoyun stared at Su Yin angrily. This is the Holy Ji Palace. How dare you attack a fellow disciple? Su Yin looked at Wang Daoyun and said coldly, Humph, when did it become your turn to interfere with what I do? Clearly, Su Yin was not afraid of Wang Daoyun. Senior brother Wang. Fang Chun told Wang Daoyun that Su Yin was looking for trouble. When Wang Daoyun heard it, he was furious. Junior brother Fang was personally brought here by Palace Master Lei. By doing this, You are challenging Palace Master Lei's authority. Do you think that no one can punish you when Palace Master Lei enters the chaos battlefield? Wang Daoyun, don't scare me. Su Yan also knew that he was in the wrong and didn't want to be too entangled with Wang Daoyun. Therefore, he changed the topic. I naturally don't dare to question Palace Master Lei's decision, but I am not satisfied. Why is a guy with such a weak cultivation level qualified to be in the same sect as me? Su Yan said, if everyone is like him, where is the Holy Ji Palace's reputation? If other disciples know about this, how will they feel? Will the Holy Ji Palace still have power in the future? Humph, this is Palace Master Lei's decision, Wang Daoyun said coldly. That's why I want to challenge him. If Palace Master Lei didn't bring him here, I would have attacked him directly, Su Yan said coldly. Challenge. Chapter 3576. Although Su Yan was much stronger than Wang Daoyun, the latter did not give him any face. It was obvious that Su Yan was jealous of Fang Chen's potential, so he came looking for trouble. His overall strength could be ranked in the top 50 of the Holy Ji Palace disciples, and he was at the peak of the 8th rank. He had once killed a 9th rank saint on his own, and now he was challenging a new disciple. It was simply bullying. You've gone too far. As a fellow disciple, I'm also very concerned about the new disciple's cultivation state, so I want to spar with him to see if he needs my help. Why are you saying that I'm a despicable person who bullies the weak and fears the strong? Su Yan said shamelessly. Wang Daoyun was furious. He pointed at the door and said coldly, this is Junior Fang's residence. Not only did you barge in, but you also destroyed the door. Are you challenging the bottom line of the upper echelons of the Holy Ji Palace? Sure enough, after hearing Wang Daoyun's words, Su Yan's expression changed. Even though the top experts had entered the chaos battlefield and could not come out for the time being, it did not mean that he was invincible. There were still many peak 9th rank saints among the upper echelons of the Holy Ji Palace. Once they were lured out, there would be trouble. Su Yan pondered for a moment, then looked at Fang Chen with a smile. Since Junior Fang is not willing to spar with me, I'll take my leave first. Let's talk another day. After Su Yan left, Wang Daoyun looked at Fang Chen seriously. Are you okay? Fang Chen shook his head and bowed to thank Wang Daoyun. Although he was not afraid of Su Yan, Wang Daoyun had good intentions. He could feel the latter's concern for him. Su Yan is very sinister and has a bad reputation in the Holy Ji Palace. He often bullies new disciples. There are many disciples in the Holy Ji Palace who have been bullied by him. Wang Daoyun said in a low voice, since that guy has his eyes on you, he won't let it go. Be careful. If anything happens, let me know immediately. In the next few days, every time Fang Chen left his residence, he would run into Su Yan. The latter did not attack him, but followed him like a ghost. This made Fang Chen very angry. Finally, one day, when Fang Chen was about to go to the library, a dramatic scene happened. Junior brother Fang. Su Yan leaped up and shot out from the void, stopping in front of Fang Chen. A terrifying power swept across the world and slammed into Fang Chen's body. At the same time, Su Yan secretly slapped out with his palm. The sword-shaped runes on the surface of Fang Chen's skin flashed as he activated the Chaos Sword Body. His defense increased tremendously as he easily neutralized Su Yan's attack. I'm doing this for your own good. You should know that there are countless disciples in the Holy Ji Palace, and not everyone is as concerned about the new disciples as I am. Su Yan said shamelessly, the purpose of me sparring with you is to help you find the shortcomings of the secret method and the problems you encounter in your cultivation. Then, I will point them out to you one by one. In this way, your cultivation will be twice the result with half the effort. Fang Chen did not say anything. Su Yan continued, go out and ask around. There are more than 20 junior brothers in the Holy Ji Palace who have been taught by me. Now, when they see me, they treat me as if I'm their senior. They are very respectful. Ever since Wang Daoyun warned Su Yan, he changed his strategy. He no longer forced Fang Chen to accept the challenge. Instead, he used such a shameless method to harass Fang Chen. Senior brother Su Yan. Fang Chen stopped and blocked the airwaves released by Su Yan. The Chaos Sword Body went silent again. He raised his head and looked at Su Yin seriously. You really want to spar with me? Of course. You will know what kind of person I, Su Yin, am. However, before Fong Chun could say anything, a roar came from the void far away. Then, a burly fat man stepped on the clouds and came over. He was wearing black armor and was very burly. He carried a black battle axe on his back. His body was filled with a terrifying killing intent, as if he was an expert who had walked out of purgatory. Boom! When he arrived and saw Su Yin, he didn't say a word. He pulled out his battle axe and swung it at Su Yin. The battle axe was wrapped in the power of the origin. It cut through the void and appeared above Su Yin's head with unparalleled power. D*MN fatty, are you crazy? Su Yin was infuriated and retaliated. He slapped out with both hands, and origin energy surged. He slammed his palms onto the battle axe with a deafening sound. Dong! A terrifying power came from the battle axe and forced Su Yin to take a few steps back. After stabilizing himself, Su Yin glared at the burly fat man and gritted his teeth. Are you bullying the new junior brother again? The burly fat man held the battle axe and said with a strong aura, It's not up to you to tell me what to do. Su Yin said coldly. Junior brother, don't believe this guy. He likes to bully the new disciples. The burly fat man turned his head and said to Fong Chun. Fong Chun was stunned for a moment before he understood. He thought that the burly fat man in front of him had been bullied by Su Yin before. Fatty, you are courting death. Su Yin's face turned ugly when he was exposed. He attacked, and the two of them started fighting again. Fong Chun retreated far away and watched the battle carefully. Although Su Yin is not smart enough, his strength is not bad. Fong Chun commented. Su Yin's cultivation was at the peak of the 8th rank, but his combat strength had reached the 9th rank. If I attack with all my strength, Fong Chun was thinking, if you were to make a move, what were his chances of winning? After a while, Fong Chun shook his head. So far, it was almost impossible for him to defeat Su Yin unless he used the perfect bloodline. Even so, he could only tie with him at most. If I fully understand the Demon Slayer formation, I should be able to suppress him with the help of the Demon Slayer formation. Fong Chun had already decided not to fight with Su Yin for the time being. Boom! In a flash, the battle between the burly fat man and Su Yin was over. Su Yin stood domineeringly, while the burly fat man was slightly embarrassed. Obviously, he was at a disadvantage in the battle just now. D*MN fatty, if I hadn't guided you back then, would you have achieved what you have today? You don't know how to repay kindness and turn against me? Su Yin sneered. I know all about your secret techniques. What are you going to use to fight me? Humph! One day I will surpass you. The burly fat man was not convinced. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The battle here caused a huge commotion and attracted many disciples of the Dao Palace. When they saw Su Yin and Fong Chun, they instantly understood what was going on. Some of the more prestigious disciples said, Su Yin, Palace Lord Lei, just left and you are already jumping up and down? This is the Dao Palace, and we are from the same sect. How dare you have designs on us? Su Yin glanced at everyone. His face was calm, but his heart was filled with murderous intent. He did not have much time left. He had to find a way to eliminate Fong Chun. This was an order and something he had to do. Chapter 3577. The fat man's name was Siekawei. He had not been in the palace for long. His strength was similar to Wang Daoyun's, but his potential was obviously not as good. Back then, Wang Daoyun had stood out from the 9 Regions division. He had just joined the Heaven-Defying Alliance when he had been chosen by the higher-ups of the palace. Many of the higher-ups had high hopes for him, thinking that his future would not be too low. Now, he was just limited by the time he had to cultivate. But Siekawei was different. Compared to the younger generation outside, his potential was top-notch. But in the palace, he was slightly mediocre. But he was still very loyal. When he had just entered the palace, he had been bullied by Su Yin. Now that he saw him continue to bully the newcomers, even if he was no match for him, he did not hesitate to stand up for Fong Chun. But he was no match for Su Yin at all. The battle between the two had attracted the attention of many disciples. Who is he? Why is he so unfamiliar? Is he a new junior brother? Look, Siekue is also here. This unfamiliar junior apprentice brother must be a newcomer. Seeing Su Yin and Siekue, the disciples guessed that Su Yin must be bullying the newcomers. Some disciples could not stand it and reprimanded Su Yin. Of course, some disciples remained neutral and watched the battle. Junior brother Fong, Wang Daoyun, who had heard the news, glared at Su Yin angrily. Then he went to Fong Chun and asked about his situation. Fong Chun shook his head, indicating that he was fine. He is Fong Chun. Hearing Wang Daoyun's words, some disciples finally recognized Fong Chun. In the battle of the demonic fire domain, Fong Chun's battle had shocked the world. As a third-level holy king, he had severely injured Tang Yi, who was fifth on the Saint Emperor ranking, and killed Neo Mo. Every disciple's gaze was focused on Fong Chen's figure. They were dumbfounded. They could not believe that this seemingly weak guy in front of them was so powerful. At first, some people were doubtful. Did Fong Chun enter the palace through the back door? But when his battle results were exposed, they no longer doubted him. There was even some admiration in their eyes. Su Yin, that's enough, Wang Daoyun said angrily. Wang Daoyun said angrily. Su Yin had been finding fault with him time and time again. He had the heart, but was powerless. He felt that he had let Fong Chun down. If you continue to harass junior brother Fong like this, I can only report to the first elder and let him uphold justice for junior brother Fong. The first elder was the most powerful person in the Dao Palace apart from the three palace lords. A long time ago, in a battle with an enemy, his internal organs were destroyed and he almost died. Over the countless years, he had been hiding in the Dao Palace to recover. This time, when the chaos battlefield opened, the first elder did not enter. Although Su Yin knew that the great elder's strength might have already fallen, he was still a little afraid. After all, the great elder was an old monster who had survived from ancient times. Wang Daoyun, your words are a little too much. I just want to give junior brother Fong some pointers and exchange pointers with him. How can you treat me like this? Su Yin said innocently. The surrounding people were speechless. Su Yin's skin was really thick. At the same time, Su Yin looked at Fong Chun with a smile. His eyes were cold. Wang Daoyun still wanted to say something, but he was stopped by Fong Chun. Senior brothers, I am very grateful for your help, Fong Chun said. Senior brother Su Yin is so kind. How can I refuse? After saying that, he took a step forward and stared at Su Yin in front of everyone's eyes. You want to exchange pointers with me? Fong Chun asked. Su Yin nodded. Fong Chun continued. Since senior brother Su Yin is so kind, how can I refuse? How do you want to exchange pointers? Naturally, we will fight in the arena, Su Yin said. Buzz. Su Yin's aura soared and pressed down on Fong Chun. When Fong Chun saw that, he sneered and flicked his finger. A ray of sword chi shot out and shattered the pressure that was coming at him. In an instant, the surrounding disciples exclaimed. They were dumbfounded. Fifth rank holy king. Someone exclaimed. Everyone was shocked. The battle of the demonic fire domain. Fong Chun was only a third rank holy king. It had only been a few months, but he had already crossed 2 ranks. He had stepped into the 5th rank holy king. How is that possible? Many people could not believe it. The cultivation of the holy king realm was against the heavens. Every step was a threshold. It was very difficult. Some people were even stuck in the holy king realm for their entire lives. However, the guy in front of them had crossed 2 ranks. It was unbelievable. Wang Daoyun and Siekue widened their eyes in excitement. Su Yin was stunned. Then, his face darkened. Fong Chun's potential was stronger than he had imagined. A ray of light flashed in his eyes. He was even more determined to kill Fong Chun at all costs, even if he had to expose his identity. Moreover, he only had one chance. Once he failed, his plan would be completely exposed. He might even die because of it. Whoosh! After adjusting his breathing, Su Yin calmed down and stared deeply at Fong Chun. I can accept your challenge. However, as you know, I have just arrived and do not have any cultivation resources. If I am lucky, Su Yin waved his hand and stopped Fong Chun. I understand. If I lose, no. If junior brother Fong can withstand 10 moves from me, I will give you 10 pieces of thunderbolt wood. Once he said that, the crowd was in an uproar. Thunderbolt wood was extremely precious and valuable. It was rare in the world. Usually, one would not even see one. No one had expected Su Yin to take out a piece of thunderbolt wood as a prize. However, everyone was relieved soon. Although Fang Shen's potential was unparalleled, the gap between their ranks was too big. It cannot be made up. Even if Fang Shen had crossed 2 ranks in a short period of time and stepped into the 5th rank Holy King realm, he was still not favored. Potential was just potential. It cannot be converted into actual combat power. Using Thunderbolt wood as a prize, senior brother Su Yin is so generous. It's a pity that I can't take out a prize that matches it. Fang Shen smiled. However, he was very excited. The perfect bloodline had just evolved and needed to absorb a large amount of energy. Thunderbolt wood was a rare treasure and was the most suitable. Thunder was of the fire attribute. It would allow him to better understand the origin of fire. Senior brother, I just want to guide junior brother's cultivation. Why would I ask junior brother to take out a prize? In fact, Su Yin sneered in his heart. The prize he needed to pay was his life. Junior brother Fang, you can't. Wang Daoyun and Xie hurriedly stopped him. Xie even scolded Su Yin, saying that he was a despicable and shameless person. The surrounding disciples were also shaking their heads. However, they did not say anything. Since the person involved had agreed, they had nothing to say. Senior brothers, I have just arrived and am not familiar with the Holy Ji Palace. I beg you to be a witness to prevent senior brother Su Yin from going back on his word. Fang Chun said innocently. Su Yin staggered, thinking that he had misheard. However, he soon calmed down and smiled. In fact, he had already sentenced Fang Chun to death in his heart. Chapter 3578. Fang Chun felt Su Yin's killing intent towards him. Although it was just a flash, his perfect bloodline had clearly sensed it. He had never interacted with Su Yin before, but Su Yin wanted to kill him for the first time they met. This made him very puzzled. He wanted to cultivate wholeheartedly, but Su Yin kept disturbing him. Facing Su Yin's aggression, he could only accept the challenge. Moreover, even if Su Yin was strong, he was not weak either. I can take this opportunity to see how strong my perfect bloodline is. Where's the limit? Fang Chun thought to himself. He looked up at Su Yin with a slight smile on his face, as if he was not afraid of the upcoming battle. Seeing this, Su Yin frowned. He could defeat anyone in the same realm. He, who was at the peak of the 8th rank, had once killed a 9th rank saint. Any saint king who saw him would feel fear from the bottom of their heart. However, the guy in front of him did not fear him at all. Was he putting on an act, or did he really have something to rely on? When Su Yin thought about how Fang Chun was able to defeat a 6th-level Holy Emperor when he was a 3rd-level Holy King, and even killed a 7th-level Ox Demon, he felt a slight ripple in his heart. No matter what tricks you have, I will kill you. Soon, Su Yin calmed down and snorted coldly. His confidence was restored, and he looked at Fang Chun domineeringly. What kind of person am I? How could I do such a shameless thing? If junior brother Fang can withstand 10 moves from me, I will give you 10 pieces of thunderstruck wood with both hands. Furthermore, I will not disturb your cultivation in the future. Su Yin sneered in his heart, but he spoke in a dignified manner. Everyone was speechless. He knew that he could not lose, so he said that on purpose, right? Many people shook their heads, and some reminded Fang Chun not to agree so easily. However, Fang Chun had already made up his mind. In order to show his magnanimity, Su Yin did not ask for the battle to take place immediately, but proposed to wait for half a month. Junior brother Fang has just broken through, and your realm has not completely stabilized. You need to consolidate. I will not take advantage of you. I will give you half a month to consolidate. Half a month later, you and I will fight in the arena. After Su Yin finished speaking, he turned around and left. In front of so many people, he was not worried that Fang Chun would go back on his word. Before long, many of the disciples who had come to watch the show left. Only a few disciples who had been bullied by Su Yin stayed behind. They looked at Fang Chun helplessly. Junior brother Fang, that Su Yin is despicable and shameless. Many of us have suffered at his hands. That's right. You shouldn't have agreed to it. With your potential, it wouldn't be a problem for you to join the Holy Ji Palace. Furthermore, you were personally recruited by Palace Lord Lei. If you didn't agree, Su Yan wouldn't have dared to force you. Sigh, you fell into Su Yan's trap again. Many disciples sighed, but since it had already happened, there was nothing they could do. Although they were all disciples of the Holy Ji Palace and were geniuses, there were still many who were stronger than them. I appreciate your kind intentions, senior brothers. Since I dared to agree, I have weighed the pros and cons. Fong Chun cupped his fists and thanked them. Soon, the disciples left. Before Xie Kuei left, he patted Fong Chen's shoulder heavily. Junior brother, my name is Xie Kuei. You're definitely my friend. Fong Chen grinned. Xie Kuei was very forthright and spoke up for justice. He was worthy of being friends with. Junior brother Fong. In the end, only Wang Daoyan was left. The latter shook his head, worried for Fong Chun. In the courtyard, Fong Chun and Wang Daoyan sat opposite each other. Senior brother Wang, you don't have to worry, Fong Chun said with a smile. How can I not be worried? That's Su Yan. Even I'm no match for him. Wang Daoyan shook his head. Although you're talented, you have only cultivated for a short time. You are no match for Su Yan. In the Holy Ji Palace, senior brother Wang should be the one who knows me the best, right? Fong Chen said. Others may not know, but don't you know me? I never do things that I am not confident of. Since I dared to agree to Su Yan's request, I have a certain level of confidence. However, Fong Chen was a little worried. He was worried that Su Yan would go back on his word if he defeated him. The thunderstruck wood was very important to him. It was a rare treasure. He was worried that Su Yan would act out of desperation and go back on his word. Wang Daoyan said on the spot, Junior brother Fong, you don't have to worry about this. Today, in front of so many people, if Su Yan goes back on his word, someone will stand up for him. In the following conversation, Fong Chun told Wang Daoyan that after his cultivation had stepped into the 5th-level Holy Emperor realm, his strength had skyrocketed. He could easily suppress a 7th-level saint. This set off a storm in Wang Daoyan's heart. He could not calm down for a long time. In just a few days, the news of Fong Chun and Su Yan's battle spread completely. Many disciples began to pay attention to Fong Chun. When they found out about Fong Chen's battle results, they were all extremely surprised. The quiet Holy Ji Palace became lively again. However, Fong Chun received a piece of shocking news. The Heaven-Defying Alliance had found some clues about the whereabouts of the Sky Sword Peak Master, and were following up. Fong Chen's heart was not calm. Back then, the Sky Sword Peak Master had taken revenge for him. In a fit of anger, he killed his way to the Note Demon cult's lair and then mysteriously disappeared. Fong Chun had always felt guilty about this. Now, there was a glimmer of hope. After the battle with Su Yan, I'll go and find out more information, Fong Chun said. In the distant demonic sky fire region, the triple origin flames were flying. The young Marquis and his group left Fire City and entered the demonic sky fire region. Then, they used a powerful method to completely seal off this place and isolate it from the outside world. After that, the 9 of them came to the Fire Marrow Mine and massacred it. Sinners, what right do you have to touch the Fire Marrow Mine? The 9 of them floated above the Fire Marrow Mine and looked down from above. The young Marquis sneered. Who are you? How dare you behave so atrociously here? Below, someone shouted angrily. Boom! A servant next to the young Marquis suddenly struck out with a palm. In an instant, the earth shook and the mountain shook. The person who had spoken was instantly crushed. The terrifying palm print affected many people in the mine, and miserable screams were heard. Whoosh! 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 The elders of the various top sects flew out of the mine and glared at the young Marquis and his group. Who exactly are you? The elder from 9 Saints' Palace asked. Why did you kill my disciples for no reason? Sinners, you trespassed into the young Marquis territory and tried to mine the mine. This is a capital offense, the servant said coldly. It is your honor to die at the hands of the young Marquis. Boom! The elder from 9 Saints' Palace was furious and his aura surged. Since the establishment of 9 Saints' Palace, you're the first person who dares to be so arrogant and kill my disciples. I want to see who you are. From the beginning to the end, the young Marquis had not made a move. Chapter 3579. An earth-shattering war broke out in the demonic fire domain. Many sect disciples were killed, and even some elders were killed by the young Marquis and his men. Their appearance caused a huge uproar. When the news spread from the demonic fire domain, the entire Godfall battlefield was in an uproar. All the major sects were in danger and called back their disciples. Many of the top experts of the sect gathered together to discuss countermeasures. According to the information, the group of 9 people came from an unfamiliar region. They were young and vigorous, and their strength was strong. The leader of the group was the young Marquis, whose cultivation had reached the 8th level saint. However, his combat strength could even kill a 9th level saint. His 8 servants were all 9th level saints, but they could fight against super experts who were half a step away from becoming invincible saints. For a time, a storm was brewing. Many people were terrified, thinking that the end of the world had come. The news quickly spread to the Heaven-Defying Alliance, and then to the Myriad Path world. When the disciples of the Tao Palace heard about it, they were furious. More than half of the Fire Marrow load belonged to the Heaven-Defying Alliance. However, these people openly attacked the Fire Marrow load and killed the disciples of the major sect. This was not only a matter of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, but also a matter of all the sects in the Godfall battlefield. That day, the elders of the Tao Palace said that whoever dared to break the balance of the Godfall battlefield and kill the disciples of the major sect for no reason would be killed. Provoking the Heaven-Defying Alliance is unforgivable. The disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance will not die in vain. Some of the powerful saints of the Heaven-Defying Alliance spoke out. Their attitude was tough, and they sent troops to the demonic fire domain to kill the young Marquis and his men. In addition, 9 Saint Palace, Purple Robe Sect, and other top sects also expressed their stance and stood on the side of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. They all sent their elders to the Fire Marrow load. How stupid! How dare they attack the Fire Marrow load? Do they want to die? Where did these 9 people come from? Why are they so strong? Most people were mocking the young Marquis and his men. Of course, a small number of them were thinking about what they were doing. Why did they dare to attack when they knew the strength of the Heaven-Defying Alliance? Was it because he was young and impetuous, or did he have some tricks up his sleeve? It was even to the extent that some people suspected that it was extremely likely that this was a scheme and the mastermind behind the scenes might be the evil powerhouse that caused the Battle of Godfall all those years ago. Thinking of this, everyone was shocked. The Magic Sky Fire Domain had experienced an intense battle. The various sects had suffered heavy casualties. Even some of the elders were no match for them and had fled. Presently, the Devil Sky Fire region had become the Junior Marquis' territory. Inside the Fire Essence vein, the young Marquis had carefully inspected it. He had only found a small amount of Fire Essence crystals and had not found the legendary Mother Oregon. What happened? The young Marquis frowned. He came from the Chaos battlefield, and the treasure in his hand clearly sensed the existence of the Mother Lode. Why did it disappear? Could it be that it was taken away by someone? Soon, the young Marquis dispelled this idea. What ability did these stupid martial artists from the land of sinners have to take away this source lode? The mother or was born from the origin of heaven and earth. It contains magical power. Even an invincible saint might not be able to take it away. Beside him, a servant said, "Perhaps there's an old monster hidden in the battlefield of Godfall. Don't forget, this is the place where the gods fell. It is very likely that there is an inheritance left behind by an ancient almighty or even the strongest blood and so on. No matter what, let's overturn this place first." I don't believe that anyone would dare to lay their eyes on the source lode that the young Marquis has set his eyes on. Not long after, the young Marquis in the Magic Sky Fire region called out to all the cultivators across the air. Quickly return the source lode. Otherwise, your entire clan will be slaughtered. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. To ordinary martial artists, they had no idea what the source lode was. But to the top powerhouses, it was simply shocking to the extreme. Source lode? Fire source lode? They exclaimed. There was actually a source lode in the Fire Essence vein. This was simply shocking news. I see. No wonder they appeared out of thin air. It was actually for the source load. Heavens, I can't believe I can wait until the source load is born in my lifetime. If I can get the source load, I might be able to stabilize the Supremes. Some of the top powerhouses began to waver. They tried to find out more about the source load. But up until now, all the news about the source load had come from the fire essence vein. If anyone can provide clues about the source load, they can stay by the young Marquis side and serve him. If anyone can find the source load and bring it to the young Marquis, they will be given an Origins Saint weapon and a top-secret technique. The servant of the young Marquis shouted across the air. It was as if he was treating everyone in the God's Fall battlefield as slaves. This is too much. Many veteran powerhouses were angry. They were already on their way to the Magic Sky Fire region to kill these arrogant people. Myriad Path World, Doctrine Palace. When the top inheritance appeared, many powerhouses entered the Chaos battlefield crazily. Then the Chaos battlefield was sealed and disappeared into the void. After that, this so-called young Marquis appeared. Feng Chen pondered. All of this seemed to be man-made. However, if one wanted to control the Chaos battlefield, how powerful would that require? If one had such power, wouldn't they be able to easily flatten the top powerhouses in the God's Fall battlefield? Why would they waste their energy like this? With his mind full of doubts, Feng Chen analyzed seriously. Soon he figured out. The sealing of the Chaos battlefield was most likely man-made. It could even be the super powerhouse behind the young Marquis. Feng Chen guessed that there were super powerhouses who had survived from the ancient times in the Chaos battlefield. The young Marquis was a descendant of one of them. Those powerhouses were limited by the uniqueness of the Chaos battlefield and could not come out. Therefore, this scene happened. Trap all the top powerhouses in the God's Fall battlefield, and then find the source load? Feng Chen said in a deep voice. According to the news, the young Marquis, who was the leader, had unparalleled potential. He was even stronger than the disciples of the Doctrine Palace. As an 8th-level saint, he could easily defeat a peak 9th-level saint. If the invincible saints did not come out, he could almost sweep the entire God's Fall battlefield. Feng Chen also had 8 powerful servants with him. Feng Chen felt immense pressure. At the same time, he also felt darkness approaching. A storm was about to arrive. Feng Chen had already refined the source load mentioned by the young Marquis. However, what surprised Feng Chen was that if the young Marquis came from the Chaos battlefield, then how did he know about the fire source load? Feng Chen thought of the records in the ancient books. In ancient times, there were powerful powerhouses who had the ability to divine the future and predict good or bad luck. Feng Chen shook his head and shook off the thoughts in his mind. The young Marquis and the others were dealt with by the elders of the top powerhouses. What he needed to do now was to fight with Su Yin and then work hard to improve his strength. I hope they don't find me, otherwise. Chapter 3580. Recently, the God's Fall battlefield had not been peaceful. The top giants had entered the Chaos battlefield, and their fates were unknown. There were almost no invincible saints in the vast God's Fall battlefield. The appearance of the young Marquis and his group had thrown the entire God's Fall battlefield into chaos. They were extremely powerful and swift. They were extremely domineering. They had occupied the Fire Marrow lode and were arrogant in the entire God's Fall battlefield. For a time, all the cultivators were in danger and felt that the end of the world was coming. Led by the Heaven-Defying Alliance, many elders of the top forces went to the Demon Sky Fire region to suppress the young Marquis and his group. However, the fire source load mentioned by the young Marquis had stirred up waves in everyone's hearts. The elders who went to the Demon Sky Fire region were all thinking whether the young Marquis was telling the truth. If the source load really existed, it would be incredible. Great Elder, does the source load really exist? The experts of the Heaven-Defying Alliance had rushed through the night and already saw the outline of the Demon Sky Fire region. An elder asked softly. The Great Elder was in a white robe, and his eyes were deep. The source load exists in the ancient records. Even in the ancient times, it was a rare item. Even a half-step chaotic supremacy would be tempted. Pausing for a moment, the Grand Elder continued. I believe that there's an 80% to 90% chance that it's true. The Junior Marquis and his group should have come from the mysterious primal chaos battlefield. It's highly possible that they are the descendants of ancient experts. After saying that, the great elder's face was firm. No matter what, the source lode belongs to the God's Fall battlefield. No one is allowed to touch it. The source lode is of great importance and will definitely attract many people. You must be careful when you go to the Demon Sky Fire region. Hearing the great elder's words, the elder was stunned and then understood. The real danger did not come from the young Marquis and his group, but from the internal strife. In the following period of time, war broke out in the Demon Sky Fire region. Some said that the top forces had joined forces to fight against the young Marquis and his group. Some said that the cultivators had internal strife, and the root of all this was the source lode. They fought in front of the fire marrow lode just to get the legendary source lode. For a time, the atmosphere in the God's Fall battlefield was tense. Countless warriors were watching. At this moment, the Dao Palace and the myriad Dao world was still peaceful. However, something interesting had happened. Fang Chun fought Su Yan. This was a battle between a new disciple and a veteran disciple. Su Yan's reputation had long been illustrious. His cultivation had reached the peak of rank 8 and was only a step away from rank 9. Moreover, he had killed a 9th-level sage before. As for Fang Chun, in everyone's eyes, he was considered a rising star. Even though he was a 3rd-level holy king in the Magic Sky Fire domain and had killed the bull demon and severely injured Tang, the difference in their levels was too great. Many disciples did not think highly of him. This day had finally arrived. Fatty Xie Kuei and Wang Daoyan arrived at Fang Chen's residence early in the morning. "How is it? Are you confident?" After experiencing so many things, Wang Daoyan had already realized Fang Chen's monstrous potential. He had even begun to view Fang Chun as a 7th-order saint. "Junior brother Fang, you have great potential. It's just that you've only been cultivating for a short period of time. There's no need for you to fight over personal feelings," Xie Kuei said with a simple and honest smile. "Thank you for your concern, senior brothers. Although Su Yan is strong, I still have some confidence in defeating him." The arena of the Holy Ji Palace was located in the square. Many disciples came to watch even before the main characters arrived. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a deafening sound came from the sky. Following that, Su Yan rushed over with an unparalleled aura. "Su Yan is here," someone in the crowd whispered. Today, Su Yan looked very confident and exuded a terrifying aura. He looked up and scanned the square. "Where is Fang Chun? Senior brother Su Yan, are you in such a hurry to give me the thunderstruck wood?" Fang Chen's voice came from afar. He walked out from the crowd and stepped onto the arena. At this point, Xie Kuei and Wang Daoyan could only hope that Fang Chun could last 10 moves. "I thought you wouldn't dare to come." Su Yan grinned and looked at him as if he was looking at prey. In fact, in Su Yan's heart, Fang Chun was already a dead man. "I have a thunderstruck wood. I'm just afraid that you don't have the ability to win." Today, Su Yan's attitude towards Fang Chun was completely different. Fang Chun expressed that he hoped Su Yan would take out the thunderstruck wood. He was afraid that Su Yan would go back on his word. Who do you think I am? Why would I go back on my word? Besides, do you think you can win against me?" Su Yan said coldly. Fang Chun said calmly, "Since it's an arena competition, it must be fair. I hope to see the thunderstruck wood before the battle." Then Fang Chun turned his head and cupped his hands in salute. "Senior brother Liu, please bear witness." Everyone looked over and saw a man in a white robe. Liu Yang, a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace. His strength was ranked in the top 30. Among the many disciples who came today, he had the highest prestige. He didn't expect Fang Chun to say that, but after thinking about it, he said bluntly, "Junior brother Fang is right. Since it's a competition, it must be fair. Junior brother Su Yan, why don't you take out the thunderstruck wood and let me keep it for you? I'll return it after the battle." Hearing this, Fang Chun nodded at Liu Yang. Liu Yang's words were undoubtedly beneficial to him. He was very grateful. Su Yan's eyes flickered. He raised his hand and a laser beam shot out. Liu Yang reached out and caught it. When the light dissipated, 10 pieces of black wood appeared before everyone's eyes. The wood was emitting a terrifying aura of thunder and lightning. It was the legendary Thunderstruck Wood. Thunderstruck Wood. However, the disciples were envious. Some of them were even jealous. Is this the Thunderstruck Wood? Fong Chen's blood stirred. He seemed to be extremely eager to absorb the power of the Thunderstruck Wood. How about it? Can we start now? Su Yan's eyes turned cold. Fong Chun smiled brightly. He stretched out 2 fingers and gestured the number 10. It meant that they were going to have a 10-move agreement. You think you can withstand 10 moves from me? Su Yan sneered in his heart. Junior brothers, don't go overboard when sparring. Don't go for the kill, Lu Yang reminded. Then, as soon as Lu Yang finished speaking, Su Yan released a terrifying aura. Boom! Su Yan's body expanded. Above his head, 7 origin stars revolved. Flames surrounded his body. He was like a demon god. His pitch-black eyes stared at Fong Chun. First move. Su Yan clenched his hand into a fist. It contained shocking power and blasted towards Fong Chun. This fist was like the light of the sun. It was incomparably powerful. Wherever it passed, the void would be refined. Fong Chun was very calm. Even if he was facing Su Yan, who was at the peak of the 8th rank, he was still fearless. Under everyone's gaze, his Chaos Sword body was activated. The sword-shaped runes formed an armor and blocked Su Yan's first move. Dong! The two collided. The power was so shocking that the arena was shaking. Fong Chun took a few steps back and looked at Su Yan. Senior brother Su Yan, did you not eat? Is that all you have? Hearing this, Su Yan was furious. However, he suppressed his anger. Chapter 3581. The previous exchange was just a test. Even though Fong Chun was a rank 5 holy king, he could not get Su Yan to take him seriously. In the square below the arena, many disciples were waiting quietly. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, Fong Chun was already in an undefeatable position. To be able to achieve so much in such a short period of cultivation and reach rank 5 holy king in such a short period of time, it was too dazzling. Many people looked at Fong Chun with envy. If there were no accidents, Fong Chun could be on par with the eldest senior brother of the Holy Ji Palace and even reach the level of Palace Master Lei. To be able to evolve the Chaos Sword body to such a level, he is indeed a disciple personally brought in by Palace Master Lei. Some disciples recognized Fong Chen's special body constitution and were shocked. Everyone was a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace and knew a lot about the Chaos Sword body. It could be said that a disciple with the Chaos Sword body was born to be a sword cultivator. Although the Chaos Sword body was the top special body constitution in the way of the sword, it was nothing in the Holy Ji Palace. There were many special body constitutions that were stronger than the Chaos Sword body. However, they could clearly feel that the Chaos Sword body that Fong Chun displayed was extremely powerful and seemed to have reached the peak. Amazing. Even Lu Yang could not help but exclaim. Boom! Sword chi surged from Fong Chen's body. He stood straight like a sharp sword and stood in the arena. His eyes shone, and the hidden star sword appeared in his hand. In the next moment, he attacked first and displayed the Chaos Sword principle. Whoosh! Terrifying sword chi swept across the area and covered the entire arena. 4 different sword radiances entered the arena. Demon Slayer Array completed. After feeling the threat from the Demon Slayer Array, Su Yan did not hold back. He formed a seal with both hands, and the power in the sky swept across and covered both his hands. He then slammed his palm forward. Kaboom! A deafening sound reverberated through the heavens and earth. Su Yan's palms ruthlessly slammed onto the demon slaying formation. The formation shook and layers of ripples spread out. In the end, it blocked Su Yan's powerful attack. This is the Demon Slayer Array? After all, Su Yan was a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace and a top disciple. He was familiar with the Holy Ji Palace's records and knew about the Demon Slayer Array. How is this possible? Su Yan was very surprised. He stared at Fong Chun in disbelief. What kind of secret was this guy hiding? At the same time, a white-robed elder appeared in the depths of the Holy Ji Palace as soon as the Demon Slayer matrix appeared. The space beside him twisted and the black-robed elder appeared as well. The two of them saw Fong Chun and the demon slaying formation through the void. After so long, has the devil-slaying array finally reappeared? The white-robed old man's voice was hoarse as a smile appeared on his withered face. I see. The black-robed old man also nodded. At this moment, he finally understood what Palace Master Lei had said back then. He vaguely remembered that Palace Lord Lei had said that the world was about to change, and that the Holy Ji Palace would welcome a turning point. At that moment, he finally understood that Fong Chun was the turning point that Palace Master Lei had mentioned. Back then, when Huokong Saint fought the demon-slaying formation, he defeated all the invincible opponents in the world. His enemies trembled in fear upon hearing his name. He even killed an ancient powerhouse behind the no-demon cult by himself. Now, after so many years, the demon-slaying formation has finally reappeared. In ancient times, the demon-slaying formation was famous for its ferocity. It wiped out all the foreign races and protected the world. Unfortunately, Huokong Saint had fallen in the end. This little guy is interesting. They sensed carefully and found that Fong Chen's control of the demon-slaying formation had reached the point of perfection. It was not easy to have such achievements at his age. Oh, hey, do you think he can win? The white-robed elder suddenly laughed. The black-robed elder thought for a moment and then said, his cultivation is too low after all. It will be difficult for him to defeat Su Yan. However, with the demon-slaying formation, he won't be defeated. Other than the reclusive old monsters of the Holy Ji Palace, the other disciples were also paying attention to Fong Chun. In the arena, Su Yan's face was completely serious. She was bathed in flames as she shuttled through the demon-slaying formation, looking for an opportunity to kill Fong Chun. I was worried that if I killed him, it would attract those old monsters. Now, I don't have to worry at all. The demon-slaying formation was very strong. At least, no one below the invincible saint could sense what was happening inside. This also made Xie Kuei and Wang Daoyun a little nervous. With this formation, junior brother Fong shouldn't be defeated, right? Xie Kuei said to himself. On the side, Wang Daoyun was silent. Boom! Inside the demon-slaying formation, there were big movements from time to time. Many disciples were curious about the battle situation. Would Fong Chun be able to withstand Su Yan's attack? Damn it! After several consecutive attacks failed, Su Yan fell into a state of madness. Her eyes were scarlet as she stared at Fong Chun, wanting to tear him into pieces. I'm going to kill you. Su Yan was completely angry. She stomped her foot, and the demon-slaying formation shook. Her figure flashed and instantly came in front of Fong Chun. Her fist flashed and enveloped Fong Chun. Swoosh! The shocking sword light, with the help of the demon-slaying formation, rushed out of Su Yan's attack range. 7 moves. Fong Chun said. Humph. Su Yan snorted angrily, and then the power in her body surged. However, at this moment, 2 people quietly appeared in the demon-slaying formation. Seeing these 2 people, Fong Chen's pupils shrank, but he soon understood. In the myriad Tao world, people who could enter the demon-slaying formation so easily should be the upper echelons of the Tao Palace. Su Yan, the black-robed elder said, in this demon-slaying formation, you can't defeat Fong Chun. Looking at the 2 elders, the restless power in the depths of Su Yan's bloodline instantly retracted. A trace of panic flashed in his eyes, and then he said, Disciple Su Yan greets the 2 elders. Let's end this battle here. The white-robed elder also said, no matter how unwilling Su Yan was in his heart, facing 2 invincible saints, who were also old monsters that had survived from ancient times, he felt very weak and was afraid that his secret would be discovered. He was speechless and didn't know how to answer. In fact, he knew very well that if he didn't use that power in the demon-slaying formation, it would be impossible to defeat Fong Chun. He also didn't expect that this battle would draw out these 2 old monsters. He immediately decided not to attack. Little guy, you're interesting. The white-robed elder smiled at Fong Chun and then clapped his hands lightly. Suddenly, the demon-slaying formation that Fong Chun was so proud of collapsed silently. The demon-slaying formation disappeared. What was the result? This was the question that everyone was curious about. When they saw the black and white elders, as well as Fang Chun and Su Yin, who were unharmed, they were a little stunned. Could it be that the two elders stepped in and stopped the battle? However, the black-robed elder's next sentence directly caused many disciples to boil. Chapter 35:82. The appearance of the black and white elders meant that the battle had come to an end. Even though Su Yin was unwilling, he did not dare to show it, because the people standing in front of him were the legendary black and white elders. If he made any strange movements, he would be discovered. Once his identity was exposed, he would die without a burial place. He could die, but at least his death had to be worth it. He looked coldly at Fang Chun, and a cold, killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. He only had one thought now, and that was to kill Fang Chun. Others might not know about the battle with Fang Chun, but Su Yin knew very well that even without the help of the Demon Slayer formation, Fang Chun's strength had already reached an unimaginable level. What worried Su Yin the most was Fang Chun's incredible potential. A 5th-level Holy Emperor already had such combat strength. If he stepped into the 7th-level Holy Emperor realm, would he be able to defeat the 5 elements Holy Realm? Thinking of this, Su Yin felt a lingering fear. Fang Chun must die. The more he thought about it, the more he knew how to endure. Humph. He snorted coldly and did not say anything else. At this moment, the entire square was in a state of shock. All the martial artists were tongue-tied. The words of the black and white elders were still echoing in their minds. What? After a long while, someone finally reacted and cried out. Fang Chun actually withstood 10 moves from Su Yin. How is this possible? Su Yin, who is at the peak of the 8th level, actually could not suppress Fang Chun. It's too terrifying. Junior brother Fang's potential is really amazing. Many people were shocked. They increasingly realized that Fang Chun's potential had already reached an unprecedented level. At the same time, they also understood why Palace Master Lei had personally come out to welcome Fang Chun. Everyone's eyes fell on Fang Chun. Their gazes were filled with desire. The black and white elders were full of praise for Fang Chun. Liu Yang, who was hosting the battle, also took the initiative to step forward and handed the Thunderbolt wood to Fang Chun. Junior brother Fang, this is your Thunderstruck wood. The 10 pieces of Thunderstruck wood gave off a terrifying electric light. Many of the cultivators looked at them with envy. Fang Chun nodded and received the Thunderstruck wood. Immediately, he felt a strong energy. This Thunderbolt wood is not bad for you at your current stage. The black-robed old man stroked his beard and said with a smile. The white-robed old man nodded and explained the uses of the Thunderstruck wood to Fang Chun. Everyone thought that the Thunderstruck wood was only used for cultivation, but after listening to the white-robed old man's explanation, the disciples realized that the Thunderstruck wood could also be used to refine weapons. The Thunderstruck wood contains the strongest power of thunder in the world. Thunder is of the fire attribute. Absorbing the power of thunder in the Thunderstruck wood will make it easier for an ancient martial art practitioner to comprehend the origin of fire, the white-robed elders said. There was a limit to the power within the Thunderstruck wood. Once it was completely absorbed, there would be no value in cultivating it anymore. However, it was originally a type of wood, a wondrous treasure of the world. Refining it into a weapon would greatly increase the origin energy of the weapon, and it might even be able to raise the level of origin weapons. All right, let's end the competition here. The black-robed old man said a few words to Fang Chun, and then turned around to look at the ancient martial art practitioners. Now, the god-perishing battlefield is in chaos. There are evil forces from the primal chaos battlefield invading. Try not to go out. Stay in the myriad path world and cultivate hard. Dark clouds covered the god-perishing battlefield. Everyone realized that the end of the world was coming. Experts from various top forces gathered and headed to the Demon Sky Fire region to suppress the young Marquis and the others. At this time, there was no doubt that the morale of the army needed to be stabilized. Hence, the black and white elders appeared. Soon, the disciples dispersed. Fang Chun followed the black and white elders and left. Damn it, Su Yin clenched his fists and was extremely angry. Bang! He punched the wall and mud splashed. His face was hideous, and his demonic chi was dispersing. His heart was bleeding. 10 pieces of thunderstruck wood, that was all of his property. He had actually given it away to someone he had to kill. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His communication token vibrated. His expression changed, and he quickly disappeared. Not long after, he left the myriad path world and appeared on a barren mountain. Senior brothers Su Yan. They were Yang Xian and Yuan Lai from the giant fire peak of the heaven-defying alliance. Both of them looked solemn. Did he fail? Yang Xian frowned. He didn't expect Su Yin to fail to kill Fang Chun. If the black and white elders hadn't appeared, he would have died. Su Yin said in a deep voice, "He's lucky this time. I'll kill him next time." Yuan Lai stepped forward and said in a low voice, "Senior brother Su Yin, the god-perishing battlefield isn't peaceful now. The mysterious expert who occupied the Demon Sky Fire region might start a war. When the time comes, the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. So, we have to kill Fang Chun as soon as possible." Su Yin remained silent. Yang Xian flipped his palm, and a palm-sized bronze mirror appeared in his palm. As soon as the bronze mirror appeared, it emitted a terrifying aura. There were complicated ripples flowing on the surface of the mirror. Su Yin was stunned when he saw the bronze mirror. "Senior brother Su Yin, the Lord asked me to give this to you," Yang Xian said. Su Yin grabbed the bronze mirror and smiled. With the sun-extinguishing mirror in hand, "He's dead. Senior brother Su Yin, we still have things to do. We'll go back first and wait for your good news." After saying that, Yuan Lai and Yang Xian left. Su Yin looked at the sun-extinguishing mirror in his palm and sneered in his heart. Myriad Dao World, Dao Palace. On a mountain peak, Fang Chun followed the black and white elders to the thatched hut at the top of the mountain. "You're Fang Chun?" Black Elder asked. Fang Chun nodded. Then, Black Elder continued, "Do you know why we brought you here?" Fang Chun shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. The black and white elders looked at each other. "Old White," you tell him, "do you see this thatched hut?" White Elder pointed at the thatched hut. Fang Chun looked up and sized it up seriously. Suddenly, he felt dizzy as if he had fallen into an illusion. Phew! His breathing became rapid. He shook his head violently to wake up. Just now, he was a little scared. He had just seen a shocking scene. On the tragic ground, there were countless corpses and rivers of blood. An evil force swept across the land, as if it was going to devour heaven and earth. He saw the end of the world. Set up the Demon Slayer array. White Elder continued. Fang Chun was a little confused, but he still followed White Elder's instructions and set up the Demon Slayer array. Buzz! As soon as the Demon Slayer array was set up, the thatched hut suddenly trembled. A terrifying force penetrated the thatched hut and rushed into the Demon Slayer array. The two resonated with each other and burst out a bright force. For a moment, Fang Chun felt that his primordial spirit was about to be crushed. What a terrifying power! Fang Chun exclaimed and retreated. What was going on? Why could the Demon Slayer array resonate with the thatched hut? What was hidden in the thatched hut? He tried to stabilize his body and turned to look at the black and white elders. Dong dong dong. Chapter 3583. The mountain peak was barren, and the surrounding origin energy was illusory. Fang Chun even felt like he was in a barren land. However, the thatched cottage in the middle of the mountain peak gave him a very strange feeling. Dong dong dong. However, after he set up the Demon Slayer formation, the Demon Slayer formation resonated with the thatched cottage, and the blood in his body also became restless. Fang Chun was shocked. What was going on? What was in the thatched cottage? Why did it cause his blood to become restless? With all kinds of doubts in his mind, Fang Chun turned to look at the black and white elders. The two of them smiled faintly and nodded at Fang Chun. "Elders, what is in the thatched cottage?" Fang Chun could not help but ask. The black elder stroked his beard and said, "Since you can set up the Demon Slayer formation, it must have something to do with Wukong. Today, we will give you an opportunity. Let's see if you can grasp it." The white elder also said, "There is something you want in the thatched cottage. What you need to do is enter it." Fang Chun retracted his gaze, and his expression became serious. The two elders recognized the Demon Slayer formation, so they gave him an opportunity. He took a step forward and approached the thatched cottage. The blood in his body became more restless, and he was even a little excited. The terrifying power that enveloped Fang Chun before was actually becoming stronger. Fang Chun gritted his teeth and continued forward. "Do you think he can succeed?" The Black Elder asked. Elderby thought for a moment, then said, "This child's potential is unimaginable. In my impression, there are many third-level holy kings who can kill sixth-level holy emperors, but there are almost none who can fight against seventh-level saints." After a pause, the White Elder continued, "He can comprehend the Demon Slayer formation and has a perfect bloodline. This is simply destined. I believe the Alliance leader and the others already know of his existence. That's right. He is destined to bear a heavy burden in the future and save the world." Now it seems that their original plan was right. The Black and White Elders were full of praise for Fang Chun, and they even had some expectations. Time passed by slowly. The closer he got to the thatched cottage, the stronger the power became. When he finally reached the door of the thatched cottage, Fang Chun could barely move. "Activate the Demon Slayer formation." Suddenly, a voice sounded in Fang Chun's ears. He was startled for a moment, then his eyes lit up. He opened his arms and combined his body with his mind. The Demon Slayer array began to operate crazily. The power of Demon Slayer spread out from his feet and quickly enveloped the thatched hut. At this moment, Fang Chun finally felt something strange. Around the thatched hut, complex runes flickered and emitted a dazzling light. The power of the Demon Slayer quickly seeped into it and then merged with it. At this point, Fang Chun closed his eyes and sensed the starry sky. He could even see the movement of the Devil Slayer formation. In the next moment, Fang Chun was enlightened. He clenched his hand into the void, and the space distorted into fragments that quickly spread out. The power of the Demon Slayer took the opportunity to enter the thatched hut. Then, Fang Chun felt a terrifying power in his heart. He found an opportunity and took a step forward, arriving in front of the thatched hut. He struck while the iron was hot, and with the power of the Demon Slayer, he opened the door of the thatched hut and entered. Boom! After he entered the thatched hut, lightning flashed in the sky, and a bright light burst out, resonating with the thatched hut on the peak of the mountain. The Black and White Elders looked at each other and did not speak for a long time. They did not expect Fang Chun to enter the thatched hut so easily. Just now, did he see through the core movement of the Demon Slayer formation? The Black Elder was dumbfounded. It was the first time he had seen such a strange scene. If I remember correctly, Hokong was just like this back then, right? The White Elder recovered after a long time. He thought that Fang Chun would need at least half a month to enter the thatched hut. Who would have thought that he would enter in the blink of an eye? After thinking for a moment, their eyes shone with golden light, as if they had seen hope in a hopeless situation. The stars were everywhere, and the stars were moving. Looking up, there was a brilliant starry sky. Looking down, there was a barren land. Fang Chun stood in the middle of heaven and earth, and it took him a long time to calm down. How did it form? Fang Chun was shocked. The thatched hut contained heaven and earth, and it was all-encompassing. It had melted heaven and earth into it. What kind of work was this? Even an invincible saint would not be able to create such an uncanny work of art. After the shock, Fang Chun began to look for opportunities seriously. He merged his primordial spirit into the starry sky, and his blood moved strangely, resonating with the thatched hut. Soon, he entered a state of enlightenment. At the same time, news came from the Demon Sky Fire region. Many top forces had formed an alliance to suppress the young Marquis and his group. However, they were defeated in the first battle. The young Marquis didn't even need to make a move. His 8 servants joined forces and defeated the saints in the lead. For a moment, both sides were in a standoff. Many forces did not dare to attack rashly. They were stationed in the Demon Sky Fire region, looking at the Fire Marrow mine from afar. In the sky above the mine, the young Marquis stood with his hands behind his back, looking arrogant. He glanced at the camp of the Alliance and sneered. A group of sinners dare to fight with me. He was the young Marquis, the son of Marquis Xiaoyao. He had a noble status and was extremely powerful. In the current situation, he was not afraid of anyone. He could suppress the Godfall battlefield with one hand. Young Marquis, these barbarians are really stupid. Humph, hypocrites. Some people were disdainful. The top forces seemed to be denouncing them on the surface, but they were secretly scheming against each other and were not united. Some people even secretly expressed that they wanted to defect. Those spineless people are still useful. Let them help me find the source, said the young Marquis. The source, was very important to the young Marquis. He had to get it. Don't worry, young Marquis. These sinners are very spineless. As long as we promise them some benefits, they will be hell-bent on working for us. Of course, some neutral people were watching. They thought that the young Marquis had an invincible divine art. They wanted to get it, so they wanted to get in touch with the young Marquis. Bullshit, young Marquis. I can crush you anytime. Suddenly, there was a clamor. The young Marquis did not speak. One of his servants attacked. Boom! Explosions sounded between heaven and earth as the two of them fought fiercely. In the camp of the Alliance, some people recognized the combatants and cried out in surprise. Dark Ghost. It's actually Dark Ghost Lord. He's still alive? In an instant, the camp trembled. Many elders were shocked, and some of the younger ones asked, Who is the Nether Ghost Lord? You don't even know Dark Ghost Lord? 3,000 years ago, he was an invincible super expert who swept through the world. His methods reached the heavens, and he was arrogant. He never lost. Back then, who didn't know Dark Ghost Lord? He influenced a generation. Chapter 3584. The Nether Ghost Lord had once been a super expert. His name had shaken the world. His Nether Ghost life and death technique had shocked the world. Back then, when people talked about the Nether Ghost life and death technique, they were all terrified. After disappearing for countless years, the world had long forgotten this expert who had once shocked the world. Who would have thought that he would return at such a critical moment? The Nether Ghost Lord. The camp was in an uproar. The elders of the various forces were all excited. The appearance of the Nether Ghost Lord might be able to change the current situation. His black robe fluttered in the wind. Beneath his feet, a sinister and cold aura spread. The temperature in the air dropped rapidly. Everyone trembled. You're courting death. The Nether Ghost Lord's palm suddenly pressed down. His palm gave off a dazzling black light. One could vaguely hear the screams of ghosts. Countless black aura condensed into a savage creature that rushed out of his palm. It swept through the world and attacked the young Marquis servant. A mere sinner dares to attack me. You're courting death. The servant seemed to be born superior. He looked down on everything and looked down on the Nether Ghost Lord. Let me refine you, said Yifutian. The servant raised his hand and slapped out. An earth-shattering dragon roar reverberated in the air above the demonic sky, fire domain. Everyone trembled. Such power! What kind of secret technique is this? Why is it so strong? Someone exclaimed in shock. The combat prowess displayed by the little Marquis group was simply too powerful. Moreover, the secret technique they cultivated was completely different from the secret techniques of the Godfall battlefield. Even their origin power seemed to be different. Roar. The Nether Ghost Lord was too powerful. His aura was like a rainbow. He stomped his foot and soared into the air. He followed behind the evil creature and arrived in front of the servant. Shatter! The Nether Ghost Lord roared. The black creature formed from black aura opened its mouth and instantly swallowed the servant's palm. Crack! The black creature easily dissolved the servant's attack. After swallowing the palm, its aura grew stronger. Under the control of the Nether Ghost Lord, it attacked again. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream was heard. The black creature had bitten off one of the servant's arms, causing blue blood to flow out. The servant's face was ferocious as he broke free from the black creature's attack range. He quickly retreated and roared in anger. Despicable sinner, you dare to cut off my arm? I, Ning Qi, will tear you into pieces so that you will never be reincarnated. However, just as he finished speaking, the black creature opened its bloody mouth again and charged at him. Kill. The Nether Ghost Lord was expressionless as he used the Nether Ghost life and death art, his killing intent surging. In the encampment, an elder revealed a smile. As expected of the Nether Ghost Lord. Truly powerful. After all, he was a super strong cultivator from 3,000 years ago. He could control life and death. Back then, he had already stepped into the invincible saint realm. Now, he is even more unfathomable. The dark ghost life and death art is too powerful. It can forcefully strip a cultivator's primordial spirit and destroy it. The most important things for a cultivator were the primordial spirit and the origin source. If the origin source star was shattered, it could be reformed, but if the primordial spirit was destroyed, the cultivator would die completely. The dark ghost life and death technique targeted the primordial spirit. The elders in the encampment spoke one after another. On the battlefield, the Nether Ghost Lord had complete control. The servants were suppressed, and the black creature constantly tore at them. In the air above the fire essence mine, the young Marquis face was gloomy, his eyes filled with killing intent. He did not say a word, but the other servants could feel his anger. One of the female servants said, "Young Marquis, this person is a bit demonic. The secret technique he used is somewhat related to our place. Ning Qi is not his match. What is there to say to a sinner? Let us attack together and destroy him." Myriad Path World, Dao Palace. The power of the Thunderstruck wood was very strong. After Fong Chun absorbed 5 pieces of the Thunderstruck wood, he had completely comprehended the fire origin source. Boom! He suddenly opened his eyes. Flames surrounded him as if they could burn the sky. The fire origin source filled his entire body. Is this the fire origin source? Fong Chun stretched out a finger. A wisp of flame danced on his fingertip. The power of the origin source was hidden within. Of the 5 origins, one could become a saint if they could comprehend one. Those who could comprehend 2 were few and far between. Their potential was comparable to the top geniuses of the God's Fall battlefield. Those with 3 origins were rare. Even in the Dao Palace, there had only been one in all these years. Whoosh! Fong Chun withdrew his aura and exhaled. He relaxed his mind. With a thought, the 2 origins circled around him, swimming slowly like yin and yang fish. The repulsion is very strong, Fong Chun whispered. Although he had mastered 2 origins, he could clearly feel the repulsion between them. The ancient Almighty spent their entire lives searching for a way to fuse the origins. If they could fuse them, their power would increase exponentially. The 5 origins were the original power of heaven and earth. They formed the balance of heaven and earth. The 5 powers were completely different and repulsed each other. But the creativity of humans was limitless. Since it existed, it was reasonable. The ancient Almighty had succeeded. At the same time, they had also found a path for cultivators to reach the peak of martial arts. After thinking for a moment, Fong Chun shook his head. He had just mastered 2 origins. It would be too difficult to fuse them. He should not bite off more than he could chew for the time being. The power of fusing 2 origins is already earth-shattering. What about 3 or 4? Suddenly, a curious thought popped up in Fong Chen's mind. Since ancient times, was there anyone who possessed 5 origins and merged them together? Can Primal Chaos Supreme do it? Fong Chen murmured. After stepping into the 5-element saint realm, one would understand how difficult it was to cultivate in the saint realm. It was like a threshold with every step. There seemed to be only one level of difference between an invincible saint and a Primal Chaos Supreme. But in reality, there was an insurmountable gap. After the God's Fall battlefield, heaven and earth changed dramatically. The Primal Chaos Supreme had become a legendary existence, extinct in the world. There were almost no records of the Primal Chaos Supreme in today's books. Fong Chun did not understand much about the mysteries of that legendary realm. Gently shaking his head, he stopped thinking about it. He stood up and put away the remaining 5 pieces of Thunderstruck wood. As for the 5 pieces that had been used, they had already dimmed. Fong Chun could feel the excitement of the hidden star sword. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, old brother. I'll let you devour these pieces of thunderstruck wood. Wait for me to find a blacksmith in the Tao Palace. During this seclusion, Fang Chun had comprehended the second origin. His strength had skyrocketed. He had also completely comprehended the origin sword art. His trump card, the heaven-severing alchemy, had also improved. If he were to face Su Yin again, he was confident that he could defeat him. Dong dong dong. Wang Daoyan came, bringing news of the demonic sky, fire domain. Fang Chen's expression was grave. Even the Nether Ghost Lord was defeated? Fang Chen was a little surprised. He did not expect the young Marquis to have a heaven-defying treasure that could block the Nether Ghost Lord's attack. Who are they? Fang Chen was even more puzzled. He thought of many things. Chapter 3585. Fang Chen was deep in thought. Who were the young Marquis and the others? Where did they come from? In fact, Fang Chen had already guessed the origins of the young Marquis and the others. As soon as they appeared, strange signs appeared on the chaos battlefield. It was completely sealed off and isolated from the world, trapping the leaders of many top forces. Fang Chen even guessed that this was most likely a conspiracy against the Godsfall battlefield. He recalled the evil expert he met in the ancient Chaos Demon Emperor's mausoleum and the expert who was worshipped on the mysterious altar in the forbidden land of the North Sea. At that time, he thought that it was only an invincible saint. However, as his cultivation increased and he came into contact with more and more secrets, he was sure that the aura that made people tremble was not something an invincible saint could possess. Could it be that all of this is related to that evil expert? Fang Chen frowned and pondered. In the Godsfall battlefield, no one had ever heard of that evil expert. However, if such an expert was really in the Godsfall battlefield, he would definitely be discovered. Could it be that his headquarters is in the Chaos battlefield? The appearance of the young Marquis and the strange movements on the Chaos battlefield are the prelude to the Godsfall battle? In the past, Fang Chen had learned from the ancient records that the Godsfall battle had occurred many times, not once. Every countless years, a Godsfall battle would suddenly erupt. All of this seemed to be controlled by an invisible hand. Junior brother Fang, what's wrong? Wang Daoyan's voice pulled Fang Chen's thoughts back to reality. He glanced at the latter and gathered his thoughts. He shook his head and said, Senior brother Wang, I'm fine. Next, Wang Daoyan told Fang Chen everything he knew. After Wang Daoyan left, Fang Chen had mixed feelings. At this moment, he really wanted to ask Palace Lord Thunder for advice. Unfortunately, the latter had also entered the Chaos battlefield. Even the Nether Ghost Lord was defeated. Who else in the vast Godsfall battlefield can suppress the young Marquis? Just as Fang Chen was thinking, the black and white elders appeared. How is the thunderstruck wood? White Elder asked with a smile. Fang Chen looked at the black and white elders, somewhat stunned. He had just finished cultivating, and the two elders already knew? Could it be that they had been paying attention to him all along? Disciple Fang Chen greets the two elders. Fang Chen cupped his fists. How much did you absorb? Elder Black asked with a grin. The way I see it, at your current level, you can only absorb the energy from 3 pieces of thunderstruck wood. If you want to completely comprehend the origin of fire, you'll need to absorb at least 10 pieces of thunderstruck wood. As he spoke, Elder Black stroked his beard, as if he was very confident in his judgment. Old Black, don't forget that this kid's potential is unprecedented. Even in the Holy Ji Palace, he would at least be ranked in the top 3, Elder Bai said. There is some debate as to whether or not he could be ranked first. After all, the heaven-defying Alliance Master had already become the overlord of the Godsfall battlefield. Fang Chen still had a long way to go. As for the top 3, it was certain. My guess is that Fang Chen can absorb at least 5 pieces of thunderstruck wood. As for comprehending the origin of fire, he still needs some time. Little fellow, how is it? Elder Black and Elder Black looked at each other. Then their eyes fell on Fang Chen. Fang Chen chuckled. Your disciple is stupid. I only absorbed 5 pieces of thunderstruck wood. I knew it. Elder Black clapped his hands, as if he was very satisfied with his guess. However, Fang Chen's next sentence stunned the two elders. However, your disciple has already comprehended the origin of fire. What? Elder Black and Elder Black repeated, as if they were afraid that they had misheard. After receiving Fong Chen's confirmation, Elder Black and Elder Black's eyes widened, somewhat at a loss. How is this possible? The two elders could not believe it. They had never seen a monster who could comprehend the origin of fire after absorbing 5 pieces of thunderstruck wood. This, with a thought, Fong Chun released the power of the origin of fire. Elder Black and Elder Black were speechless. They had just said that Fong Chen's potential was at least in the top 3 in the history of the Dao Palace. However, now they could say with certainty that Fong Chen's potential was number 1 in history. Even the alliance leader of the Heaven-Defying Alliance could not do this at his age. Such potential. Elder Black and Elder Black took a deep breath, feeling excited. The two walked to a corner and whispered. No one knew what they were discussing. Fong Chen shrugged, expressing his helplessness. Soon, Elder Black and Elder Black returned to Fong Chen's side. They seemed to have reached a consensus. Elder Black, you say it, Elder White said. Elder Black looked at Fong Chun. You should be clear about the current situation in the Magic Sky Fire region, right? Fong Chun nodded. Elder Black continued. Those people in the Magic Sky Fire region came from the Chaos battlefield. On the surface, they're looking for the mother but in reality, they want to start a war. Elder Hay's next sentence caused Fong Chen's heart to tremble. The Battle of the Gods in the ancient times was caused by the super experts behind the young Marquis. What? Fong Chen exclaimed. It seemed that his guess was right. Elder Black then told him that there were very few top experts in the battlefield of the gods. However, it would be difficult for the young Marquis to defeat them all. In the dark, there were some old monsters who had hidden themselves from the world, waiting for an opportunity. At the critical moment, the two of them would make a move. Since the Chaos battlefield has been closed, then the experts behind the young Marquis should not be able to come out, right? Then why don't the top experts in the battlefield of the gods eliminate the young Marquis and the others? Fong Chen asked. Elder White sneered. This matter has too many implications. We cannot act rashly. Otherwise, there might be another battle of the gods. Fong Chun wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Elder Black. Currently, the Magic Sky Fire region is in a state of confrontation. There won't be any trouble for the time being. However, the news of the mother will definitely cause chaos. The young Marquis has issued a reward for the Mother Oregon. There will definitely be some people who want to join the young Marquis and cause chaos in the world. Elder Black said, right now, the most important thing for you is to find a way to increase your strength. You are not qualified to participate in the battle of the Magic Sky Fire region. Elder White said, I have come to you this time because I have something for you to do. The first is to fulfill your unfulfilled wish. The second is to train you. The third is to get rid of evil. Sky Sword Peak Master. The news of the Sky Sword Peak Master and the No Demon cult brought by the Black and White Elders greatly shocked Fong Chun. Back then, the Sky Sword Peak Master fell into the No Demon cult's trap because he wanted to avenge him. Since then, he had been inquiring about the news. Now, there was finally some progress. You don't have to think too much about the situation in the Magic Sky Fire region. Go and do this thing first. With the Nether Ghost Lord leading many elders to confront the young Marquis, he could not be distracted. This was the perfect opportunity for Fong Chun to increase his strength. Wong, Elder Black flicked his finger and a ray of light entered Fong Chen's mind. Chapter 3586. During the trip to the Tsang Kingdom, Fong Chun and the others had ruined the plans of the No Demon cult, causing the No Demon cult to seek revenge. They had escaped from the brink of death. A stronghold that the No Demon cult had painstakingly built was exposed by Fong Chun. Therefore, they were filled with hatred towards Fong Chun. They had tried everything to get rid of Fong Chun. However, with the help of the Sky Sword Peak Master, Fong Chun had successfully returned to the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Later, the Sky Sword Peak Master had charged to the Tsang Kingdom in a fit of rage and killed all the remaining members of the No Demon cult. Later, the Sky Sword Peak Master had disappeared. This had always been Fong Chen's inner demon. The Sky Sword Peak Master had disappeared because of him. Before, He had not been strong enough to save the Sky Sword Peak Master. Now he had stepped into the 5th level Saint King realm. Even if he faced a saint at the peak of the 8th level, he had nothing to fear. In addition, he had comprehended the origin of fire. With 2 origins in his body, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. He was much stronger than Su Yan. After the black and white elders left, Fang Chun seriously checked the information in his mind. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes and sat on the stone bench. A cold, murderous intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Complex patterns flowed on the surface of his skin. The surrounding temperature plummeted. No demon cult. Fang Chun clenched his fists. He was unusually angry. I didn't expect you to be hiding here. Fang Chun took out a map of the God's Fall battlefield. His finger fell on a certain location in the southeast of the map. Broken Thunder Mountain. This was a dangerous place in the God's Fall battlefield. It was not much different from the demonic sky fire territory. It contained great danger. The slightest carelessness could cause one's soul to scatter. Many years ago, there was a rumor about Broken Thunder Mountain. It was said that in ancient times, a Thunderway master had fallen on this mountain peak. The mountain was filled with the power of thunder. Anyone who approached, it would suffer the pain of being struck by thousands of thunderbolts. Who would have thought that the lair of the No Demon Cult was hidden here? After a short rest, Fang Chun set off. Junior brother Fang, where are you going? Just as he left the courtyard, he saw Xie Kuei walking towards him with a smile on his honest face. Fang Chun's battle with Su Yin had left a deep impression on him. He felt that Fang Chun was worth making friends with. There are some things I need to take care of. Fang Chun also had a good impression of Xie Kuei. When Su Yin made things difficult for him, Xie Kuei still dared to stand up for him even though he knew that he was no match for him. This alone was enough to make him a friend. Leave the myriad Dao world? Xie Kuei's eyes flashed as he asked in a low voice. Fang Chun nodded. Xie Kuei's expression changed drastically. He shook his head and said, Junior Martial Brother Fang, the God's Fall battlefield has not been peaceful recently. I advise you not to leave the myriad Dao world so easily. The myriad Dao world was the core and secret base of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. It was created by the Alliance Master himself. Even Primal Chaos Supremes would not be able to invade the myriad Dao world. Thank you for your kind intentions, Senior Martial Brother Kuei, but there are some things that I must do. Fang Chun said. Seeing Fang Chun's firm attitude, Xie Kuei did not try to dissuade him. He just whispered in Fang Chun's ear, reminding him to be careful of Su Yan. That guy has always been a vengeful person. This time, he lost to you 10 pieces of Thunderstruck wood in front of everyone. He will definitely hold a grudge. He might even be watching you. Xie Kuei knew Su Yan better than anyone else. That guy was a hypocrite who would do anything to achieve his goals. Therefore, he had a bad reputation in the Dao Palace. Su Yan, Fang Chun shrugged. If Su Yan really dared to come, he would not mind teaching him a lesson. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fang Chun left the myriad Dao world through the space-time gate and appeared in a wasteland. He checked the map and then disappeared into the horizon. Not long after Fang Chun left, the space-time gate shook and Su Yan appeared. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he sneered. One arrogant guy. Having said that, he took out his communication jade pendant and sent out the news that Fang Chun had left the myriad Dao world. Then, he got up and chased after Fang Chun. In front of a mountain range in the distance, 2 figures were waiting patiently. Senior brother Yang Xian, do you think Fang Chun will take this path? Yuan Lai asked. Yang Xian's face was gloomy as he stared straight ahead. Senior apprentice brother, Su Yan's message shouldn't be wrong. What we need to do is think of a way to stop him. Once senior apprentice brother Su Yan catches up, our mission will be complete. Killing Fang Chun was an order from the higher-ups of the Limitless Demon Cult. Yang Xian was a little selfish. If they could help Su Yan kill Fang Chun, they would be rewarded greatly. I hope he will take this path. Yuan Lai looked around with a blade of grass in his mouth. Rustle. Suddenly, rustling sounds came from the mountain range. Yang Xian's expression changed as he prepared for battle. Yuan Lai seemed to have realized something. Is he here? Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chun entered the mountain range. He was worried about the Sky Sword Peak Master, so he was extremely fast. Fong Chun. A stern voice came from the depths of the mountain range. Then, two figures appeared in front of Fong Chun. It's you? Seeing Yuan Lai and Yang Xian, Fong Chun was a little surprised. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet junior brother Fong here. Yang Xian said with a smile. Junior brother Fong, you seem to be in a hurry. Where are you going? Why? Do you look down on your former sect mates after joining the Dao Palace? Seeing that Fong Chun was silent, Yuan Lai said, Are you still holding a grudge about what happened on the giant fire peak? What's the matter? Fong Chun did not have a good impression of the two. Moreover, he was eager to save people and did not want to waste time with them. Junior brother Fong, we've been talking about you ever since you joined the Dao Palace. Since we finally meet today, why don't we catch up? Yang Xian pointed at the blue stone beside him and sat down first. Back then, when I first saw junior brother Fong, I thought that junior brother Fong would definitely become an outstanding disciple of the heaven-defying alliance in the future. Fong Chun ignored them and walked around them, preparing to leave. At that moment, Yuan Lai blocked in front of Fong Chun. Junior brother Fong, where are you going? Fong Chun frowned. Are you trying to stop me? I wouldn't dare. Junior brother Fong is a disciple of the Dao Palace, and I, Yuan Lai, am just an ordinary disciple of the giant fire peak. I just want to ask junior brother Fong about cultivation. What? Junior brother Fong, are you not going to give me face? Yang Xian said coldly. Face? Fong Chun sneered and continued forward. Boom! Yuan Lai exuded a terrifying aura as he stood in front of Fong Chun. Junior brother Fong, I hope you can cooperate with us. Cooperate? Fong Chun muttered to himself. Do you think you're worthy? With a boom, Fong Chun punched out, carrying the power of the origin of fire, and landed heavily on Yuan Lai. Yuan Lai's body was instantly sent flying. His clothes were burned, his organs were shaken, and his face turned pale. Yuan Lai's heart trembled. It had not been long, and Fong Chun had become so powerful. Chapter 35:87. Yuan Lai's heart trembled. When he fought with Fong Chun in the giant fire peak's purple bamboo garden, the latter was just a fledgling. Now, he was actually suppressed by his opponent's aura. He tried hard to stabilize himself. His heart was beating fast, and his forehead was covered in sweat. He turned his head and looked at Yang Xian. His eyes were pleading for help. Fong Chen's strength was beyond his expectations. At this moment, a trace of fear appeared in Yuan Lai's heart. He was waiting for Yang Xian to speak. As expected, Yang Xianfeng immediately stood in front of Yuan Lai. His pitch-black eyes stared at Fong Chun. You are indeed worthy of being the genius disciple that Palace Master Lei has taken a fancy to. It has only been a short period of time, and your strength has already grown to such an extent. If you're given more time, you will definitely become a threat in the future. Yang Xian spread out his hands and slowly rotated them. Hot air emitted from his palms. The aura on his body gradually soared. In the blink of an eye, it soared to the maximum. Rumor has it that you defeated a 6th-level Holy Emperor in the Magic Sky Fire Domain as a 3rd-level Holy King. You can even challenge a 7th-level Saint. I, Yang Xian, would like to see if you are as strong as the rumors say. In the outer sect of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, Frost Holy Emperor and the others were already considered the top disciples. Back then, the 5 of them had gone together for the mission in the demonic fire domain. The outside world was abuzz with rumors that Fong Chen's combat strength was heaven-defying. He had killed Niu Mo and severely injured Tang Yi. He had even caused a battle between the top figures. Yang Xian was unwilling to believe it. He thought that the outside world was wrong. Even if Fong Chun had done it, he must have borrowed the help of Frost Holy Emperor and the others. Yang Xian was the chief disciple of the giant fire peak. Not long after the battle in the demonic fire domain, he had broken through his shackles and his strength had improved. He had successfully challenged the chief disciple and become the new chief disciple. He thought that his potential was not inferior to the disciples of the Holy Ji Palace. He just lacked some opportunities. In addition, the big figure behind him had given a death order to kill Fong Chun. Combined with all these, his anger towards Fong Chun had reached its peak. Kill! Yang Xian roared. He stomped his foot and his body turned into a rainbow. He pierced through the void and pierced toward Fang Chen's chest. At the same time, a spear appeared in his hand. Demonic spear suppresses the heavens. Yang Xian's long spear suddenly turned, and the power of fire origin erupted, condensing into a fire dragon in the sky. Then, Yang Xian leaped and arrived above the fire dragon. The long spear in his hand crazily absorbed the power of the fire dragon. Hoo-hoo-hoo! The mountain range turned into a sea of fire, and the surrounding void was sealed. Fang Chun stood in the sea of fire, coldly watching all of this. If it was before the Magic Sky Fire Domain mission, he might have been afraid of Yang Xian. However, things are different now. Primordial Chaos Sword Art. The corners of Fang Chen's mouth curled up, revealing a cold smile. Without saying a word, he took out the star-concealing sword and displayed the origin sword art. After absorbing the mother ore and refining the thunderstruck wood, he had mastered the Hunyuan sword art and cultivated it to the extreme. The ninth sword had combined the power of the previous 8 swords, and its power had reached the extreme. When the sword was unleashed, heaven and earth shook. The dazzling sword light soared into the sky and turned into a shocking sword shadow above the sea of fire. It carried the endless power of metal origin and released an invincible sword chi. It was as fast as lightning above the sea of fire. Puchi! When the shocking sword shadow hit the sea of fire, the primordial chaos sword chi quickly penetrated the sea of fire. At the same time, countless cracks appeared on the sea of fire. Kacha! The star-hidden sword cut opened the sea of fire as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Then, the sword hacked at Yang Xian's body. You're courting death. Looking at the incoming star-concealing sword, Yang Xian sneered. He melted into the sea of fire and launched a crazy attack on Fang Chun. However, in the next second, he went completely crazy. How is this possible? The invincible sword chi cut through the sea of fire, and his body was severely injured. He fell to the ground with a bang, and the sea of fire was quickly extinguished. Covered in blood, he quickly got up from the ground and glared at Fang Chun. You too weak. Fang Chun shook his head and seemed to be talking to himself. The star-concealing sword slashed down again. Yang Xian was horrified. Let's attack together. He yelled at Yuan Lai, who was behind him. Only then did Yuan Lai react and attack in a panic. The two of them joined forces to stop Fang Chun. Puchi! The ninth sword of the primordial chaos sword art was too powerful. It was so powerful that Yuan Lai and Yang Xian couldn't resist it at all. They were very embarrassed and prayed that Su Yan would come quickly. Senior brother Yang Xian, what should we do? After Yuan Lai was defeated, he shouted loudly. Su Yan will be here soon. Hold on a little longer. Yang Xian secretly complained. Su Yan. Hearing this, Fang Chen's face was completely gloomy. He had guessed that the two of them should have a premeditated plan to stop him here, but he didn't expect that Su Yan was behind this matter. Humph! Fang Chun coldly snorted. He waved the star-concealing sword and performed the primordial chaos sword art again. This time, Fang Chun didn't hold back. With a slash, an invincible sword chi swept through the world. No, Yuan Lai didn't have time to dodge at all. His body was split open and his flesh was badly mangled. He died directly. Yang Xian was obviously scared out of his wits. He no longer attacked and frantically fled. At the same time, he sent a message to Su Yan. How can he be so strong? Yang Xian's heart was trembling. He didn't want to see Fang Chun for a second. He just wanted to get away from this place. Rip! Suddenly, a figure wriggled on the road in front of Yang Xian. Want to leave? Fang Chun held the star-concealing sword and pressed the tip of the sword against Yang Xian's throat. Plop! Yang Xian knelt on the ground. His body trembled as he constantly begged for mercy. Junior brother Fang, I was wrong. Considering that we are from the same sect, please let me go this time. I promise I won't attack you again in the future. It's all my fault. I was blinded by greed and was ordered by someone. All of this was Su Yan's idea. He asked me and Yuan Lai to stop you here. He wants to kill you. I'll give you a chance to reorganize your words. Fang Chen obviously didn't believe Yang Xian's words. With a slight force, the tip of the sword pierced Yang Xian's throat. Blood flowed out, causing Yang Xian to be even more terrified. Yang Xian gritted his teeth. If I tell you, will you let me go? You don't have the qualifications to bargain. Yang Xian lowered his head. He was depressed. I know you want to kill me, but I have no choice. I'm just a small fry. Whoosh! In the distant horizon, a bright light pierced through the void and shot over. When Fang Chen reacted, the light had already pierced through Yang Xian's head. Bang! Yang Xian fell to the ground unwillingly. He died with his eyes wide open. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suyin approached from afar and coldly glanced at Yang Xian's corpse. Then his gaze fell on Fang Chen. Silencing a witness? Fang Chen seemed to have smelled something and stared at Suyin. Chapter 3588. Amidst the raging winds, a figure shot over. Suyin had arrived. Fang Chen's expression turned grave as he looked at Suyin. Based on Suyin's actions, it seemed like there was a secret behind Yang Xian. Earlier on, Yang Xian was just about to speak when Suyin silenced him through the void. Fang Chen thought of many things. Why did Suyin challenge him as soon as he entered the Dao Palace? Moreover, when they fought, it was obvious that Suyin wanted to kill him. Even though he hid it well, Fang Chen still felt it. However, due to the sudden appearance of the black and white elders, he did not succeed. Now, Suyin did not hesitate to expose his identity to stop him. What was all this about? Fang Chen. Suyin did not even look at the two corpses on the ground. It was as if Yang Xian and Yuan Lai were nothing to him. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Fang Chen. His killing intent was naturally emitted, giving people a creepy feeling. Fang Chen also felt that something was wrong with Suyin. Suyin stretched out his hand and said with a smile, "Hand over the thunderbolt wood." Suyin's things weren't something that anyone could touch. Moreover, those were the 10 pieces of thunderbolt wood that he had painstakingly obtained after entering the Dao Palace. I don't understand what you are talking about. Fang Chen shook his head. Are you trying to play dumb with me? Do you think you are still in the Myriad Dao world? Suyin sneered. He waved his hand and sealed the void to prevent Fang Chen from escaping. The thunderbolt wood is a rare treasure of heaven and earth. It is not something that you can touch. Hand it over, and I will leave your corpse intact. For 10 pieces of thunderbolt wood, you let Yang Xian and Yuan Lai stop me and even put their lives on the line? Fang Chen said. Suyin sneered and looked at Fang Chen as if he was an idiot. He shrugged his shoulders and said, "After today, many disciples of the Dao Palace will know that it was you who held a grudge against Yuan Lai and took the opportunity to kill them." Not only did Suyin want to kill Fang Chen, he also wanted to portray Fang Chen as a devil who killed his fellow disciples. Why are you doing this? Fang Chen looked at Suyin. Just because of 10 pieces of thunderstruck wood? Of course, he knew that Suyin didn't kill him for the 10 pieces of thunderstruck wood. He suspected that Suyin had something to do with the no-devil cult. Why are you asking so many questions when you're about to die? Suyin was getting impatient. He slammed his palms together, causing the void to tremble. The terrifying origin energy in the surroundings gathered crazily. In the blink of an eye, it formed a terrifying vortex in front of him. Upon closer inspection, there were specks of resplendent light within the vortex. Suyin's palm struck out toward Fang Chen, causing thunder to rumble within the vortex. Rumble. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The palm, which carried infinite power, arrived in front of Fang Chen in an instant. The peerless aura completely enveloped Fang Chen. This was a sure kill attack. No one in the same realm dared to face it head-on. Go to hell. Suyin was confident in his own strength. Back in the Dao Palace, he couldn't use his full strength because of the Demon Slayer array. Moreover, the appearance of the black and white elders forced him to endure. Now that the surrounding void was sealed, he wasn't worried about being discovered. In other words, he could fight without holding back. If it was before, I might have been afraid of you. Looking at the approaching palm, Fang Chen mumbled. He then threw out a punch. The chaotic sword body was fully activated. Sword-shaped runes shone and covered his fist. Dong! The fist's shadow collided with the palm imprint, and an explosion ensued. A terrifying shockwave swept across the area, causing the seal in the surroundings to shake violently. When the smoke dispersed, Fang Chun stood motionless. Seeing this, Su Yan was shocked. You absorbed the energy of the thunderstruck wood. Su Yan's eyes were filled with rage. He couldn't wait to tear Fang Chun into pieces. When he exchanged blows with Fang Chun, he sensed the fire origin energy in Fang Chen's fist shadow. This energy came from the thunderstruck wood. Damn you! Su Yan was furious. He had comprehended the thunderstruck wood for so long, but he didn't dare to absorb it. He didn't expect that this guy would benefit from it. Die! Su Yan couldn't care less anymore. He attacked crazily. Palm after palm, the void was about to be smashed. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of crazy attacks, Su Yan was shocked to find that Fang Chun blocked his attacks so easily. Most importantly, Fang Chun didn't look bad at all. He didn't even feel like he had used his full strength. Thunderstruck wood. Su Yan gritted his teeth. He attributed Fang Chen's increase in strength to the thunderstruck wood. He thought that Fang Chen's strength came from the thunderstruck wood. He was greatly stimulated and went into a frenzy. Die for me! Su Yan unleashed his ultimate skill. Like a lion, he engaged in an intense battle with Fang Chun. However, Fang Chun was able to withstand his attacks with ease. The same unique skill, the same secret skill, and the same person used it. The power was even stronger than before. However, Fang Chun was able to deal with it calmly. He didn't even set up the Demon Slayer formation. What did this mean? Fang Chen's strength had increased to a terrifying level in a short time. In the last fight, Fang Chun was a 5th-level Holy Emperor. With the help of the Demon Slayer formation, he blocked 10 of Su Yan's attacks. Now, his strength was comparable to Su Yan's. Today you must die. Su Yan was completely enraged. Every attack could erupt with the force of a thunderbolt. Fang Chun executed the primordial chaos sword technique, using his sword technique to deal with Su Yan's palm technique. The battle between the two caused the sky to fall and the earth to crack. Demon Slayer formation. Finally, after a fierce battle, Fang Chun set up the Demon Slayer formation. None of the disciples of the Holy Ji Palace can be underestimated. Fang Chun muttered to himself. After all, Su Yan was one of the top 50 disciples of the Holy Ji Palace. His strength was incredible. It was difficult to resist with the chaotic universe sword technique alone. He needed to borrow the power of the Demon Slayer formation. The Demon Slayer formation is useless against me. Su Yan's eyes were red as he roared in anger. He stared at Fang Chun and said word by word. The hidden power in his body was restless. His palms shone with a strange light. With a thought, the power in his body could be completely unleashed. Useless? Fang Chun sneered. He controlled the Demon Slayer formation to suppress Su Yan. Roar. Su Yan didn't seem to want to delay any longer. He didn't expect Fang Chun to be so powerful. Now, he only had one thought, and that was to kill Fang Chun. Let's end this quickly. Once he used that power, it would cause a huge commotion. At that time, the people in the Myriad Dao world would be able to sense it. Therefore, after killing Fang Chun, he immediately left the place. Whoosh! Su Yan's ferocious face gradually calmed down. He took a deep breath and said coldly, "You are indeed a genius comparable to the ancient era. Unfortunately, you will still die in my hands." Chapter 3589. Su Yan's aura soared to the extreme in a strange way, and then the aura condensed into a blood-red phantom behind him. As soon as the blood-red phantom appeared, Su Yan's strength increased several times, from the peak of the 8th rank to the 9th rank in an instant. Seeing this, Fang Chun was stunned for a moment, then took a deep breath, and a shocking anger appeared in his eyes. No demon cult? Fang Chun had once fought with a no-demon cult in the Song country, so he was very familiar with their aura. After such a long time, Fang Chun immediately thought of the no-demon cult when he felt the bloodline aura again. The perfect bloodline in his body was vibrating abnormally, as if it was about to break out of his body. Su Yan had completely demonized, and the no-demon cult bloodline hidden in his body was completely activated, thus obtaining supreme power. You're from the no-demon cult? Fang Chen suppressed the anger in his heart and asked coldly. Kiki, you only know now? It's too late. For so many years, anyone who knew Su Yan's true identity had been killed by him. I endured humiliation and infiltrated the heaven-defying alliance and the Tao Palace in order to steal secrets and give the heaven-defying alliance a fatal blow at the critical moment. Su Yan's face was ferocious as he spoke crazily. In order to let him infiltrate the Tao Palace, the no-demon cult had paid a heavy price. So he was particularly important, and the no-demon cult had always been unwilling to expose this chess piece. But now it was different. Fang Chen's battle in the Magic Sky Fire Domain had shaken the world, and everyone knew that the heaven-defying alliance had produced an amazing genius. After the no-demon cult obtained detailed information about Fang Chen, the upper echelons immediately issued a death order to kill Fang Chen at all costs. Otherwise, he would definitely become a stumbling block to the no-demon cult's domination of the world in the future. You should be proud that my no-demon cult mobilized so many forces to target you and set up a plan. Generally speaking, even a 9th rank Saint might not be valued so much by the no-demon cult. After all, the no-demon cult was a superpower left from the ancient times and had been hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to take control of the God's Fall battlefield. All those from the no-demon cult deserve to die, Fang Chen said coldly. He didn't have any good impression of the no-demon cult. Moreover, from the ancient records, he had read that the no-demon cult's evil methods were beyond redemption. They were basically like street rats that everyone had the right to kill. Now that the chaos battlefield had disappeared and the top giants were trapped and unable to return, the no-demon cult began to stir again. However, Fang Chen did not expect that there would be people from the no-demon cult infiltrating the Tao Palace. Looks like the no-fiend cult scheme towards the God's Fall battlefield was not just a day or two. If it weren't for the black and white elders, you would have been dead long ago in the Tao Palace. Su Yan sneered. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have great potential? Boom! Su Yan stomped his foot and levitated into the air. His body exuded a monstrous demonic aura. In order to kill Fang Chen, he had no choice but to use his demonic bloodline. Let's end this quickly. Su Yan slammed his palm towards Fang Chen, shattering the void and causing the devil-slaying array to tremble. Devil-slaying power. Fang Chen growled, forming a seal with both hands. He constantly controlled the devil-slaying array, using the devil-slaying power to suppress Su Yan. Devil-slaying array? What a joke. Su Yan's figure flashed, constantly shuttling through every node of the devil-slaying array. Every time he moved, a violent demonic aura would surge out. Crack! The nodes of the devil-slaying array were constantly being destroyed. When Su Yan appeared in front of Fang Chen again, the nodes of the devil-slaying array had completely shattered, followed by the array base. Boom! Fang Chen sensed that something was wrong. His figure flashed and retreated far away. At this time, the devil-slaying array exploded. Su Yan looked down at Fang Chen from above, sneering. As the saying goes, the devil-slaying array is 10. My no-demon cult represents the strongest demon in the world. You want to suppress me with a mere devil-slaying array? Fang Chen shook his head. Obviously, he had underestimated the power of the no-demon bloodline. With the support of the no-demon bloodline, Su Yan's strength is at least at the level of a 9th level saint. It will be difficult to kill him. Fang Chen muttered to himself. The devil-slaying array of Huokong Saint was said to be able to kill all demons in the world. However, his level was still too low, so he could not unleash the full power of the devil-slaying array. Therefore, it was destroyed by Su Yan. However, facing such a powerful Su Yan, Fang Chen was not worried. Instead, he was full of fighting spirit. After he comprehended the origin of fire, he had not fought with all his might. Now, Su Yan might be able to force out his greatest potential. Let me see just how strong the so-called demonic bloodline is. The perfect bloodline in Fang Chen's body was running wildly. A blood-red light covered his body, forming a bloodline armor. At the same time, Fang Chun performed a series of sword techniques. Invincible sword technique, chaos sword technique, and so on. Sword light flashed, crisscrossed, and cut the world into countless pieces. Su Yin controlled the No demon bloodline, and his strength skyrocketed. Every time he punched out, he would shatter a sword light. Ha, it's useless. My No demon bloodline is the nemesis of your so-called righteous sects. The No demon bloodline skyrocketed, and a terrifying aura kept approaching Fang Chun, suppressing him. So strong. Fang Chun closed his eyes and sensed the No demon bloodline. After a short fight, he had realized that it was difficult to compete with Su Yin with the chaos sword technique alone. Even with two origins, it can't fight against the No demon bloodline. Fang Chun said to himself, unless, as his voice fell, Fang Chun spread out his palms and the two origins came out. A golden storm surrounded his body, and a sea of fire shrouded the world. The two different origins burst out with unprecedented power. Very well. Let me see exactly how powerful my strongest attack is. At this time, the hidden star sword in Fang Chun's hand suddenly trembled, and the golden storm suddenly began to become violent, constantly drilling into the hidden star sword. His sword crossed the sky, as if it had existed for a long time, and the momentum was magnificent, as if an ancient god had descended. Swoosh! A sword light that seemed to split the world fell from the sky. Heaven slashing alchemy technique. This was the secret technique that Fang Chun obtained from the altar in the North Sea. So far, he had not been able to fully comprehend it. However, he knew that this secret technique was by no means simple, and it may be related to the battle of the ancient gods. Boom! Boom! When the heaven-slashing alchemy technique was performed, the whole world was like purgatory. The perfect bloodline also completely suppressed the No demon bloodline in a domineering way. It's useless. No, what bloodline is this? Su Yin was about to speak when he felt his heart palpitate. The No demon bloodline was suppressed and could not be activated. He felt the danger and was shocked. Chapter 3590. Heaven-slashing alchemy technique. It came from a mysterious altar in the North Sea. At that time, it was invaded by powerhouses from the Godsfall battlefield. Fang Chun wanted to solve the problem, so he went deep into the North Sea and saw the altar and the dazzling array of offerings on it. He even got one of the copper bowls. Fang Chun had always suspected the identity of the mysterious powerhouse. As his cultivation improved and his understanding of the origin, he felt that the heaven-slashing alchemy technique was too powerful. It was so powerful that the secret techniques of the Tao Palace couldn't compare. This was also his trump card, his strongest trump card, and the source of his sword Tao. The reason why he had the courage to fight against a peak 8th rank saint was because of this trump card. Swoosh! The sword light that broke through the sky traversed space and time as if it was surging over from the long river of history. Everywhere it passed, thunder rumbled, space collapsed, and its imposing aura was like a rainbow. Su Yin swore that since he cultivated for thousands of years, he had never encountered such a powerful sword intent. It was too powerful. Facing this sword intent, he didn't even have the courage to attack. How is this possible? He panicked and wanted to dodge, but the No demon bloodline was completely suppressed. He trembled and couldn't use it at all. Fear rose in his heart. He had once sensed this kind of aura in the No demon cult. Could it be? A terrifying thought flashed in Su Yan's mind. Other than the reincarnation of an ancient powerhouse, who else could erupt with such shocking power at such a young age and realm? He didn't lose his composure like this when facing an invincible saint. Run. He didn't even think about it. He dragged his heavy body and tore through the void, wanting to escape. Where there's life, there's hope. If he lost his life, then everything would be for nothing. Rip! In the blink of an eye, Fang Chun slashed down with the hidden star sword. Su Yin couldn't dodge. The sword intent locked onto him, and he had nowhere to run. Kill! Fang Chun roared and pressed his palm down. The shocking sword light swooped down and slashed directly on Su Yan's body. Crack! like cutting through glass. Su Yin couldn't resist at all. The no-demon bloodline instantly evaporated and was swallowed by the perfect bloodline. Without the no-demon bloodline, Su Yan's strength was greatly reduced. His body was cut into pieces, and his internal organs were completely crushed. At the same time, he felt a terrifying power spread out from the sword light and drilled into his mind, eroding his primordial spirit. He widened his eyes and roared crazily. But it was too late. The heaven-slaying alchemy technique was too powerful and didn't give him any chance to breathe. His primordial spirit. No, I can't accept it. Within the chaotic aura, Su Yan's unwillingness reverberated. Dust flew up and blood spewed out. Su Yan's body was annihilated along with the sword light. It was as if the entire world had undergone a baptism. The origin energy in the air was completely incinerated. It is slaying sword technique, was primordial spirit, was sword primordial sword, was technique, was sword primordial heaven. The heaven-slashing alchemy technique was not just a sword technique. It involved the power of space, time, origin, chaos, and so on. It could corrode a cultivator's primordial spirit and cause them to die completely. Buzz. After a long time, the void gradually calmed down. Fang Chun glanced at Su Yan, who had turned into a bloody mist. Su Yan's Sumeru ring was also annihilated. The commotion just now was too big. I will definitely be discovered. Fang Chun put away the star-hidden sword and disappeared into the sky. Whoosh, whoosh. Not long after he left, many elders in the myriad Dao world rushed over. What's going on? An elder asked. There was a great battle here. Judging from the traces on the scene, one of them should be a sword Dao expert. Many elders were shocked after seeing the scene. The sword chi lingering in the air made even their hearts palpitate. They were curious. In this world, other than that big shot from the Sword Saint Mountain, who else could unleash such a powerful pressure of the sword Dao? Such a strong sword intent shows that this person's attainments in sword Dao are extremely high. The sword Dao he used is also the best sword Dao. The elders looked at each other, their faces full of astonishment. They guessed that it was a reclusive sword Dao expert who was fighting. The god-perishing battlefield is not peaceful. It is very likely that doomsday will come. Many reclusive old monsters have come out. We should be more careful. This place is very close to the myriad Dao world. Is the other party targeting our Dao palace? The elders were deep in thought. At the same time, they were also carefully investigating the scene. As for Fang Chun, he had already left the myriad Dao world. A few days later, he entered the Tsang Nation. He flew in the air, looking down at the earth from above. He was filled with emotions. Back then, the Tsang Nation colluded with the No-Demon cult and angered the Heaven-defying alliance. They sent troops to destroy the Tsang Nation. The Tsang Nation's royal bloodline was cut off, and the Tsang Nation became a desolate place. Looking at it now, it was still desolate, but the Heaven-defying alliance had taken over this area. Fang Chun clenched his fists. He could not wait to rescue the Sky Sword Peak Master. Phew! Fang Chun adjusted his emotions, took a deep breath, and then prepared to leave. At this moment, he saw a place in the Tsang Nation. Over there, a black-robed man was massacring a sect. Why? In a pool of blood, the last fallen elder of the sect roared unwillingly. Opposite him, the man in black looked at the sect that he had destroyed with his own hands with an evil smile on his face. Back then, you were subordinates of the Tsang Nation's royal family and were protected by the royal family. But at the critical moment, you betrayed the royal family and joined the Heaven-defying alliance. You all deserve to die. You are? Hearing this, the fallen elder's eyes widened and his body trembled. You are a surviving member of the royal family? Pucci. Before he could finish his words, the man in black killed him with a punch. This is just the beginning. No one can stop me from taking revenge. Fang Chun saw it clearly in midair. He was a little surprised. Back then, the Tsang Nation's royal bloodline was cut off. He did not expect someone to escape. Stubborn. You didn't realize how much pain the Tsang Nation's wrongs brought to the people. You still want to take revenge so cruelly. You deserve to die. Boom! Just as the man in black was about to leave, he felt a dazzling sword light in the sky swooping down. Not good. He screamed and quickly fled. Poochie! The sword light was too fast. It pierced through his body, and he fell to the ground with a bang. Who are you? The man in black was furious. Heaven-defying alliance. Fong Chun. As soon as his voice fell, Fong Chun swung his sword again. The man in black's face was ferocious as he fell into madness. The No Demon Cult will not let you go. Soon, the No Demon Cult will make a comeback. Even if you don't come, I will go find you. Blood dripped from the tip of the hidden star sword. Fong Chun held the sword and left. The grudge between him and the No Demon Cult was too deep. Whether it was for public or private reasons, it was already irreconcilable. Chapter 3591. In the demonic sky fire domain, the two camps were still in a standoff. Although the top leaders of the Godsfall camp were trapped in the primal chaos battlefield and could not return, the young Marquis and the others did not dare to act rashly with the Lord of the Nether Ghost present. Moreover, since the Godsfall battlefield had existed for countless years, there had been many ancient great beings that had survived. They had hidden themselves and were recovering from their wounds. These old monsters that had hidden themselves from the world were also secretly watching. Once there was an apocalyptic crisis in the Godsfall battlefield, they would definitely appear the first sign of it. In the fire essence mine, the little Marquis clenched his fists, and instantly the fire essence was crushed into powder. A terrifying halo of light appeared around him, forming a powerful defense. His blood and chi churned. After absorbing the power of the fire essence mine, his understanding of the origin had deepened. Crash! He slowly opened his eyes and retracted his aura. At this moment, the only female servant quickly walked in and whispered a few words in the young Marquis's ear. Immediately, the young Marquis stood up. His face was solemn, and there was some anger between his brows. Whoosh! Whoosh! The young Marquis did not say anything and directly flew towards the depths of the fire essence mine. Soon, he arrived in front of the lava. He easily passed through the lava and appeared in the underground cave. Bang! He looked around for a moment, then suddenly punched the wall next to him. A terrifying power spread out, causing the entire Immortal's cave to shake. Dust flew everywhere, and the servants behind him were shocked. Fire essence crystal. With the young Marquis's eyesight, he could see that there had been fire essence crystals here before. However, someone had taken them away before him. The fire essence mine is mine. No one can touch it. During this period, he had been very irritated. There had been no news of the fire source mine. Now that he found out that the fire essence crystals had been taken by someone else, how could he not be angry? Young Marquis, I suspect that the person who took the fire essence crystals and the person who obtained the fire source mine should be the same person. The armored servant said in a low voice. The young Marquis gradually calmed down, and his expression became indifferent. He nodded lightly and did not listen to the armored servant. Waiting like this is not a solution. The young Marquis muttered. Is there still no news from the outside world? The servant informed him that there were many warriors who were willing to follow the young Marquis into battle. They were also doing their best to find the whereabouts of the fire source Oregon. According to our analysis, there is one person who is most likely to obtain the Inferno source Oregon. The armored servant's expression flickered. Who? When he heard the two words source, the young Marquis suddenly turned around. An overwhelming aura swept through the underground cave as he stared at the armored servant. According to our understanding, the strongest force in the Sinner's Land is a sect called the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Its sect master is most likely a half-step chaotic supremacy. Hearing this, the young Duke's expression changed. When it came to the primal chaos supremes, even if they were only half-step supremes, they were still legendary existences. Even his father, Duke Xiaoyao, might not be a match for a half-step chaotic supremacy. The Heaven-Defying Alliance takes in many disciples and has nurtured countless geniuses. Among them, the Holy Ji Palace is the best. Anyone who can join the Holy Ji Palace is basically the greatest genius in this world. The armored servant briefly introduced the Holy Ji Palace and finally mentioned Fong Chun. What? After hearing the armored servant's words, the young Marquis was stunned. He was a little shocked. He did not expect that there would be such a genius in the sinner's land. If what you've said is true, then this guy by the name of Fong Chun truly possesses enormous potential. The young Marquis said, as a rank 3, he defeated a rank 6 and even fought against a rank 7. Even I can't do that at the same level. Of course, at the same time, the young Marquis also carefully discovered that during the battle of the demonic fire domain, Fong Chun had a fierce battle in the Inferno Marrow mine. Then, he killed Bull Demon and the others outside the mine. This meant that Fong Chun had entered the Inferno Marrow mine in advance. Could it be that he really got it? Regardless of whether the news was true or not, as long as there was a slight possibility, the young Marquis would not let it go. Give the sinners who want to follow me some benefits, and let them secretly hunt down Fong Chun. The young Marquis ordered, remember, I want them alive. Yes, Fong Chun also knew about the situation in the demonic fire domain. With his current strength, it was difficult for him to intervene. Moreover, with the Black and White Elders, the God's Fall battlefield would not be defeated. There was not much time left for him. Since the young Marquis and the others knew about the existence of the Inferno source mine, they must have great means. Perhaps they would find him one day. This was a potential enemy, so the most important thing was to improve his strength. In this trip to the No Demon cult's lair, other than rescuing the Sky Sword Peak Master, the Black and White Elders meant to train himself. Whoosh! After sorting out the thoughts in his mind, Fong Chun took a deep breath and raised his head. As the breeze blew, he felt a trace of coolness. Now, if I use my trump card, I can fight against a rank 9 saint. But this is far from enough. Fong Chun felt a sense of urgency. A warrior who could really influence the situation in the demonic fire domain was at least a peak rank 9 saint, or even an invincible saint. He was still a long way from this step. However, he had enough confidence. My bloodline has evolved to the perfect level, and the Chaos Ore body has reached the inborn level. My body's condition has reached the peak, and my primordial spirit has completely formed the core. It will be the next step to form the nascent soul. Fong Chun muttered to himself, with 2 origins, I still have a lot of room for improvement. Half a month later, Fong Chun came to a mysterious place. It was extremely desolate. To the outside world, this was a forbidden place for humans. Ordinary warriors would not dare to get close, let alone enter. However, the purpose of Fong Chun's trip was to this place. Looking at the demonic mountain range in front, Fong Chun stopped and looked into the distance. The No Demon cult's lair is here. From the information he got from the Black and White Elders, the No Demon cult's lair was here. However, the No Demon cult was able to hide for countless years without being discovered. They must have some tricks up their sleeves. Let's search slowly. We will find some clues eventually. Fong Chun muttered to himself and plunged into the demonic mountain range. In a dark space, there was a sword tomb. Inside the sword tomb, there were broken dark swords everywhere. The owners of these broken swords were all evil when they were alive. After they died, their resentment merged into the broken swords and formed the so-called Dark Sword Tomb. A figure stood in the Dark Sword Tomb. His body was pierced by the broken dark swords from time to time. He endured the pain and did not make a sound. However, his face was completely hideous. Bang! Finally, under the repeated attacks, he could not hold on and knelt on the ground with one knee. His vitality was fading. Sky Sword Peak Master. Chapter 3592. In the demonic strange mountain range, Fong Chun felt the gloomy power as soon as he entered. This power could corrode a martial artist's primordial spirit. If one stayed here for a long time, even a saint would not feel good. No wonder no one is willing to come here. Fong Chun sighed. At the same time, he was more convinced that the headquarters of the No Demon cult should be here. The No Demon cult was an evil demon Tao force. The martial artists of this sect practiced extremely evil cultivation methods, so the most suitable place for them to practice was a place with strong, gloomy power. Everything here was very consistent with the No Demon cult. According to the information given by the Black and White Elders, the no-demon cult master seemed to have also entered the chaos battlefield. In this case, there were no top giants in the no-demon cult. As long as he did not encounter an invincible saint, Fang Chun could still handle it. Although his current comprehensive combat strength was at most comparable to an early 9th-rank saint, he was really fearless in terms of escaping ability. He could take advantage of this opportunity to test his combat strength. Buzz. The perfect bloodline in his body felt a gloomy and terrifying aura and began to become restless. With a boom, the perfect bloodline erupted from Fang Chen's body. It circled around Fang Chun and incinerated the evil energy that approached him. Fang Chun could clearly see that the evil power in the void seemed to be afraid of the perfect bloodline and kept dissipating. Without the obstruction of the evil power, Fang Chen's progress became much easier. Suddenly, he heard a beast roar. Then, he leaped and in a few strides found the source of the sound. This is... Fang Chen's pupils shrank when he saw a shocking scene. In the dense forest ahead, there were many demonic beasts. These demonic beasts were very different from ordinary demonic beasts. Their bodies were full of the terrifying power of reincarnation. Moreover, the most shocking thing was that they were carrying a very rare standard long saber. Reincarnation. Vaguely, Fang Chun heard such a voice, as if it had crossed the river of time. The perfect bloodline in his body became more restless. Could it be that reincarnation really exists? Up to this point in his cultivation, Fang Chun had come into contact with the power of samsara, but that was only a superficial power. True samsara was something even mighty figures avoided, afraid of bringing trouble to themselves. It is said that after a saint dies, he will experience reincarnation and be reborn in the reincarnation, finally completing his transformation. Fang Chun whispered, "Normally, after a warrior died, as long as his true spirit did not disperse, an Almighty could reverse the situation and revive him. Of course, this kind of resurrection was not a true resurrection in the true sense. It was only to restrain his true spirit from the vast void, and then help him reconstruct his physical body and condense his flesh and blood. However, the 5 Elements Saint Realm experts were different. They already stood at the peak of the world and possessed vast amounts of origin energy. Once they died, they would definitely enter the cycle of reincarnation. Only the path of reincarnation could withstand their powerful will after death. Reincarnation only existed in legends. It was said that there was a path of reincarnation between heaven and earth. Many powerful beings who had reached a bottleneck in their cultivation would choose to step onto the path of reincarnation to complete their transformation. Of course, the path of reincarnation was also extremely dangerous. The slightest carelessness would cause one's soul to disperse. Only 1 in 10,000 could truly be reborn through the path of reincarnation. The samsara knife? Fang Chun lost his composure, and his face suddenly changed. The demonic beasts in the dense forest had the samsara knife hanging on their bodies. What was going on? Are they the guardians of the path of reincarnation? Roar! While Fang Chun was in a daze, the demonic beast stopped. The leader held the samsara knife and turned to Fang Chun with a ghostly smile, letting out a roar. Just when Fang Chun thought they were going to attack, the demonic beasts uniformly entered the depths of the dense forest. See you on the path of reincarnation. Such a shocking sentence came from a void. When he heard it, Fang Chen's body shook violently, and he immediately looked into the depths of the forest in disbelief. Gone. Under his eyelids, the demonic beast disappeared. Only the aura of reincarnation in the void proved that it was not an illusion. See you on the path of reincarnation? Fang Chun pondered seriously. Was this sentence directed at me? Why did it say see you on the path of reincarnation? Could it see my future? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fang Chun jumped and rushed into the depths of the forest. He wanted to catch up and investigate, but he did not find any clues even after turning the forest upside down. What's going on? Does the path of reincarnation really exist? Are they the reincarnators on the path of reincarnation or the guardians? In the battle of ancient gods, the peak experts were all killed, and the path of reincarnation changed drastically. Was that why the scene just now happened? While thinking, Fang Chen saw something out of the corner of his eye. He strode forward and came to a blue stone. A standard long saber lay quietly on it. It was the samsara knife that could only be found on the path of reincarnation. The long saber vaguely emitted a unique reincarnation power, which corroded the blue stone. Fang Chen was stunned. Did they forget about the samsara knife? Or did they deliberately leave it here? Combining all the previous events, Fang Chen felt a little incredulous. Why did I happen to run into the guardians of the path of reincarnation as soon as I came in? After careful consideration, Fang Chen carefully picked up the samsara knife. As soon as the long saber was in his palm, it changed drastically. The reincarnation power crazily absorbed the perfect bloodline in his body. In the blink of an eye, the perfect blood completely submerged the samsara knife. Buzz! After absorbing enough perfect blood, the dim samsara knife became lustrous again. Fang Chen looked at the samsara knife and waved it gently. Suddenly, the void was torn and a space storm appeared. It's so powerful, Fang Chen exclaimed. The samsara knife could corrode the void. Even if a sage was hit, he would be seriously injured if he didn't die. Fang Chen suspected that the meat on the path of reincarnation mentioned by the leader of the demonic beasts might have something to do with the perfect bloodline, and this samsara knife might also have something to do with it. Anyway, the samsara knife is stronger than the origin holy weapon. It can be regarded as a trump card. Fang Chen tried to calm down and put away the samsara knife. After this incident, he felt more and more that the path of reincarnation might really exist. Maybe it was in the demonic mountains. Why is the nest of the no-demon cult here? They have been hiding for countless years. Even the heaven-defying alliance can't detect them. Why? Fang Chen thought of a possibility. The no-demon cult was very likely to be exploring the path of reincarnation, where they had found it and were secretly plotting a shocking plan. Phew! Thinking of this, Fang Chen trembled. If his guess was true, then the no-demon cult was far more terrifying than he had imagined. After calming down a little, Fang Chen quickly left this troublesome place. Chapter 3593. In the demonic mountains, Fang Chen was still aimlessly looking for the no-demon cult's lair. Buzz! Wherever he went, there would be a trace of perfect bloodline left in the void. These bloodlines continued to spread, helping him to sense the place with the densest evil power. Just like that, a month passed without him noticing. During this time, Fang Chen didn't find any clues about the no-demon cult, but he made a shocking discovery. He found traces of the Blood Emperor in the demonic mountains. On this day, he stood in front of a mountain peak, looking at the blood-red token in his palm, shining with soft light. He was a little stunned. This token was obtained by the Gu family in the primordial chaos. He had kept it with him for so long that he had forgotten about it. He didn't expect to find the Blood Emperor's relics here. The Blood Emperor has been here. Fang Chen frowned, puzzled. After he reached the completion of the Yin-Yang origin realm, he had obtained some key information from the Blood Emperor's token. He knew that the Blood Emperor's strength hadn't reached the 5 elements Saint Realm. Without entering the Saint Realm, it was almost impossible to reach this dangerous place with one's own strength. He was puzzled and curious at the same time. Fang Chen's powerful divine consciousness sensed a strange aura approaching not far away. Soon, he found that there were 2 people looking for something on the other side of the mountain. Emogio, are you sure that guy's here? The man with sword-like eyebrows asked irritably. The other person, called Emogio, said in a deep voice, how can a guy in the Yin-Yang origin realm come here? It's because of that thing. I also inadvertently obtained secret. Back then, that guy was just a nobody, but because he obtained that item, his reputation shook greatly. After that, he disappeared without a trace, and the people of the world were very puzzled. Emogio's eyes flickered. He had borrowed the psychic mirror from the sect to look for that thing. If he could find it, it would be a great achievement. Alas, even if we really find it, it's not our turn. The man with sword-like eyebrows shook his head. That thing was very important and was very attractive to saints. They were not qualified to get it. Mo Gio didn't say anything. He was secretly calculating in his heart. Fang Chen heard their conversation. He frowned and pondered. From Mo Gio's words, Fang Chen could feel that the Yin-Yang Origin Realm guy they were talking about was Blood Emperor. Is it Blood Emperor? Fang Chen muttered to himself. If it was the Blood Emperor, then it matched the information that he had. What are they looking for? The Blood Emperor brought that thing here? If that's the case, everything makes sense. Fang Chen's eyes lit up. He disappeared into the void and stared at the two of them in secret. Two ninth-level saints. Fang Chen was thinking, if the two of them really found that thing, how should he snatch it? Although his strength had increased greatly, he still did not have the confidence to face two ninth-order sages. Finally, he steadied his mind. Wait for an opportunity. Mo Gio and the man with sword-like eyebrows searched for a long time on the mountainside. Suddenly, they triggered some kind of mechanism. Immediately after, a void door appeared. The two men looked at each other and wanted to enter it. Bang! The void door blocked them. The man with sword-like eyebrows said angrily, "Damn it, there's a restriction." On the other hand, Mo Gio's eyes lit up. He was increasingly convinced that the item was here because he could feel a palpitating aura coming from the restrictive spell. Think of a way to break the restriction, Mo Gio said. In secret, Fang Chen used his powerful primordial spirit to conceal his aura. The two men did not notice him at all. The Blood Emperor's token started to vibrate. It was unusually restless. Fang Chen was shocked. He stared at the void gate on the mountainside. Does it need the Blood Emperor's token to open it? Fang Chen thought quickly. Once he made a move, he had to kill at least one of them. The remaining one would be easy to deal with. Moreover, he had to consider all factors. After all, this was the territory of the Sans Demon cult. Once he made a move, he would be killed. Set up the Demon Slayer formation and trap the two of them. Then, use the heaven-slaying alchemy to kill one of them. Fang Chen had a detailed battle plan in his mind. Although there were risks, he had to give it a try. Boom! Just as Mo Gio and the man with sword-like eyebrows were sent flying, the world suddenly changed. The power of the Demon Slayer formation swept through the void. The next moment, the formation base gathered in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the Demon Slayer formation was set up. Who is it? Mo Gio steadied himself and said coldly. Swoosh! The dazzling sword light carried a sharp golden sword chi as it descended from the sky. At the same time, the origin of gold and the origin of fire appeared and merged into the sword light, causing its power to increase exponentially. It struck the man with sword-like eyebrows at lightning speed. You're courting death. Mo Gio was furious and ready to attack. At this time, the perfect bloodline arrived in front of Mo Gio and suppressed his bloodline. Mo Gio felt that his bloodline was completely suppressed and he could not move. His strength was also affected. His body swayed, and he felt a throbbing from the depths of his primordial spirit. Pucci, the heaven-cleaving alchemy, was too powerful. Fang Chen did not give the man with sword-like eyebrows any chance to breathe. The sword pierced through his body and killed him instantly. When Mo Gio came to his senses, the man with sword-like eyebrows was already dead. Who are you? Mo Gio went crazy, but it was too late. Fang Chen raised his sword again and fought with him. Rumble! A fierce battle broke out in the Demon Slayer formation. In the end, Fang Chen severely injured Mo Gio and suppressed him. How dare you kill my people here? You're dead, Mo Gio said angrily. Crack! Fang Chen pressed his hand down, and Mo Gio's bones cracked. He grimaced and almost fainted. What's behind the void gate? Fang Chen asked. Mo Gio was angry, but did not say anything. Fang Chen came in front of Mo Gio with his sword and cut off his arm. Blood spurted out, and Mo Gio screamed in pain. Unfortunately, his power was sealed, and he could not fight. Crack! Seeing that he did not reply, Fang Chen continued to attack and cleanly cut off his other arm. Make a guess. Where do you think I'll stab next? There was a chance only if he was alive. Once he died, everything would be for naught. Moreover, the people of the Demon Slayer sect had a demon heart. They would do anything to survive. Soon, Mo Gio bowed his head. A little guy called Shue Di came here before. We want to go in and have a look. Sure enough, Fong Chen's guess was right. How did a yin-yang origin realm come here? Fong Chen asked. Mo Gio knew that their conversation was most likely heard by Fong Chen. There was no point in hiding it, so he told him everything. Fusion source fragment. Mo Gio said. He came here with the fragment. Chapter 3594. Mo Gio panted, his forehead full of sweat. The Demon Slayer power invaded his body, corroding his flesh and blood, and completely suppressing his demon-free bloodline. He felt extremely uncomfortable, and his heart palpitated from the depths of his primordial spirit. His only goal now was to preserve his life. As long as he was alive, there was hope. As long as he could escape from the clutches of this devil, everything would be fine. Seeing Fong Chen's hesitation, Mo Gio thought that he did not believe him, and hurriedly said, "You should know very well that the yin-yang primordial realm can't enter this dangerous place. They can't resist the gloomy aura in the air. Only the fusion source fragment can let him come here safely." While speaking, Mo Gio watched Fong Chen's expression. "What's a fusion source fragment?" Fong Chen asked. Mo Gio explained that in ancient times, there were peak experts who used heavenly means to fuse the origins into elixirs. This elixir was called the fusion source elixir. It could be understood from the literal meaning that this elixir could help martial artists fuse the origins. At the beginning of the world, 5 origins were born as the foundation to stabilize the space. If one could comprehend one of the origins, they could enter the 5 elements sacred realm. Many talented martial artists could comprehend different origins. The 5 origins were completely different. Under normal circumstances, it was basically impossible to fuse them. However, everything in the world existed for a reason. There were almighties who spent their entire lives to fuse 2 different origins, and their combat strength skyrocketed. After that, there were countless imitators, and fusing the origins gradually became a mainstream practice. Those who wanted to go further on the martial Tao would do everything they could to fuse the origins. The fusion source elixir was born at this time. Even in ancient times, when there were many experts, the value of the fusion source elixir was immeasurable. Even a half-step chaotic supremacy could not resist the attraction of the fusion source elixir, unless it was a true chaotic supremacy. With the fusion source elixir, it meant that at least 2 origins could be fused together. The power of the fusion of origins was unimaginable. After the Deity Fall War, the world changed greatly. There were no more chaotic supremacies in the world, and the fusion source elixir disappeared. Fong Chen stared at Mo Gio in shock, his heart pounding. If what Mo Gio said was true, then this was an incredible opportunity for him. After the Battle of God's Fall, the Rong Yuan pill became extinct. No one could refine this kind of divine pill anymore. However, news of the Rong Yuan fragment would spread in the world from time to time. Mino Demon Cult collected information for a long time and paid a great price to obtain this information, Mo Gio continued. The upper echelons of the Sans Demon Cult attached great importance to the Rong source fragment. However, due to certain reasons, they could not find the exact location of the fragment. They could only speculate that it was in the demonic mountain range. For countless years, the No Demon Cult had never given up. This time, Mo Gio and the man with sword-shaped eyebrows had also received a task to conduct a routine search. They did not expect to run into Fong Chen. According to the information we received, this fusion source fragment should be the only one left on the God's Fall battlefield since the ancient times. Fong Chen's expression was grave. He increasingly felt that things were beyond his imagination. Rong Yuan fragment. Fong Chen clenched his fists, his heart pounding. He had comprehended 2 origins and naturally knew how powerful they were. If he could obtain the Rong Yuan fragment, he might be able to merge the 2 origins. By then, his combat strength would soar and he would be able to dominate the God's Fall battlefield. Phew! He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He no longer thought about how the Blood Emperor obtained the Rong Yuan fragment with his yin-yang origin realm cultivation. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to obtain the Rong Yuan fragment. He looked at Mo. The latter shrunk his neck and said, I have already told you such important information. Shouldn't you let me go? Buzz. Fang Chun waved his hand. An immortal cave mountain appeared and suppressed Mo. Mo was furious, but he could not struggle. Fang Chun still had a use for Mo. He did not know what was behind the void gate and did not know anything about the Rong Yuan fragment. He still needed Mo. for many things. Whoosh! With a thought, a mirror appeared in Fang Chen's hand. You give me back my psychic mirror. Mo's angry roar came from Immortal Cave Mountain. An Origin's sacred weapon? Fang Chun played with the psychic mirror and was surprised. He had seen the power of this bronze mirror before. He held the psychic mirror in his hand and came to the void gate. The Blood Emperor's token shook and shone with a strange light. It merged with the void gate in an instant. Then, a blood-red aura shrouded Fang Chun and drowned him. It was dark and filled with a corrosive aura. The sun could not be seen here all year round. Countless bones were piled up on the ground, emitting a rotten smell. Rip! In the void, a figure suddenly appeared. There was a terrifying scar on his forehead. The moment he opened his eyes, the world became dark without any light. Is there still no news from Mo? The person's voice was hoarse, but it contained great power. Lord Protector, there is still no news. A few disciples walked out from the dark and answered respectfully. The No Demon cult attached great importance to the fusion source fragment. However, they had spent so much effort over the years and still cannot find it. Therefore, every once in a while, they would send people to patrol. This time, it was Mo and the man with sword-like eyebrows' turn. They had been out for more than 10 days and still had not returned. Recently, the god-perishing battlefield has not been peaceful. The Demon Sky Fire region is full of war. Send some people out to see what is going on. In the dark, the Protector said gloomily. The disciples nodded and were about to leave when the Protector spoke again. How is the situation in the Demon Sky Fire region? Has the messenger replied? The No Demon cult had sent a messenger to the Demon Sky Fire region to meet with the young Marquis and the others. They wanted to cooperate and plan something big. Lord Protector, the messenger has arrived at the Demon Sky Fire region and met with the young Marquis, but speak. The Protector's tone was cold. The disciple who spoke earlier was frightened. The young Marquis said that if we want to cooperate with him, we must show sincerity. Moreover, he does not think that the No Demon cult is qualified to cooperate with him. Oh, the Protector sneered. Tell the messenger to tell the young Marquis that the No Demon cult has shown sincerity. Whether we are qualified or not, he will know soon. After that, the Protector disappeared into the darkness, leaving the disciples looking at each other in dismay. The No Demon cult had been silent for countless years. Recently, they were ready to make a move. Even they had a feeling that a storm was coming. It's really going to change. Perhaps the nightmare of the gods will come again. The heaven-defying alliance thinks of themselves as the leader of the god-perishing battlefield. The No Demon cult only has a chance in troubled times. If the god-perishing battle comes again, we will benefit the most. Chapter 3595. Demonic Mountain Range behind the Void Door. The Blood Emperor's token flashed, and a blood-red light illuminated the entire cave dwelling. Fang Chun saw an independent space that was surrounded by seals. It seemed like the Blood Emperor had cultivated here before. Fang Chun held the Blood Emperor's token and looked around. After confirming that there was no danger, he let out a sigh of relief. Then, he noticed that there was a futon in front of him. Under the futon, there were some words engraved on it. This is? Fang Chun was a little confused. Judging from the writing, it seemed to be an ancient language. He could not understand it. Whoosh! He threw Mo out of Dark Cave Mountain and asked him to translate. Do you know the ancient language? Dark Cave Mountain was an independent space, and Fang Chun was the ruler. With just a thought, Mo would be tortured to death. In just a short period of time, he had already been tortured to the point of wanting to die. Now, after coming out of Dark Cave Mountain, he was a little excited. After hearing Fang Chen's words, he hurried to the futon. Is this the place where the owner of the Rong Yuan fragment came? He lowered his head and looked at the complicated words. At first, his expression was still normal, but soon his scalp went numb and his body trembled. What's going on? Fang Chen asked as he came forward. Mo Jio's heart was filled with fear. There's danger. We're in great danger. Seeing Mo Jio in such a panic, Fang Chen was even more curious and asked him what the ancient language meant. Mo Jio took a long time to calm down. He told him that the words were indeed ancient language left behind by a guy called the Blood Emperor. As expected, Fang Chen nodded. The Blood Emperor was the lucky person who obtained the Rong Yuan fragment. What? However, when he learned that the Blood Emperor was the descendant of an ancient expert, he was also shocked. The descendant of the Blood God clan? And it's the purest bloodline? I've seen records of the Blood God clan in the ancient books of the No Demon cult. This clan is too strong. Even in the ancient times, when there were many experts, they were still one of the most powerful clans. They had almost unified this world. The top giants of the clan had even touched the threshold of the primal chaos. Taking a deep breath, Mo Jio continued. Back then, there were rumors that the Blood God clan supreme elder had already become a primal chaos supremacy. Fang Chen's heart trembled. Was the Blood God tribe so powerful? Now I finally understand why the Blood Emperor was able to obtain the fusion source fragment when he was only at the Yin-Yang origin realm. The rumors in the world are simply a joke. Mo Jio shook his head and sighed. Rumor had it that the Blood Emperor had gotten the fusion source fragment by chance. However, after knowing the Blood Emperor's identity, Mo Jio refused to believe the rumor. What kind of joke was this? According to the ancient characters at the bottom of the cattail hassock, the Blood Emperor was a descendant of the Blood God tribe. Moreover, he possessed the strongest bloodline of the Blood God tribe. He had already reached the stage of atavism. Why are the characters here blocked? Fang Chen woke up from his shock and pointed at the last line of the characters. It was blocked by fog, as if it had been erased by time. Fang Chen tried everything, but he could not restore it. Don't move, Mo Jio screamed. How can you resist the means of supremacy? Means of a supremacy? Fang Chen took a few steps back and widened his eyes. Then, Mo Jio's voice trembled. I don't know much about ancient characters, but I can basically translate these characters. These are some of the cultivation stories that the Blood Emperor left behind before he died. The last few lines are an introduction to his identity and the ancient Blood God tribe. After pausing for a moment, Mo Jio continued. In front of the blocked characters, the Blood Emperor mentioned the supreme elder of the tribe. After that, the characters were blocked. I strongly suspect that this is related to the primal chaos supremacy. Therefore, the Great Path manifestation covered it up. The primal chaos supremacy was a legendary existence. His words were law, and he could influence the past and the future. If it was the means of a supremacy, then it was not surprising. The supremacy is a taboo. No one can talk about it casually, not even his descendants, Mo Jio said. He even suspected that the Blood Emperor was a direct descendant of the supreme elder of the Blood God tribe. Thinking of this, he was extremely shocked. Back then, the Battle of Gods was called the Battle of Extinction. Almost all the top experts participated in the battle, and it was said that the primal chaos supremacy was behind it. The tragic situation of the battle made people pale. The supreme elder of the Blood God tribe? Fang Chen's heart palpitated. If he really became a supremacy, was he still alive in this world? Anything related to a supremacy is a taboo. Don't make wild guesses, or you will be in trouble, Mo Jio reminded. Fang Chen came back to his senses and asked Mo Jio to continue translating to see if the wrong source fragment was still here. Soon, Mo Jio completely translated the ancient text. Only the last part was blocked and could not be translated. However, it did not stop Fang Chen from looking for the wrong source fragment. The wrong source fragment is here. The Blood Emperor brought it here to find the traces of the ancient Blood God tribe. Unfortunately, his realm was too low and he eventually fell here. Mo Jio said, "What's here? Could it be that the Blood God clan has survived and is hiding in some secret place?" Fang Chen released his powerful divine sense. No matter how hard he searched, he could not find any clues about the Blood God tribe. In the end, he could only give up. This place is too strange. Let's leave quickly. Mo was a little guilty. When he was translating the text, he accidentally touched the blocked text. He was afraid that he would be entangled with the supremacy. Not long after, Fang Chun found the wrong source fragment according to the information left by the Blood Emperor. In his palm, there was a fragment the size of a thumb. It emitted a faint fragrance. There was nothing special about it. If he did not know that it was the legendary wrong source fragment, Fang Chun would have thought that it was an ordinary pill fragment. Is this the wrong source fragment? Fang Chun held it in his hand and felt a strange power invading his body. The two types of origin force circulated crazily and surrounded the strange power. The repulsive force weakened. This, Fang Chun was shocked. Although he already knew the effects of the wrong source pill and the wrong source fragment, he was still shocked when he felt it for himself. I've really found a treasure. Fang Chun kept it and was secretly delighted. Mo looked at the wrong source fragment and hesitated. Fang Chun looked at him. Mo gritted his teeth and said, "My no-demon cult has been eyeing the wrong source fragment for countless years. If you give it to us, you will definitely be protected by the no-demon cult. If the battle of gods happens again in the future, the no-demon cult will protect you." Fang Chun sneered. If the no-demon cult dared to show up, they would definitely be surrounded by many top forces. Chapter 3596. Even in the golden age of the ancient times, the Rong Yuan elixir would still be fought over by top experts. The value of the Rong Yuan elixir was immeasurable. As long as one could obtain it, they would be able to completely merge the two origins. This was already at the threshold of becoming a supreme being, which was why people went crazy over it. As for the Rong Yuan fragment, it was a fragment of the Rong Yuan elixir. After the Battle of Gods, the top experts had all died in battle. No one could refine the Rong Yuan elixir after that, so the Rong Yuan elixir disappeared in the long river of history. It was no exaggeration to say that the importance of the Rong Yuan fragment was enough to cause an earth-shattering battle in the Battle of Gods. Fang Chun looked at Mo. The latter's voice carried a hint of threat. In Mo's opinion, no matter how strong Fang Chun was, he couldn't be compared to the no-demon cult. Now that he had the Rong Yuan fragment, he would definitely be hunted down by the no-demon cult. Therefore, he used this to threaten Fang Chun. He wanted the latter to obediently hand over the Rong Yuan fragment and submit to the no-demon cult. If the people outside know that you have the Rong Yuan fragment, they will definitely go crazy. At that time, even the heaven-defying alliance won't be able to protect you. You will definitely die. Mo didn't notice the change in Fang Chun's expression and continued. You should know that with your strength, you won't be able to keep the Rong Yuan fragment. You might as well exchange it for existing resources. Buzz. However, just as Mo was speaking, he suddenly felt an eerie and terrifying aura behind him. Then, his body couldn't help but tremble. When he turned around, he was shocked to see Fang Chun's cold face right in front of him. His eyes were emitting an aura of death. Mo took a few steps back and looked at Fang Chun in fear. What are you trying to do? He was a little scared and regretted what he had just said. After all, he had underestimated Fang Chun's means. I'm really stupid. Fang Chun didn't hide his killing intent. Mo was a little annoyed. He only cared about threatening Fang Chun with a Rong Yuan fragment. But he had forgotten that it was a Rong Yuan fragment that was enough to make any martialist take a risk. For example, the current Fang Chun definitely wanted to kill him to silence him. You can't kill me. Mo was a little anxious. If I don't return soon, Lord Protector will definitely be alerted and send out powerful cultivators to search for me. When that happens, you'll be courting death. Fang Chun stepped forward and suppressed Mo with his imposing manner. A ghostly smile appeared on his cold face. You should know the value of a fusion source fragment better than I do. If the outside world knows that I have a fusion source fragment, it will bring me endless trouble. So, Mo's expression changed. Only the dead could keep secrets forever. You Aren't you afraid of the No Demon Cult's revenge? Mo Geo panicked. No Demon Cult? Fong Chun chuckled. Even without the fusion source fragment incident, the No Demon Cult and I would never have been able to coexist. The hatred between us is irreconcilable. Back then, in the Tsang Kingdom, the No Demon Cult secretly massacred the disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, and Fong Chun was almost killed. Later, in a rage, the Sky Sword Peak Master killed his way to the No Demon Cult's lair and had yet to return. With the new and old grudges added together, how could he let go? Boom! The fear in Mo Geo's eyes gradually turned into anger. He roared angrily and wanted to escape, but the power in his body had already been sealed by Fong Chun, so there was no way he could escape from Fong Chun's palm. With a slap, a terrifying force vibrated and flames burned, turning Mo Geo into ashes that drifted away with the wind. After killing Mo Geo, Fong Chun did not dare to stay here any longer. He bowed deeply to the futon and was about to leave. However, at this moment, a dazzling light came from the last line of words that were blocked. Fong Chun subconsciously reached out to grab it, but he failed to do so. The light penetrated his palm and entered his glabella. Dong! 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 His mind trembled and his primordial spirit churned. It took him a long time to stabilize his body. At this moment, a melodious and ancient voice sounded in his mind. Blood, God, clan. The voice was trembling and hoarse, as if it was pleading. Hiss. Fong Chun pondered. What did it mean? What was the Blood Emperor trying to say? Suddenly, he saw the light turn into a drop of blood in his mind. Layers of aura gradually spread out and was absorbed by the perfect bloodline. The true appearance of the drop of blood was gradually revealed, floating motionlessly near his primordial spirit. A large amount of information appeared in Fong Chun's mind, and he instantly felt relieved. Senior, don't worry. If I meet a descendant of the Blood God clan in the future, I will definitely return this drop of blood. If I have the strength, I will also help the Blood God clan. Fong Chun cupped his fists one last time and then quietly left. Boom! After he left, the futon was annihilated, and the words on the ground drifted away with the wind. The last line of words turned into a bloody light and rushed into the sky. The cave collapsed, and even the mountain began to shake and fall to the ground, causing a great commotion. However, all traces of the Blood Emperor and the Blood God clan had disappeared completely. Fong Chun found a place to rest. He was not in a hurry to find the nest of the No Demon Cult. He needed to digest the information he had received before. Looking at the drop of blood in his mind, Fong Chun was shocked. No matter how he looked, he could not feel any aura in the blood. It was as if it was the blood of an ordinary person. However, he knew how terrifying this blood was. This was the blood essence of the Blood God clan. It was the hope of the Blood God clan. Perhaps only a descendant of the Blood God clan can activate this drop of blood. Fong Chun said to himself. He felt that the perfect bloodline was very interested in the blood of the Blood God clan. It was constantly absorbing the aura emitted by it. Not long after, Fong Chun felt the change of the perfect bloodline. Fong Chun exclaimed. After the perfect bloodline absorbed the aura of the Blood God clan's blood, there was a slight change. The perfect bloodline was the strongest bloodline in the world. It could evolve all bloodlines in the world. He began to try to evolve the bloodline of the Blood God clan. After a while, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and announced that he had failed. In the end, he concluded that the bloodline of the Blood God clan belonged to the highest level of bloodline. At this stage, he could not exert the full power of the perfect bloodline. At the same time, near the collapsed mountain, the people of the No Demon Cult came. After a careful inspection, they confirmed that the aura of Mo Geo and the man with sword-like eyebrows were here. Their faces were very gloomy. Both of them are dead. What about the psychic mirror? The man who spoke before shook his head. There was a battle here, and Mo Geo and the man with sword-like eyebrows were killed by others. Then, the psychic mirror must have been taken by others. Is the collapse of this place related to what we are looking for? Hearing this, the others' faces suddenly changed. For the time being, They were not sure if the two things were related, but they were certain that someone was secretly killing the people of the No Demon cult. Chapter 3597. Back in the primordial chaos, he had a grudge with the Gu clan because of his daughter, Feng Shi. The Gu family stubbornly clung to their own course. They believed that Feng Qin's potential was too great and wanted to completely eradicate him while he was still in the bud. Thus, they surrounded and annihilated him. This action completely infuriated Feng Qin and led to the destruction of the Gu family. The rise and fall of a clan were often separated by a single thought. After killing the Gu clan's ancestor, he had obtained some things, including the Blood Emperor's token. After Feng Qin entered the Godfall battlefield, he had almost forgotten about it. He did not expect to find something left behind by the Blood Emperor here. The fusion source fragment was a rare treasure that countless experts dreamed of. In this Dharma-ending age, the order of heaven and earth was incomplete and the rules were limited. There could no longer be a primordial chaos supreme. This made the fusion source fragment even more precious. Although Feng Qin tried to control his emotions, he was still very agitated. However, he knew that now was not the best time to refine the fusion source fragment. He remembered what Mo Gio said before he died. For countless years, the No Demon cult had been eyeing the fusion source fragment. Now that he'd gotten it first, they would definitely be furious. They would soon discover Mo Gio's death. Perhaps they had already discovered it. Once they knew that he had obtained the fusion source fragment, they would definitely search for him. The purpose of his trip was to rescue the Sky Sword Peak Master. If that happened, it would definitely be more difficult for him. Whoosh! Feng Qin took a deep breath and adjusted his state. He put away the fusion source fragment and withdrew his consciousness from his mind. The perfect bloodline flowed in his body, and the blood essence of the Blood God clan floated quietly. Soon, he reached his peak state and decided to take the initiative to search for the No Demon cult's lair. There's a cave over there. Let's go take a look. There was a commotion outside. Feng Qin listened carefully and knew that the No Demon cult had come. He shook his head. He did not expect the No Demon cult to come so quickly. They should not have discovered me yet. Feng Qin calmed down and analyzed the current situation. He quickly made a decision. The No Demon cult must have known that Mo Gio was dead and came out to search for him. The collapse of the mountain must have attracted their attention. Perhaps they did not know that he had obtained the fusion source fragment. In fact, Feng Qin's guess was correct. When the people of the No Demon cult discovered that the mountain had collapsed, they immediately reported the situation. When the Protector heard about it, he was furious. He secretly went to the ruins of the collapsed mountain and carefully sensed the surroundings. However, he did not find any trace of the Rong Yuan fragment. After that, he gave the order to seal off the bewitching mountain range. Even if they had to dig 3 feet into the ground, they had to find the culprit who had killed Mo Gio and MOU. Although the members of the No Demon sect had spread out to search for Feng Qin, they did not know that this matter involved the Rong source fragment. After all, not many people were qualified to know about the Rong source fragment. Feng Qin's eyes flickered when he heard the voice from outside the cave. Then, he quickly concealed himself and entered the void to secretly check his surroundings. 5 people. Feng Qin saw the people from the No Demon cult approaching the cave he was in. There were a total of 5 people, and the leader was a 9th Order saint, while the other 4 were all at the peak of the 8th Order. They were a small team responsible for searching this area. Be careful. Since that person could kill Mo Gio, he must have the strength to fight against a 9th Order saint. Once we find him, we will join forces to encircle him, said the leader. Don't worry, big brother. With you and the 4 of us, once we set up a battle formation, he won't be able to escape unless he is an invincible saint. The others did not think much of it. This was their territory, and it was more than enough to deal with an outsider. As they spoke, the 5 of them had already arrived at the entrance of the cave. The blond man took a step forward and directly went into the cave. He scanned the surroundings, but did not find anything. Big brother, there's no one. The others followed in and confirmed that no one was going to leave. Boom! However, at this moment, the surrounding walls of the cave began to crumble. The terrifying demon slayer power swept out in an instant, and the entrance was directly sealed. The sudden change made the five people's faces change drastically. They felt the power of the formation and were very careful. Send the message quickly. The leader shouted and entered a state of battle. Pucci. In the demon slayer formation, a ghostly figure flashed. The members of the No Demon cult only saw a flash of light in front of their eyes. The next moment, they found their companions beside them, clutching their necks and falling to the ground. Fourth brother, someone shouted. When he looked down, he was instantly stunned. There was a small sword wound on fourth brother's neck, and blood was flowing out. Although the wound was small, fourth brother was already dead. Big brother. The other three finally felt afraid and looked at the leader. The latter's face was gloomy. He knew how terrifying the formation was after failing to send a message. Let's work together and break the formation. Not long after, the cave returned to peace. 5 corpses were lying on the ground with blood flowing out. The Demon Slayer formation had collapsed, and Fang Chun was long gone. Whoosh! Whoosh! Someone heard the sound of the battle and rushed over. Was there a commotion here? One of the elders of the No Demon cult arrived. When he saw the 5 corpses, he was furious. He spread out his divine sense, but did not find any clues. Damn it! He spread the news, and the other search teams began to prepare for battle. However, this was just the beginning. Soon, there would be a bloody storm in the demonic mountain range. Fang Chun was like a hunter, hiding in the dark and beginning to hunt. In the dark space, outside the Dark Sword Mound, the Protector stood with his hands behind his back, staring at the Dark Sword Mound and the Sky Sword Peak Master, who was in a sorry state. The latter could not fight against the Dark Sword Mound, but he would rather die than submit. Sky Sword Peak Master, you don't have much time left. The Protector's body was shrouded in black mist, and his voice was slightly hoarse and sinister. Pucci, one of the Sky Sword Peak Master's legs was pierced by the dark sword, and he fell to the ground, struggling at death's door. He raised his head and looked at the void with his determined eyes. You want me to do something heartless for you, Black Sheep? Dream on. The Sky Sword Peak Master said coldly. He would rather die than betray the world. The Protector shook his head. Why? If you die, the Heaven-Defying Alliance will not be able to avenge you. Because of you, many of the Heaven-Defying Alliance's disciples will die. The Protector pointed to the distant sky. Now, there are people from the Heaven-Defying Alliance who have broken into the demonic mountain range. I guess they are here to save you. Unfortunately, you will never see it. Hearing this, the Sky Sword Peak Master's eyes turned red, and he fell into madness. Kill me. He rushed into the array set up by the Dark Sword and attacked wildly, without caring about anything else. What a stubborn person. If you were not useful, you would have died long ago. The Protector snorted, very displeased. If the No Demon cult wanted to shake the foundation of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, they had to destroy it from the inside. They had sent some disciples to infiltrate the Heaven-Defying Alliance, but they had not found anything after countless years. Chapter 3598. In the demonic Strange Mountain Range, a figure was flying through the void. If he had not released his aura, he would not have been discovered. Over there. Sure enough, as soon as he released his aura, he was discovered by the people of the No Demon cult. A small team quickly caught up and surrounded him, staring at him coldly. This was already Fang Chen's 5th day as a hunter in the demonic Strange Mountain Range. The number of No Demon cult members who had died in his hands was already numerous. Anyone who dares to go against the No Demon cult will be killed without mercy. The No Demon cult members did not say anything and immediately joined forces to encircle and kill Fang Chun. Rumble. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. Fang Chun executed the time immemorial sword art and engaged in a chaotic battle with them. After a long while, looking at the corpses lying on the ground, Fang Chun disappeared into the darkness. After a long time, Fang Chun appeared in front of a mountain stream. There was a waterfall flowing down from the cliff, and the surroundings were lush with towering trees. He spread out his consciousness and checked the surroundings. After finding no danger, he sat down on the blue stone. Fang Chen's primordial spirit had undergone several transformations and had reached the peak of the golden core realm. He was only one step away from the nascent soul realm. Looking into his mind, his golden core realm primordial spirit stood quietly. Beside it, a drop of red blood floated. This was the blood essence of the Blood God clan. My primordial spirit has reached a bottleneck. It will be difficult to break through in a short time. Fang Chen sighed. The cultivation of the soul, Tao, was much more difficult than the cultivation of the martial Tao. Especially the later stages, the harder it was to improve. Across the entire God's Fall battlefield, there were very few who could reach the primordial spirit transformation realm. There were probably less than 10 of them. If his current attainments in the soul Tao were to spread, it would definitely cause a commotion. His primordial spirit was far superior to most saints at the 5th level of Holy Emperor cultivation. It was even comparable to an invincible saint. This was not something an ordinary person could do. The Chaos Sword Art is gradually falling short of my desire. Fang Chen continued. In these few hunts, he could clearly feel that even if he displayed the 9th sword of the Chaos Sword Art, he would not be able to cause large-scale damage to a 9th level saint, unless both the metal and fire origins appeared at the same time. Fang Chen pondered for a moment. He knew that the road ahead would be difficult. Every step he took could create a miracle of his own. Therefore, he was very serious about planning his own path of cultivation. No matter how he thought about it, the heaven-severing alchemy technique was the only thing he could rely on. I wonder who is being worshipped on the altar in the Northern Sea. Fang Chen faintly guessed that the powerhouse on the altar was most likely the super powerhouse who created the ancient chaos. The evil powerhouse in the Demon Emperor's mausoleum had hidden his incarnation in the Demon Emperor's mausoleum for so long. Was it because he was afraid of the one in the North Sea? Whoosh! Fang Chen took a deep breath and sorted out his thoughts. Now, the world changed greatly. The primal chaos battlefield disappeared. The peak giants were trapped, unable to return. But at this time, the young Marquis and the others arrived at the magic sky, fire domain, in an invincible manner. Could it be that the force behind the young Duke is the one who instigated the battle of gods? Fang Chen pondered, and his face was a little solemn. He felt more and more pressed for time. He thought of the blood cavalry saint, the abyss of immortal corpses, and the Star Knights. With a thought, a token appeared in his palm. It was obtained in the abyss of immortal corpses. The blood cavalry saint had given him many opportunities. He also said that if he could comprehend the 3 origins at the same time, he could activate the token and return to the abyss of immortal corpses to obtain his ultimate inheritance. 3. Fang Chen smiled bitterly. The 5 origins had different powers. It was easy for him to comprehend the metal origin, but it was more difficult to comprehend the fire origin. The 2 origins repelled each other. If he had not refined the fire source, or he would not have fully comprehended the fire origin. Now, if he wanted to comprehend the 3rd origin quickly, he could only rely on rare treasures or amazing opportunities. In the end, Fang Chen thought of the fusion source fragment. He tried to refine it, but to no avail. He could only smile bitterly. Let's save the Sky Sword Peak Master first. After all, this was the lair of the No Demon cult. It was dangerous. When he returned to the Myriad Tao world, he could refine the fusion source fragment in peace. Once he refined it, the 2 origins would fuse. Then his strength would skyrocket. He might even be comparable to an invincible saint. Whoosh! Fang Chen took a deep breath and put away the fusion source fragment. The next moment, he jumped into the waterfall. For the next few days, Fang Chen hid in the dark and hunted the people of the No Demon cult. The team sent by the No Demon cult consisted of 5 people led by a 9th level saint. Most of the others were 8th level saints. Of course, there were also some powerful teams with 5 9th level saints. However, after going through so many hardships, Fang Chen could deal with 9th level saints easily. Unless he faced 5 peak 9th level saints at the same time, he had nothing to fear. Of course, even if he was surrounded by 5 peak 9th level saints, he was confident that he could escape unscathed. Just like that, a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Fong Chun captured several elders of the No Demon cult. From them, he learned that the Sky Sword Peak Master was still alive and trapped in the Dark Sword Mound. They want the Sky Sword Peak Master to submit? Fong Chun thought to himself. Was the No Demon cult trying to disintegrate the heaven-defying alliance from the inside? He thought of Su Yin, a disciple of the Tao Palace who was ranked in the top 50 but had the No Demon bloodline. His heart palpitated. How many spies were there in the heaven-defying alliance? Moreover, he also knew that the sect master of the No Demon cult was also trapped in the chaos battlefield. Now, the strongest person in the lair was the guardian dragon, who was stronger than an ordinary invincible saint. However, for some reason, he could not leave the demonic mountain range, as if he was suppressing something. In this way, Fong Chun's chances of rescuing the Sky Sword Peak Master increased. The Sky Sword Peak Master's life is not in danger for the time being. I've caused such a big commotion recently. They must have prepared an inescapable trap for me. Fong Chun pondered. I've improved rapidly in the battle with the No Demon cult. It's hard to find such a high-quality sparring partner. Fong Chun smiled leisurely. He had already made his decision. The No Demon cult was notorious, and everyone in the Godfall battlefield had the right to punish them. Anyone who joined the No Demon cult was basically a lunatic and deserved to be killed. Why not take this opportunity to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and promote good? In the process, he could also hone himself and break through. The purpose of the Black and White Elders sending him here was to hone himself in blood and fire and break through. Kill until the No Demon cult trembles. Fong Chun was filled with invincible confidence. At this moment, he was like a god of war. No Demon cult, I'm coming. Chapter 3599. With Fong Chun's current battle prowess, he could be considered one of the best in the Godfall battlefield. At least, no one below the invincible saint realm could kill him. After all, his current cultivation was only a 5th-level holy emperor. Even in the most glorious era of the ancient times, there wasn't such a monster like him. This was why the Black and White Elders favored him so much. At this stage, the entire Godfall battlefield was in chaos. With the disappearance of the chaos battlefield and the appearance of the young Marquis and the others, the entire Godfall battlefield was shrouded in a dark aura. If it weren't for the Nether Ghost Lord and the others, the young Marquis and the others would have already swept the world. All the major sects were in imminent danger. Some of the weaker sects had almost all their disciples run away. After all, even if they cared about their sects, it was under the premise that they could survive. Only the top sects were holding on bitterly. Among them were the ancient Ox Demon clan and the Sword Saint Mountain. These two major forces were secretly plotting how to kill Fong Chun and inflict heavy losses on the heaven-defying alliance. Especially the Sword Saint Mountain. All their outstanding disciples had been wiped out, and they had all died at the hands of the same person. This made them very angry. As for the ancient Ox Demon clan, they were originally somewhat afraid of the heaven-defying alliance. However, under the persuasion of the Sword Saint Mountain and the appearance of the young Marquis and the others, they were somewhat shaken. Now, the Sword Saint Mountain Lord and the Ox Demon clan's patriarch had entered the chaos battlefield and couldn't return. The secret talks between the two sects were handled by their elders. Third Elder Nyo, the Ox Demon clan's punishment elder, was a peak 9th-level saint. When the Ox Demon fell, he was in the radical faction that advocated revenge. Now that the invincible saints of the Ox Demon clan were trapped in the chaos battlefield, he naturally presided over the matters of the Ox Demon clan. Today, in the ancestral land of the Ox Demon clan, the empty mountain peak was surrounded by green smoke. It was like a fairyland. One could vaguely hear the sound of moo. According to the Ox Demon clan, this was the sound of the great Tao being chanted by their ancestors. If one cultivated in the ancestral land and listened to the sound of the great Tao, there was a chance that one could comprehend the ultimate secret technique and become the supreme existence of the Ox Demon clan. They could even step into the legendary primal chaos supreme. The scorching sun hung high in the sky, and the lush willow branches hung down. Two people sat in front of the stone table. Third Elder Nyo picked up the teacup and took a sip. Although this tea is expensive, it tastes a little bitter. On the other side, the elder of Sword Saint Mountain stroked his beard and smiled. Elder Nyo San, in troubled times come ambitious heroes. Only in this chaotic situation can we break the monopoly of the heaven-defying alliance. At the same time, he gave an example. For countless years, ever since the heaven-defying alliance had dominated the God's Fall battlefield, over 90% of the resources had been taken by the heaven-defying alliance. One had to know that this was the place where the gods had fallen. There were inheritances and opportunities for cultivation everywhere. There were even remnants of thoughts left behind by some ancient powerhouses. However, as long as the heaven-defying alliance existed, they would never have a share. Right now, the top leaders of the sect are trapped in the chaos battlefield. "This is our chance," said the elder of the Sword Saint Mountain. If the two forces worked together, they wouldn't be afraid of the heaven-defying alliance. With the young Marquis and the others holding them back, it would be difficult for the heaven-defying alliance to divert their attention. Third Elder Nyo put down the teacup and stated the conditions of the Ox Demon clan. "Our prodigy was killed by Fong Chun of the Dao Palace, so we only have one goal, and that is to capture Fong Chun. If the two forces worked together and defeated the heaven-defying alliance, the Ox Demon clan would only want Fong Chun." The elder of Sword Saint Mountain pondered. Fong Chun might be a monster, but he shouldn't be so important to the Ox Demon clan, right? Could it be that the Ox Demon clan had discovered something? But even if he had a secret treasure, so what? Could it compare to the vast resources of the heaven-defying alliance? When the time came, Sword Saint Mountain would become the strongest sect. They would have endless resources for cultivation. Why would they care about Fong Chen's secrets? The elder of Sword Saint Mountain shook his head and agreed to third elder Nyo San's conditions. "Well then, shouldn't we discuss it now?" In the demonic mountain range, Fong Chen hid in the darkness and turned into a dark hunter, slaughtering to his heart's content. He didn't feel any guilt for killing the No Demon cult. He only felt good. He could clearly see that the sinful light on the No Demon cult's people was terrifyingly thick. How much sin did they have to commit to have such a terrifying, sinful light? "You all deserve to die." Fong Chun was furious. Holding the hidden star sword, he rushed into the crowd. Wherever the sword light passed, the No Demon cult's people fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, a group of people was killed just like that. Clap, clap, buzz. A terrifying dark aura whizzed over. Fong Chen's expression changed drastically. His heartbeat accelerated, and his perfect bloodline instantly erupted, enveloping his entire body. Then, without thinking, he directly performed the heaven-slashing alchemy and slashed out with his sword. The origin of gold ran wildly, raising the power of the heaven-slashing alchemy to a new level. In the void, the golden sword light turned into a golden storm, sweeping through the forest and blasting towards the source of danger. A soft sound of surprise came from the void. The next moment, a dark hand blocked the golden storm. Rumble! The golden storm was instantly annihilated, and the golden sword light also shattered. The dark hand shook a little, and a wound was torn between the thumb and forefinger. Fong Chun was hit by a powerful impact. He took a few steps back and stabilized his body. His pupils constricted, and he stared straight ahead. In the void crack behind the dark hand, a black figure walked out. So strong. Fong Chun immediately felt the strength of the other party. Facing this person, he actually felt fear. "Invincible saint," Fong Chun exclaimed. He didn't expect to be targeted by an invincible saint when he was hunting the No Demon cult in the demonic mountain range. "Protector." He thought of the protector that Emojio mentioned. Interesting. The protector spoke. There was no light in his dark eyes, and he looked coldly at Fong Chun. A 5th-level holy emperor can burst out the battle strength of a 9th-level saint. In this era, your potential is unmatched. This was the first time the protector met Fong Chun, but he had a high opinion of him. Moreover, if I'm not wrong, the swordsmanship you just used should have touched upon the power of Supreme Being. In fact, this was what shocked the protector. Fong Chun was shocked. The heaven-slashing alchemy came from the expert on the altar in the North Sea. According to his guess, that expert was most likely related to the Battle of Deity Fall. Now, the protector said that this swordsmanship had touched upon the power of a supreme being. Feng Chen seemed to have thought of something. "You are Feng Chen?" Clearly, the protector of the Sands demon cult knew who Feng Chen was, and had recognized him in an instant. Feng Chen was silent, thinking of a way to escape. Chapter 3600. An invincible saint was a super expert who was above a 9th-level saint. It was no exaggeration to say that an invincible saint was considered a top existence if the chaotic supremes did not appear. Even in the heaven-defying alliance, there were not many who could compete with them. Such experts had cultivated their physical body, primordial spirit, and origin to the extreme. Their strength was simply unimaginable. Feng Chen's face was gloomy. He did not expect to be targeted by the protector of the No Demon cult. He held the hidden star sword tightly, ready to escape at any time. However, the protector's aura was firmly locked on him. He did not dare to move easily. After all, he was facing an invincible saint. The slightest mistake would cause his soul to scatter. "What?" Feng Chen shook his head and waved his hand blankly. "I don't know what you're talking about." He knew the importance of the Rong Yuan fragment better than anyone else. The No Demon cult had been here for countless years for it. He would definitely not admit it at this moment. Of course, Feng Chen also knew that it made no difference to him whether he admitted it or not. The No Demon cult would not let him go the moment they discovered him. The protector sneered. He waved his sleeve, and a mighty dark power swept across the world, instantly confining the surrounding void. "I thought it would be the two old fart from the Dao Palace who would come to save the Sky Sword Peak Master. I didn't expect it to be you." The protector no longer asked about the Rong Yuan fragment. He stared at Feng Chen with interest and surprise in his eyes. Previously, the higher-ups of the No Demon cult had analyzed and agreed that Feng Chen's potential was too strong. He would definitely become a stumbling block to the revival of the No Demon cult in the future. Therefore, they had issued the order to kill him. However, the protector was still shocked when he saw Feng Chen. They had underestimated Feng Chen's potential. In such a short time, he had stepped into the 5th-level Saint King realm from the 3rd-level Saint King realm. Most importantly, he had the combat strength of a 9th-level saint. One could imagine how terrifying he was. Boom! Feng Chen knew that if he delayed any longer, he would definitely die, so he chose to escape. The blood in his body was fully activated. With a stomp of his foot, a terrifying crack appeared on the ground. Then, he flicked his wrist, and the hidden star sword pierced through the air toward the guardian of the Sands demon cult. Heaven-severing alchemy. At this moment, Feng Chen couldn't care less. He directly used his strongest technique. As soon as the sky-severing alchemy was used, the world instantly darkened. Dense sword lights contained sharp sword chi. The origin source in his body spun as the origin source of metal entered the hidden star sword. The origin source of fire condensed into a fire dragon that circled above the hidden star sword, resonating with it from a distance. Kill! The sword slashed out with an imposing aura, causing the sealed space to vibrate. At the sight of this, even the protector of the No Demon cult was somewhat stunned. Clearly he was shocked by the heaven-severing alchemy technique. An ancient secret technique. Is this the legendary ancient supreme technique? As an invincible sage, he was a living fossil in the ancient times. He had come into contact with many half-step chaotic supremes. Therefore, he could tell at a glance that this secret technique wasn't something that could be created by a half-step chaotic supremacy. Therefore, the answer was self-evident. This was most likely the legendary ancient supreme technique. In the blink of an eye, the dazzling sword light had already closed in on the protector of the No Demon cult. He woke up from his daze, and his eyes emitted a shocking gaze. This is interesting. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Feng Chen was hiding a great secret. He licked his dry lips as his heart pounded. The ancient supreme technique had appeared once again. He must get it. Break. The aura around the protector of the No Demon cult rippled as dark energy circled around his palm. He instantly struck out with his palm, colliding with the sword light. The sound of metal colliding was heard. In the next moment, he flipped his palm and grabbed the dazzling sword light with his bare hands. Crack! Under his powerful strength, the sword light shattered. He quickly formed a seal with his hands and sealed the light that shot out from the shattered sword light and the complicated runes. Then, he looked into the distance. In the distant horizon, Fang Chun was shuttling through the void at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. "You want to escape from under my nose?" The protector of the no-demon cult sneered. In a flash, he gave chase. In this demonic mountain range, he was the absolute king. Facing a fifth-level holy emperor, he could suppress him with a single hand. The ancient supreme technique is mine. The protector of the no-demon cult's eyes turned red. He was going crazy. The ancient supreme technique was too tempting for him. He had to get no matter what. This was also the reason why he didn't kill Fang Chun. If not, Fang Chun wouldn't have been able to escape. What should I do? Sensing the terrifying aura behind him, Fang Chun's heart skipped a beat. No matter how fast he couldn't be faster than an invincible sage. At the same time, in the huge demonic mountain range, countless no-demon cult members who were searching for Fang Chun's whereabouts stopped in their tracks. They felt the pressure from the void, and their hearts trembled. It's the protector. Oh my God, the protector is personally making such a big move. Could the person who killed Mo Gio be an expert from the Dao Palace? So what if he's from the Dao Palace? How dare he come to our no-demon cult's lair? He's courting death. Just wait. It won't be long before the protector suppresses him. Almost everyone in the no-demon cult thought that the protector's strength was unparalleled and he was an undefeatable legend. They were completely unaware that the person the Guardian was chasing was the monstrous genius Fang Chun, whose name had recently shaken the world. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fang Chun was already using all his strength. His speed soared to the maximum. The faster he moved, the more desperate his eyes were. Am I going to die just like that? Fang Chun was unwilling. He couldn't shake off the protector's pursuit. At this moment, he was mocking himself. Before entering the demonic mountain range, he was ambitious and thought that he could escape unscathed even if he faced an invincible saint. Now he finally understood what an invincible saint was. Freeze! In front of a mountain stream, the protector of the Sands demon cult caught up. He raised his hand gently, and the waterfall instantly froze. The surrounding void was also sealed. Fang Chun floated in midair, motionless. The supreme ancient technique. The protector looked at Fang Chun with an extremely greedy gaze, as if the supreme ancient technique was already in his hands. Fang Chun couldn't move. He struggled with all his might, but it was to no avail. Just as Zhang Xian was about to detonate his perfect bloodline, the waterfall suddenly exploded, causing the earth to tremble violently. An aura of endless vitality burst forth from the depths of the earth. Everywhere it passed, flowers and trees grew rapidly. This strange scene stunned the protector of the no-demon cult. He immediately shouted coldly, "Who's there?" As if it had passed through the river of time, the ancient voice sounded leisurely. Chapter 36:01. An aura of desolation surged forward and detonated the space as soon as it appeared. Crack! The sound of the void cracking could be heard as the cracks on the ground grew bigger. A terrifying aura was emitted, forming a vast vortex in the void that spun wildly. Break! The protector of the Sands demon cult, who was chasing after Fang Chun, was blocked by the vortex. His eyes turned cold as he threw out a punch. However, his fist was sent flying as soon as it came into contact with the vortex. Bang! As the two made contact, the vortex swayed and dissipated. The protector's body was sent flying and dragged on the ground for a long time before stabilizing himself. His entire body was shrouded in a dark aura as his aura grew increasingly terrifying. His eyes turned scarlet as he stared ahead. An old man in a green robe suddenly appeared from the crack in the ground. At that instant, the world came to a standstill. Fang Chun was stunned as his heart was in turmoil. The voice that crossed the river of time was still echoing in his ears. It was too shocking. Who is he? Fang Chen stared at the old man in green robes. The latter looked like an ordinary person, but Fang Chen could sense an extremely dangerous aura from him. His heart raced as his heart skipped a beat. Did the old man in green robes just say that he's in a deep slumber here? Could he be a super expert that survived the ancient battle gods? Was he awakened by the aura of the protector? At the thought of this, Fang Chen was secretly delighted as he vaguely saw a glimmer of hope of escaping. The old man in green robes had a skinny figure with a hint of displeasure between his brows. His cheeks were full of wrinkles, and he looked very old, as if he would sway when he walked. However, the threat that he posed to the protector was extremely great. "Who are you?" Finally, after a long silence, the void regained its calm. Amidst the dust, the protector of the Sands demon cult suppressed the shock in his heart and asked in a deep voice. He had also participated in the ancient battle of gods. However, he did not have the strength he had now and was not qualified to take part in the core battle. An ancient expert? The protector of the Sands demon cult stared straight at the azure-robed old man. He wanted to determine his identity from his appearance and the presence he radiated. However, in the end, he was disappointed because he could not find such an old man even after searching through all the ancient memories in his mind. However, he was certain that the old man's strength was not inferior to his. At the very least, the combat strength that he had just displayed was already comparable to that of an invincible saint. Of course, he didn't believe that the green-robed elder had stepped into the primal chaos supremacy realm. After all, it was basically impossible for a primal chaos supremacy to appear in this world. "Who am I?" The blue-clothed old man chuckled, as if he were mocking himself. "After so many years, even I have forgotten. I only vaguely remember that someone once called me Monarch Green." "What?" The protector cried out when he heard that. He staggered a few times as his heart trembled. He could not help but take a few steps back as he stared at the old man cautiously. Waves of shock rose in his heart. He didn't dare to believe that the person in front of him was actually the famous Monarch Green. "You are Qing Jun?" Qing Jun, the one who suppressed the 3 major demon clans and made them bow their heads? The protector was speechless. "If there is no second Monarch Green in this world, then you should be talking about me." The green-robed old man squinted his eyes and smiled. The protector was completely confused. The demon cult had been hiding here for the fusion source fragment, but they had never discovered that there was an ancient expert sleeping under the earth. How is that possible? Monarch Green has already died in the battle of the ancient gods. The protector shook his head. Although he couldn't participate in the core battle back then, he had heard of Monarch Green's fame. He suppressed the 3 major demon clans and made them bow their heads. When the battle of the ancient gods broke out, he led the 3 major demon clans and killed the enemies. At that time, the name of Monarch Green resounded throughout the world. However, in the end, Monarch Green still fell. It was said that a super expert who was suspected to have touched the threshold of the supremacy realm secretly attacked and killed Monarch Green, shattering his primordial spirit so that he could not be resurrected. That battle was earth-shattering, and it was said that it almost shattered the sky. Monarch Green's death was witnessed by all the experts. His primordial spirit was shattered and annihilated in the void. Even the supremacy realm of chaos could not be resurrected. Not far away, Fang Chen was stunned. The ancient peak expert Monarch Green was not dead and had awakened here? That's not right. Suddenly, the protector was in a trance, and then he quickly reacted. Rumor has it that Monarch Green has a violent temper and will directly attack if there is a disagreement. He must have been sleeping here to cultivate. I woke him up, and according to his character, he will not talk nonsense with me and will directly kill me. The protector analyzed, and he even told me his name as if he wanted me to retreat. Thinking of this, the protector's eyes turned and he said coldly, "You are not Monarch Green, or rather, you are just an incarnation." Sure enough, the expression on the green-robed old man's face changed. "Yes, this is indeed an incarnation of mine. If my real body is here, do you think you can still stand here and talk to me?" The green-robed old man no longer concealed. "Humph, pretending to be mysterious. You were at your peak back then, but you could not escape the shackles of fate and died in the battle of God's fall. Now that you are just an incarnation, do you think I will be afraid of you?" The protector sneered, but at the same time, he was secretly delighted. He was facing the legendary monarch Green. Even if it was just an incarnation, if he could kill him, it would be enough to make him famous. "An ant like you, when I was at my peak, I could suppress you with one hand," the green-robed old man said indifferently. Boom! The protector took the lead, and a terrifying power rushed over from all directions. At the same time, he flipped his palm and crushed a jade talisman. The next moment, the entire demonic strange mountain range was shrouded in a layer of invisible power, exuding an incomparably evil aura. "This is the celestial sacrificial array?" The green-robed old man frowned. Such an evil array still existed in the world. "Ha! Originally this array was prepared for those old farts of the Defying Heaven Alliance, but it was worth it to use it on you, Monarch Green." Previously, when the Protector found that Mo was dead and the fusion source fragment had disappeared, he returned to his lair and began to plan. Now that the celestial sacrificial array had been completed, he had nothing to fear. Even if there was a small accident midway, a mere incarnation of Monarch Green could not stop him. "You go first, I will stop him." Monarch Green's voice sounded in Fong Chen's ears. He was stunned for a moment and immediately asked, "Senior." Monarch Green seemed to understand what Fong Chen wanted to ask and said bluntly, "My life and death brothers are in the Blood God clan. I don't want to see the last hope of the Blood God clan disappear." Fong Chen was relieved. Without saying a word, he leaped and disappeared into the darkness. Humph! The celestial sacrificial array has completely sealed off the demonic strange mountain range. He can't escape. Chapter 3602. Lord Qing's name had shaken the ancient times. However, in this age of chaos, almost no one knew him. His reputation no longer existed. The no-demon cult protector opened his arms, his black robe fluttering, and a terrifying dark aura swept across the world. The heavens sacrificial array had been completely completed, and the demonic mountain range was completely sealed. Originally, this forbidden array was prepared for the experts of the Defying Heaven Alliance, but the arrival of Fong Chun and the appearance of Lord Qing forced the Protector to activate the array in advance. The Celestial Sacrificial Array, as its name suggested, was an extremely evil array. In ancient times, this type of array was explicitly forbidden. Its core operating principle was to use the blood and qi of the world's living beings as the main source, and the corpses as the supplement, to absorb the darkest aura between heaven and earth. The more this was the case, the more powerful it would be. Even an invincible saint would be in danger if they were trapped in the heavens' sacrificial array. It could be said that in the entire God-fall battlefield, unless the leader of the Defying Heaven Alliance intervened, no one could resist it, not even Lord Qing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the heaven's sacrificial array had been completely activated. The dark aura swept through every corner, and the storm-like power struck Lord Qing's body. The latter's body was slightly thin, as if he would fall to the ground at any time. However, there was a touch of determination on Lord Qing's withered face. His pupils were also emitting a lustful light. "After sleeping for countless years, it seems that the world has forgotten me," Lord Qing said coldly. Even though it was just a clone, it was not something that ordinary people could compare to. An invincible saint of the age of chaos. Lord Qing sneered when he saw the no-demon cult protector coming at him. The definition of an invincible saint was different in different eras. If the definition was different, then there would naturally be a gap in strength. Moreover, how could the age of chaos be compared to the ancient times? It was no exaggeration to say that an invincible saint of the ancient times was comparable to a half-step chaotic supremacy of this era. One could imagine how big the gap was. Boom! Lord Qing stomped his foot, and the ground cracked. Above his head, a green light emerged, and then quickly condensed into a handprint. Under his control, The handprint rushed towards the no-demon cult protector as fast as lightning. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The power of the all-heavens sacrificial formation filled the air. The protector of the Sands demon cult was fearful of Lord Qing from the bottom of his heart. Therefore, he used a thunderous method to suppress Lord Qing the moment he attacked. He manipulated the power of the celestial sacrificial matrix and constantly squeezed Qing Jun, forcing him to divert his attention to resist. At the same time, he launched his strongest attack at the handprint condensed by Qing Jun Boom. When the two collided, a deafening explosion erupted. Terrifying energy rippled out. Fang Chun, who had already fled far away, was also sent flying by this force. With a bang, he crashed into a mountain and directly smashed into it. Pucci, climbing up from the rubble, Fang Chun cut a sorry figure. His qi and blood were boiling, and his internal organs were trembling. Too strong. Is this a showdown between peak experts? The celestial sacrificial array was enough to shock Fang Chun, who had extraordinary attainments in the Tao of formations. Unexpectedly, the collision between Qing Jun and the protector of the no-demon cult was even more breathtaking. Fang Chun could imagine that if he were to take this blow from the protector of the no-demon cult, even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. He quickly adjusted his breathing and then rushed out of the broken mountain. He glanced at the battle in the distance and continued to flee, even though he knew very well that once the all-heavens sacrificial array was set up, it was almost impossible to break through. However, if he stayed here, he would undoubtedly die. It was better to fight to the death and see if he could create a miracle in a hopeless situation. The trembling sound behind him grew louder and louder. Fang Chun knew that Qing Jun had temporarily blocked the protector of the no-demon cult. He sighed. Qing Jun had survived the battle of the ancient gods. Now, with just a clone, he was able to resist the protector of the no-demon cult who was at the level of an invincible saint. From this, one could imagine how terrifying Qing Jun was at his peak. Disciples of the no-demon cult, listen to my order. Kill Fang Chun with all your strength. A cold voice reverberated over the demonic strange mountains. Fang Chun was stunned. Immediately, a sense of crisis soared. He almost did not think about it and directly fled into the void. Qing Jun's clone had blocked the no-demon cult's protector, but with the all-heavens sacrificial array blocking him, he could not escape the demonic strange mountains. In other words, he would face endless encirclement. Most of them were ninth-order saints. Whoosh! Fang Chun knew that the most severe test had arrived. Qing Jun could not free himself and could only rely on himself. Kill. Kakik. Fang Chun, you can't escape. The no-demon cult people fell into a frenzy. They had been searching for the person who killed Mo Gio, but it turned out to be a disciple of the Tao Palace. They were furious. A large group of people spread out and searched inch by inch. In the dense forest, towering trees stood in great numbers. Fang Chun hid in one of the trees. Fortunately, Fang Chun breathed a sigh of relief. The protector of the no-demon cult was blocked by Qing Jun, and even the all-heaven sacrificial array had a certain stagnation. The evil power was weakened a lot, and the impact on him was greatly reduced. In this way, he could concentrate on dealing with the others. Swoosh! Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, someone found him. A mid-ninth order saint. The strongest person in this team was a mid-ninth order saint, and the other four were early-stage ninth order saints. With a thought, Fang Chun made his decision. What he needed to do now was to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, if he delayed, he would be surrounded, and that would be troublesome. Kill. He used a secret technique and hid in the void. In an instant, he appeared behind the leader. Heaven-severing alchemy. He used his strongest attack as soon as he attacked. A dazzling sword light appeared out of thin air, and before the leader could react, it pierced through his head. Damn it! The leader fell to the ground. Only then did the other four people react. Unfortunately, it was too late. Not long after, Fang Chun disappeared, leaving behind 5 corpses. There's movement over there. Soon, the movement here attracted the attention of the other teams. When they found the traces of battle, they were furious. You can't escape. Everyone searched for Fong Chun according to the clues left in the void. In the center of the All Heavens sacrificial array, Qing Jun stood with his hands behind his back. There was a smile on his shriveled face. The protector of the No Demon cult was furious. Qing Jun said leisurely, "I'll say it again. Let this little brother go, and I won't pester you anymore." "Humph, dream on." The protector of a No Demon cult said coldly, "You can't even protect yourself, and you still dare to meddle in other people's business?" Qing Jun shook his head, and the look in his eyes changed. "The demonic mountain range is much more dangerous than you think. If you continue to fight here, the consequences will be unimaginable." After the battle back then, Qing Jun chose to sleep here for a reason. This dangerous place involved the secret of reincarnation. Not long ago, Fong Chun also saw the protector of the reincarnation road and obtained the standard reincarnation blade. Chapter 36:03. The celestial sacrificial array had completely sealed off the demonic strange mountain range, and some of the powerful demonic beasts in this dangerous place were awakened. Lord Qing tried to stop the protector, but it was impossible for the latter to stop. The moment the celestial sacrificial array appeared, it was destined that the protector's plan for many years would be officially launched. Since we dared to station ourselves here, how can we not know the strangeness of this place? The protector sneered. Why did the descendant of the Blood God clan enter here with the fusion source fragment? Why was Lord Qing sleeping here? Boom! The two men once again engaged in a chaotic battle. Although Lord Qing was only an incarnation, his means were heaven-defying, and he was able to withstand the attack of the protector of the No Demon cult. Moreover, he used his own strength to suppress the celestial sacrificial array, preventing it from exerting its strongest power. This way, it could be considered to have bought time for Fong Chun. Whoosh! Whoosh! As Fong Chun sped along, a commotion could be heard behind him. The members of the No Devil cult were chasing after him, but he couldn't care less. He didn't want to deal with the weaker members of the No Devil cult. "Where do you think you're going?" An early-stage 9th-level saint blocked Fong Chun's path. His task was very simple, which was to stall for time. Die! Fong Chun performed the heaven-severing alchemy technique, and the power of the two sources erupted, forming a terrible spatial storm. Poochie! Almost in an instant, the hidden star sword pierced through the man's head, and then Fong Chun leaped and disappeared. Damn it! Behind him, there was a terrible aura sweeping over, and angry roars were incessant. Everyone realized the terrifying strength of Fong Chun. Be careful. His strength is enough to kill an early-stage 9th-level saint. Someone reminded. The ones at the front were peak 9th-level saints. Their cold eyes locked on a Fong Chun's position. The dragon's severing terrace is ahead. Someone in the chasing team said. The demonic sun seems to be cultivating there. Quickly send a message to the demonic sun. Let him stop them. The dragon's severing stage was located at the core of the demonic mountain range. Its surroundings were filled with terrifying dragon roars. There was a rumor about the dragon severing stage. It was said that there was once a powerful being who cultivated here. The dragon clan wanted to occupy this place and fought fiercely with the powerful being. In the end, the dragon clan was beheaded. Since then, the dragon clan's expression changed when they talked about this place. This was the origin of the dragon severing terrace. There were a total of 3 devil sons in the No Demon cult. Each devil son had the battle prowess of the peak of rank 9. They were the hope of the No Demon cult's rise, as well as the personal disciples of the No Demon cult master. The stone dragon demon child had been cultivating on the dragon's severing platform for 300 years. He possessed a trace of the dragon clan's bloodline, and by chance, it had fused with the demonic bloodline, evolving into an even more terrifying bloodline. He cultivated at the broken dragon platform in order to capture the blood left behind by the dragon clan powerhouse. The black-clothed stone dragon demon son was shrouded in demonic chi. His jade pendant vibrated as he slowly opened his eyes. Dao Palace disciple Fong Chun. At first, he was disdainful, but when he found out that this person might have obtained the fusion source fragment that the No Demon cult coveted, he was instantly excited. As he pondered, he got up and stood at the peak of the dragon-severing terrace, looking down at the ground. Soon, he discovered Fong Chun, who was rushing over. A rank 5 holy king? The stone dragon demon's son was clearly surprised when he saw Fong Chun. Boom! With a thought, he slammed his palm forward. Instantly, a terrifying demonic chi handprint condensed in the void and shrouded Fong Chun. Poof! Fong Chun cursed in his heart. With a shake of his wrist, he split the handprint with his sword. At the same time, his body was forced to stop. Interesting. The stone dragon demon's son's pupils shrank as he was shocked. He had been cultivating in seclusion for 300 years and knew nothing about what had happened in the outside world. Naturally, he did not know about Fong Chen's shocking deeds in the demonic sky fire domain. In his impression, it was rare for a rank 5 holy king to have the battle prowess of a rank 9 saint. You are Fong Chun, a disciple of the Doctrine Palace? The stone dragon demon's son regained his composure and stared at Fong Chun as he asked. Fong Chun remained silent as he thought of a way to deal with the situation. The stone dragon demon's son sneered. Hand over the Rong Yuan shard on you and swear to be my servant. I can guarantee your safety. Dream on. Fong Chun did not want to waste any more time and immediately used the sky-severing alchemy skill. Whoosh! A dazzling sword light mixed with 2 terrifying origins whizzed out. This is the stone dragon demon son's eyes widened. The sword light in the void made his heart palpitate. What kind of secret technique is this? This kind of secret technique had already surpassed his understanding. His heart was filled with greed as his eyes were filled with greed. Die! The stone dragon demon's son flipped his palm, and 2 different origins appeared. A black aura covered his body as he faced the dazzling sword light with his bare hands. Crack! The stone dragon demon's son caught the dazzling sword light with his bare hands. It's useless. You can't escape in front of me. The stone dragon demon's son said coldly. Not far away, the other members of the Sans Demon cult had already caught up. Fong Chen's heart sank as he looked behind him. If this drags on, he will definitely die. The guardian of the Sans Demon cult, who was fighting with Lord Green, also sneered. That guy is already surrounded and will definitely die. You will die because of him. You will regret this battle. Although there was a change in the plan and Lord Green's incarnation had awakened, it was still under the seal of the Heaven's Sacrificial Array. Everything was under control. There were countless peak 9th rank sages rushing towards Fong Chen. How could he, a mere 5th rank holy emperor, resist them? Although the Paragon's secret technique is strong, he still can't unleash its full power. The guardian of the Sans Demon cult thought. Fong Chen was a little anxious. The stone dragon demon's son did not give him a chance and increased the intensity of his attacks. The sky-severing alchemy skill was already hard to resist, and there were many peak 9th rank sages behind him. Fong Chun was in a life-and-death crisis. He had to make a decision. Do I really have to use it? Fong Chun was a little hesitant. The Samsara Blade was related to the true reincarnation. Once it was used, it would plant a seed of karma. How could he casually touch the reincarnation that even the ancient almighties avoided? Boom! The stone dragon demon's son shattered the bright sword light with a punch and forced Fong Chun to retreat. The hidden star sword made a sound of metal clashing. Fong Chun felt a pain in his hand, and a trace of blood flowed out. The perfect bloodline quickly operated, protecting his internal organs and primordial spirit, and at the same time providing him with an endless supply of energy. Die! The stone dragon demon's son attacked again. Fong Chun had no other choice. He gritted his teeth and took out the Samsara Blade. Buzz! Dense death chi suddenly appeared, and the temperature in the sky suddenly dropped. The stone dragon demon's son trembled as he felt a chill. What is that? The stone dragon demon's son saw the Samsara Blade in Fong Chen's hand. Kill. Chapter 3604. The stone dragon demon's son's body was covered by a special bloodline, forming a layer of extremely strong defense armor. He was very confident in his own strength, and it was difficult to find a match among 9th-level saints. Moreover, he had cultivated on the dragon-severing platform for so many years, and his bloodline had been evolving. He had not fought in these years, but he could clearly feel the changes in his own strength. He had now reached the critical point of 9th level peak, and only needed an opportunity to enter the invincible saint realm. Now, he was facing a 5th level saint emperor. From the beginning, he seemed to have seen the result. Die! The stone dragon demon sun growled, and used his strongest attack. However, when the death aura of the samsara blade approached him, a trace of shock finally appeared on his confident face. "What's going on?" he cried out. It was just an ordinary blade, but why did it make his primordial spirit tremble? Moreover, when the saber approached him, he felt the temperature in the surrounding void drop rapidly. Could it be? In a flash, he thought of a legend about reincarnation. No. Then, he seemed to have thought of something. When he looked at the samsara blade, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he screamed loudly. His face was extremely gloomy. He attacked wildly, wanting to destroy the samsara blade, but it was to no avail. The samsara blade emitted a terrifying death aura. Under the control of Feng Chun, it easily cut through the void, and wherever it passed, the void was directly corroded. Reincarnation was a taboo matter that the peak experts of ancient times avoided talking about. It was said that the path of reincarnation involved too many things. Even an invincible saint would die if he was not careful. It was also said that if one mastered the path of reincarnation, they would be able to control the world and become one with the way of heaven. The stone dragon demon son had never believed in reincarnation, but now that he truly felt the aura of the path of reincarnation, he finally felt fear. Pucci, the strongest attack that he was proud of, had no power to resist the samsara blade and was instantly shattered. Then, before he could react, he was hit by the samsara blade. Ah! He screamed miserably. He held his head with both hands, and the death aura invaded his mind, corroding his primordial spirit. He fell to the ground in pain, rolling continuously. In the blink of an eye, he lost his vitality. This sudden scene caused the large group of pursuers to be stunned on the spot. Their hearts trembled, and they did not dare to believe what they were seeing. "Is that Long Demon's son?" After a moment of silence, such a voice came from the crowd. "Heavens! What exactly is that saber? Why does it make my primordial spirit tremble?" The stone dragon demon son's cultivation base has reached the peak of the 9th stage, but he can't even block a single slash? It's too scary. The group of people started to waver, and the way they looked at Feng Chun became unusually serious. At this time, Feng Chun held the samsara knife in his hand and looked like the god of death. His aura was too terrifying and cold. In the distance, Qing Jun and the protector of the demon cult, who were fighting fiercely, were also stunned. This was especially true for Lord Green. In ancient times, he had already reached the pinnacle. He had a greater understanding of the secrets of samsara. Moreover, he had been in a deep slumber after being severely injured in the Battle of Godfall. He more or less had some understanding of the so-called samsara road. The samsara knife? Lord Green cried out involuntarily. He did not expect that Feng Chun actually had the samsara knife in his hand. Could it be that the samsara road really exists in this mountain range? Otherwise, how could the samsara knife in Feng Chun's hand be explained? But he's a 5th stage saint emperor. How can he hold the samsara knife? It should be known that in ancient times, there were many powerful figures who searched for the samsara road and even tried to get the samsara knife, but they were all annihilated in the long river of history. No, the protector of the demon cult roared wildly. His heart was burning with anger. He wanted to rush over and kill Feng Chun, but was stopped by Lord Green. "Your opponent is me." After a brief moment of absent-mindedness, Lord Green regained his composure and went all out to stop the protector of the demon cult. At the same time, he also breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how Feng Chun got the samsara knife and was able to activate it, at least his life was not in danger at this stage. Whoosh! While Lord Green and the protector of the demon cult were fighting fiercely, Feng Chun's heart was also shaken. Is this the power of samsara? In his mind, He recalled that he had just entered the demonic mountains and encountered the Samsara protector. See you on the Samsara road. Fang Chun racked his brains, but could not figure out why those people would say such words to him. Would he step on the Samsara road in the future? Kill! The battle cries shook the sky. The members of the No Demon cult received the order of the protector to kill Fang Chun and destroy the Samsara knife at all costs. They completely fell into madness and attacked together to besiege Fang Chun. Pucci, the perfect bloodline ran and covered the Samsara knife. A terrible death aura swept through heaven and earth. Fang Chun held the Samsara knife and shuttled through the crowd, launching a fierce, bloody battle. The Samsara knife was too terrifying. After all, it was something from the Samsara road. It was difficult for ordinary people to resist. The knife flashed and heads rolled. In the blink of an eye, the ground was covered with bones and blood flowed like a river. With the Samsara knife in hand, Fang Chun could easily kill a 9th-rank saint. Even if he faced a 9th-rank saint, it would only take a little time. Fang Chun fell into a frenzy of killing. The people of the demon cult were retreating. They were terrified. Run! Finally, some people began to flee. Their hearts were in chaos. For a moment, Fang Chun's will was affected by the Samsara knife. Like a walking corpse, he chased after the people of the demon cult. Wake up! Lord Green's voice, like a thunderclap, sounded in Fang Chun's mind. Buzz! The perfect bloodline poured into his mind and expelled the will of the Samsara knife. In an instant, Fang Chun woke up. Phew! That was, just now, he had fallen into a mysterious state. He saw a path that he couldn't see the end of. That path was gray and hazy, without any signs of life. It was filled with the aura of death. In fact, he even saw some scattered corpses on the path. The Samsara road? Fang Chun's heart was set off stormy waves. He suspected that he had just seen the legendary Samsara road. The Samsara knife is no small matter. Don't let it affect your mind. Lord Green's voice came again. At the same time, he warned Fang Chun that the all-heaven sacrificial array was temporarily suppressed by him, and he needed to escape from this place as soon as possible. Senior, how long can you resist? Fang Chun asked hurriedly. How could he leave before he found the Sky Sword Peak Master? 3 days, Lord Green said. Fang Chun nodded. Thank you, Senior. After that, Fang Chun's figure flashed and disappeared into the darkness. Lord Green, you're courting death. The people of the demon cult were terrified by the Samsara knife. The protector was furious. He wanted to kill Lord Green's incarnation at all costs. Chapter 36:05. Fang Chun came to his senses. He followed the path he had just seen in the mist. His intuition told him that the path was very likely to be the legendary reincarnation road. Whoosh! Soon after, Fang Chun found the lair of the No Demon cult. At this moment, his heart was incomparably shocked, setting off perilous waves, because the No Demon cult's lair was actually on the hazy path he saw. How is this possible? Fang Chun was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Countless speculations flashed through his mind. Finally, he raised the Samsara knife, activated the perfect bloodline in his body, and slashed down. Hiss! Hiss! When the Samsara knife hit the seal of the lair of the No Demon cult, it immediately caused the surrounding void to collapse. The next moment, an overwhelming aura of death rushed over. Fang Chun was horrified and wanted to dodge, but when the aura of death approached him, it was instantly absorbed by the Samsara knife. Is the lair of the No Demon cult really on the reincarnation road? When he controlled the Samsara knife to kill the enemy, Fang Chun fell into a daze. For a moment, he saw the gray reincarnation road, which was in this direction. Now, after combining his speculations, he concluded that the lair of the No Demon cult should be on the edge of the reincarnation road, and they were also exploring the mystery of the reincarnation road. Crack! The Samsara knife grew bigger and bigger, and it cut open the seal of the lair of the No Demon cult. Fang Chun was even more convinced that this place had something to do with the reincarnation road. Otherwise, no matter how strong the Samsara knife was, it could not ignore the obstruction of the all-heavens sacrificial deployment. Swoosh! With a stir of his mind, Fang Chun got into the void crack. Roar! In the demonic mountain range, the corpses of the no-demon cult were piled up like mountains, and blood flowed like rivers. Some people were fleeing in panic, for they had been scared out of their wits. Even Shilong, one of the 3 devil sons, was killed by Fang Chun with one strike. How could they resist him? Run! The crowd was in chaos and fled in all directions. Seeing this scene, the protector's anger reached the extreme. He slapped at Qing Jun and forced him to retreat. Then, he stared at Qing Jun with his deep eyes. You forced me to do this. The no-demon cult protector roared furiously. Soon after, he spread open his hands. Drops of blood flowed out from his fingertips and dripped onto the ground. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The power of the All-Heavens sacrificial formation was fully activated. The power of the All-Heavens sacrificial formation was further enhanced by the injection of the demonic bloodline. Sacrifice of the heavens, slaying gods and annihilating Buddhas. The protector of the Sans demon cult fell into a frenzy. His hands formed a terrifying mudra as he tried to control the heavens sacrificial formation that had already fallen into a frenzy. Wong. Seeing this, Qing Jun's expression changed. However, before he could react, he was imprisoned by the all-heavens sacrificial formation. Not good. Black Lord cried out in his heart. Immediately, his incarnation collapsed and disappeared into the void. Boom! Boom! The protector of the no-demon cult frantically bombarded the void where Qing Jun had disappeared. His face was ferocious and incomparably deranged. Trying to escape, the protector of the no-demon cult forced Qing Jun out of hiding. But at this time, an extremely powerful object also appeared in Qing Jun's hand. Wong. This object was a compass. The needle on it was rotating slowly. As Qing Jun poured his power into it, the dim compass emitted a dazzling light. In an instant, the compass was activated. An extremely vast death aura erupted. The protector of the no-demon cult was shocked and kept retreating. This is the power of samsara that I have collected from the reincarnation road over the countless years. I was originally going to use it for my original body, but now I have no other choice. Qing Jun said. Even though he was once a top expert of this world, he still felt a little pained when he activated the compass. This compass was a powerful object that was once famous in the world, the ancient gazing compass. Only such a powerful artifact could contain the power of reincarnation. Whoosh! Whoosh! The power of samsara dissipated and quickly swept across the world, shrouding the protector of the no-demon cult. No, impossible! Even the ancient gazing compass can't withstand the corrosion of the power of samsara. The protector of the no-demon cult shook his head frantically. He recognized the ancient gazing compass and couldn't believe it. Puff! Shrouded by the power of samsara, the protector of the no-demon cult let out a miserable scream. One of his arms was bloody and broken. He slapped his other hand, and the celestial sacrificial array shrank and trapped Qing Jun. Then his figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. Fang Chen had no idea about the battle outside. After entering the lair of the no-demon cult, he held the samsara knife and went on a killing spree. Anyone who tried to stop him was killed without mercy. Along the way, Fang Chen was shocked to the extreme. After entering the lair of the no-demon cult, the power of the samsara knife was actually increasing. What did this mean? Fang Chen exclaimed, and he was even more certain of his guess. This should be the edge of the reincarnation road. Although the death aura was thin, it was enough to raise the samsara knife to a higher level. Puff! When a 9th-level saint approached, Fang Chen flicked his wrist and killed him with a slash. The strongest protector of the no-demon cult was stopped by Qing Jun's incarnation. Now that Fang Chen had taken out a powerful weapon like the samsara knife, no one could stop him. As a sword cultivator, his attainments in swordsmanship were extremely high. As soon as he entered, he sensed that there was an extremely terrifying sword tomb in this space. Whoosh! 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 Soon, he saw the dark sword tomb and the sky's sword peak master, who was in a sorry state and whose aura was weak. He dragged his tired body and held a long sword in his hand, fighting against the broken swords in the Dark Sword Tomb. Sky Sword Peak Master. Fong Chen shouted and stepped into the Dark Sword Tomb. Boy, you're courting death. A ninth-level saint who stayed in the lair attacked, and the heaven-turning palm print covered Fong Chen, trying to suppress him. Get lost. Fong Chen, who was already very angry, was enraged when he saw the Sky Sword Peak Master's appearance. With a backhand slash, he cut the ninth-level saint in two. How is this possible? In the distance, some of the weaker martial artists sucked in cold breaths. Oh my god, how can this guy be so strong? He killed the junior guardian with one slash? Hurry up and inform the guardian. The no-demon cult's lair was facing the biggest crisis in hundreds of millions of years. Fong Chen did not stay and directly entered the Dark Sword Tomb. Lord Qing could only hold on for 3 days. In other words, whether they could save the Sky Sword Peak Master or not, they had to leave this place after 3 days. Otherwise, their lives would be in danger. Sky Sword Peak Master. Fong Chen shouted as he entered the Dark Sword Tomb. At this moment, the Sky Sword Peak Master was at the center of the Dark Sword Tomb. When he heard someone calling him, he turned his head. Fong Chen. The Sky Sword Peak Master was stunned. Have you been captured too? Soon, the Sky Sword Peak Master asked with a solemn expression. Fong Chen shook his head. Sky Sword Peak Master, you've suffered. I'm here to save you. The Sky Sword Peak Master was stunned and then a little worried. Fong Chen continued. There's a senior who's holding back the guardian of a no-demon cult outside. The rest are no match for me. With that, Fong Chen moved forward. Don't come over. Chapter 3606. The Sky Sword Peak Master's face was filled with fear. He held the sword in one hand and waved it at Fong Chen with the other to prevent him from getting close to the center of the Dark Sword Mound. Buzz! Terrifying sword radiance floated out from the countless broken swords and surrounded the Sky Sword Peak Master. It instantly shattered his defense and wreaked havoc on his body. Poochie! The Sky Sword Peak Master spat out blood and staggered 2 steps before falling to the ground. His aura was weak, as if he was haunted by evil spirits. Sky Sword Peak Master, Fong Chen exclaimed. His powerful consciousness captured the movement of the broken swords in the Dark Sword Mound. He was shocked. The Dark Sword Mound was much more terrifying than he had imagined. At this moment, the Sky Sword Peak Master was already exhausted and could not hold on any longer. What a terrifying dark sword chi! Fong Chen was an expert of the way of the sword and had created his own invincible way of the sword. Moreover, he had cultivated the supreme art, sky-severing alchemy, and had some understanding of the way of the sword. However, he was still shocked by the dark sword chi. He even wondered what kind of environment could form such a terrifying dark sword mound. The broken swords in the Dark Sword Mound had changed. The remnant thoughts left by their masters had turned into resentment and entered the broken swords, turning them into the most vicious weapons in the world. These broken swords seemed to be even more ruthless to sword principal martial artists. Poochie! In a flash, the Sky Sword Peak Master's body was riddled with holes. If he did not have a sword principal secret treasure, he would have died. Dong dong dong. Fong Chen could not care less. With the invincible sword chi surrounding him, he held the star-hidden sword in one hand and the reincarnation blade in the other and walked toward the Sky Sword Peak Master. It could be seen that Fong Chen's steps were getting heavier and heavier. With every step, he was eroded by the dark sword chi. However, he did not retreat. Refine. The dark sword chi wrapped around his body and tried to erode his organs. However, Fong Chen used his perfect bloodline to refine it. Soon, there was a hissing sound. Fong Chen was surprised to find that his perfect bloodline could restrain the dark sword chi. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as the dark sword chi invaded his organs, it was enveloped and refined by his perfect bloodline. This scene gave Fong Chen great confidence. He quickly walked toward the Sky Sword Peak Master. Soon, he walked toward the center of the Dark Sword Mound. Sky Sword Peak Master, how are you? Fong Chen took out some healing pills and gave them to the Sky Sword Peak Master. The latter swallowed them, and his face became rosy after a while. His injuries were also under control. This place is very strange. Those broken swords seem to be targeting us, sword cultivators. Hurry up and leave. Don't worry about me. The Sky Sword Peak Master took a deep breath and said quickly. Fang Chun was a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, and he was someone that the Tao Palace's Palace Lord Lei thought highly of. He was the future hope of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, so even if it cost him his life, he had to protect his disciple. Fang Chun patted the Sky Sword Peak Master's shoulder. At that moment, the densely packed, broken swords in the Dark Sword Mound seemed to have a telepathic connection. They trembled violently and floated in the air, releasing dark sword light. They intertwined and formed a dark cage. This is Fang Chun's complexion changed greatly. He waved the hidden star sword in his hand and used the heaven-slashing alchemy technique. Rays of golden sword light carried two different origins and attacked the dark cage with great force. At the same time, the samsara knife in his right hand moved. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of metal colliding was heard. The dark sword chi in the dark cage was so terrifying that it seemed to devour the void. Fang Chun's hidden star sword was greatly hindered. Kill. To Fang Chun's surprise, the dark cage began to shake as soon as the samsara knife was out. It seemed that the death aura released by the samsara knife could restrain the dark sword chi. With this discovery, Fang Chun immediately put away the hidden star sword and injected all his strength into the samsara knife. He slashed at the dark cage. Crack! The knife cut open the dark sword light and shattered the hidden sword chi. Samsara? No! At the moment when the sword chi was shattered, there was a miserable and horrified voice. Fang Chun slashed again and again. Every time he slashed, a sword chi would be completely destroyed. The Sky Sword Peak Master, who was standing not far behind him, was completely stunned. He had been trapped in the Dark Sword Mound for so long and knew nothing about the outside world. Naturally, he didn't know how strong Fang Chun was now. Go! In the chaotic battle, Fang Chun's voice came into the ears of the Sky Sword Peak Master. Seeing this, the latter didn't stay any longer. He took advantage of the gap created by Fang Chun to escape. At this moment, the Dark Sword Mound seemed to have undergone earth-shaking changes. In the center, the ground shook and a shocking battle sword broke out of the ground. As soon as the battle sword appeared, all the other sword chi around it. Samsara? Fang Chun was shocked. His pupils suddenly shrank. He felt the power of samsara in the battle sword. Let's go. He seemed to have realized something. Without thinking, he turned around and left. At this moment, the Sky Sword Peak Master had already escaped from the Dark Sword Mound. He turned around and found that Fang Chun was engulfed by a terrifying aura. No, the Sky Sword Peak Master shouted desperately. He wanted to turn around and save Fang Chun. Don't worry about me. You go first. I'm fine. Fang Chun's voice came into his ears. The Sky Sword Peak Master gritted his teeth and continued to escape. Is the Dark Sword Mound the entrance to the Reincarnation Road? Fang Chun was shocked. The battle sword in the center of the sword mound was too terrifying. It released the aura of the Reincarnation Road. In front of it, the power of the Reincarnation Knife was restrained. He couldn't move his body. He saw the dense sword chi being swallowed by the battle sword. In the end, there seemed to be an ancient laughter coming from the battle sword. Then, Fang Chun felt a strong suction force. He was instantly sucked into the ground under the battle sword. Boom! The Dark Sword Mound completely collapsed. Thousands of remnant thoughts disappeared. The Dark Sword Chi also quickly dissipated and spread to the nest of the No Demon cult. In the demonic mountains, the Sky Sword Peak Master, who had just escaped, heard countless screams. Huh? The protector of the No Demon cult, who was fighting with Lady Qing, didn't care so much. He turned around and rushed into the nest. At this time, the celestial sacrificial array collapsed. Lady Qing glanced at the Sky Sword Peak Master, grabbed him, and disappeared in the demonic mountains. Damn it! Soon, the protector of the No Demon cult roared angrily in the demonic mountains. His face was ferocious and burning with anger. Heaven-defying alliance, you will pay the price. The protector of the No Demon cult looked at the ruined nest and the collapsed Dark Sword Mound. The Dark Sword Mound is broken. The reincarnation road has appeared. The battle of deity fall will come again. At the same time, he muttered, "Just wait. It won't be long before the No Demon cult rises again." Chapter 36:07. On this day, what happened in the demonic mountain range swept through the entire Godsfall battlefield. All the martial artists felt a tremor from the depths of their hearts. The legend of the reincarnation road spread again. Some of the surviving experts from the ancient times turned pale when they heard the words reincarnation road. They seemed to have recalled something. Not long after, another explosive news came out. When the reincarnation road appeared, the world would change. The last time the reincarnation road appeared was when the Godsfall battle began. For a time, everyone was in a state of panic. Myriad Dao World, Dao Palace. Qing Jun's avatar escaped the demonic mountain range with the Sky Sword Peak Master and returned to the outer sect of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. However, when the Sky Sword Peak Master learned of what happened while he was trapped in the Dark Sword Tomb, he immediately set off for the Myriad Dao World. In a magnificent hall, Elder Black and Elder White looked at Qing Jun in surprise. Qing Jun, Elder Black's eyes widened. Elder White stroked his beard and sighed. "I didn't expect you to survive the battle back then. Something happened in the chaos battlefield?" Qing Jun cried out after a brief understanding of the situation. He didn't expect the outside world to become so chaotic. Elder Black nodded. The chaos battlefield was sealed and then disappeared. All the top powerhouses of the Godsfall battlefield were trapped inside. A conspiracy, Elder White said in a deep voice. "If I'm not wrong, those demons in the chaos battlefield should want to use this opportunity to train the young Marquis." Qing Jun pondered, thinking quickly in his mind. A moment later, he took a deep breath and said, "Perhaps they're planning a second Godsfall battle." Elder Black and Elder White's expressions changed. At the same time, Qing Jun also told them about Fong Chen's situation. The two looked at each other. Fong Chen obtained the opportunity of the Blood God clan? The two suddenly realized that it was so. No wonder Qing Jun would help. "Elders, Fong Chen fell into the Dark Sword Tomb in order to save me. You must find a way to save him." The Sky Sword Peak Master was very guilty and blamed himself. Fong Chen's potential was too great. If it wasn't for him, he might have been able to step into the Primal Chaos Supreme realm in the future. "My original body has always been sleeping under the ground of the demonic mountain range. I once sensed the power of reincarnation. According to my research over the years, the entrance to the path of reincarnation is most likely in the demonic mountain range." Qing Jun slowly said, "Moreover, the No Demon cult should also know this, so they built their lair there." "What's with the Dark Sword Mound?" The Black and White elders were confused. All these years, they had been searching for the No Demon cult's lair, but they had failed time and time again. They didn't expect that they were actually hiding here. They must have used some kind of powerful force to conceal their auras. There are broken swords everywhere in the Dark Sword Mound. These broken swords are infused with the remnant resentment of the ancient times. They are extremely evil. I was trapped inside and was ravaged by the broken swords every day. The reason why the protector of the No Demon cult didn't kill him was that he wanted him to submit to the No Demon cult and then use his position in the Heaven-Defying Alliance to overthrow it. After Fong Chun entered the Dark Sword Mound, he fought fiercely with many broken swords with the Samsara knife in his hand. Finally, he walked to the center of the Dark Sword Mound. He seemed to have cut open the core of the Dark Sword Mound with his knife. A terrifying power emerged there. I couldn't resist it at all, so I retreated. Now that he thought about it, that terrifying power was exactly the same as the aura of the Samsara knife. Could this so-called Dark Sword Mound be the legendary entrance to the path of reincarnation? Qing Jun muttered. At that time, he was focused on resisting the celestial sacrificial array and fighting with the protector of the No Demon cult. He had no time to check the situation in the Dark Sword Mound, so he didn't know the details. But according to the description of the Sky Sword Peak Master, his guess was most likely true. In the end, they carefully analyzed every detail and came to a conclusion. Fang Chun used the samsara knife to cut open the dark sword mount. The entrance to the path of reincarnation appeared, and he fell into it. Elder Black looked worried. After all, that was the legendary path of reincarnation. Even an invincible sage wouldn't dare to touch it easily. It's a miracle that Fang Chun can get the samsara knife. Maybe it's not a bad thing that he fell into the path of reincarnation. Instead, it's an opportunity for him. Elder White was relatively optimistic. Qing Jun was silent. In any case, it was absolutely impossible to rescue Fang Chun. Even if he came in person, it was impossible to bring him out of the path of reincarnation. Now, he could only pin his hopes on Fang Chun himself. Fang Chun is very special. He has the perfect bloodline and also has the supreme skill. I think he must have obtained a heaven-defying opportunity. After thinking for a moment, Qing Jun said, his potential is rare. Even I am not as good as him in the same realm. And he also got the samsara knife in the demonic mountains. This means that there are secrets related to the path of reincarnation on him. Qing Jun analyzed that Fang Chun should not die so easily. Alas, I hope he will be blessed. Elder Black and Elder White sighed. If the leader was here, there might be a chance. The nest of the No Demon cult has been destroyed. Their painstaking efforts have been destroyed. They will definitely fall into madness. We should be on guard. Qing Jun changed the topic. At present, no one could solve Fang Chun's problem. Instead of wasting time, it was better to think about how to deal with the remnants of the No Demon cult, as well as the young Marquis and his group who came out of the chaotic battlefield. Our Dao Palace will cooperate with other forces to attack the No Demon cult. As long as they dare to show up, we will kill them without mercy. Elder Black said. Elder White also nodded in agreement. The matter of the No Demon cult is still under control. What I am most worried about is the confrontation in the demonic sky fire domain. The young Marquis behind the young Marquis is most likely the person behind the disappearance of the chaotic battlefield. It's not too difficult for us to deal with the young Marquis and his group. What I am worried about is that once the young Marquis is killed, will young Marquis come out of the chaotic battlefield? Elder White's eyes flickered. Hiss! At this moment, Qing Jun's body suddenly began to fade away. I used too much strength before, and my incarnation can't support it. Qing Jun said, my original body is too seriously injured and can't wake up in a short time. I need to borrow some special bloodlines. You, too. Don't worry, we will definitely help you find these special bloodlines. Elder Black and Elder White nodded. Buzz. Qing Jun's incarnation dissipated with the wind. Elder Black and Elder White stared ahead and did not speak for a long time. In the void where darkness and coldness coexisted, there was no end in sight. Everywhere was gray. After Fang Chun was sucked into the core of the Dark Sword Mound, he instantly felt dizzy. When he opened his eyes, he found that he had appeared in an extremely strange place. Huh? He felt the samsara knife trembling, and at the same time, he felt the aura in the void. What a strong samsara power is this place. Combined with his previous guess, Fang Chun's breathing was a little rapid. The Reincarnation Road. Chapter 3608. Since ancient times, even the peak mighty figures would turn pale at the mention of the Reincarnation Road. In their opinion, the Reincarnation Road involved two complicated things, and it was very likely to be related to the chaos supremacy. Once one was tainted by karma, one might die on the Reincarnation Road in the future. Rumor had it that the Reincarnation Road was connected to the underworld. After a martial artist died, as long as his soul did not disperse, he could be reincarnated. Only the experts who had reached the five elements sacred realm had the opportunity to step on the Reincarnation Road after death. Walking on the Reincarnation Road could give one a great opportunity. Moreover, the most important thing was that when one was reincarnated at the end of the Reincarnation Road, he could carry what he had learned in his previous life. The boundless Reincarnation Road was gray everywhere. The reincarnation saber in Fang Chun's hand flickered with a strange light. The power of the reincarnation saber spread out, perfectly merging with the aura of the Reincarnation Road. The reincarnation knife was held horizontally in front of his chest. It vaguely formed a reincarnation armor around Fang Chun, resisting the powerful corrosive power from the reincarnation road. Since ancient times, the mighty figures would turn pale at the mention of it. What secrets are hidden on the reincarnation road? Fang Chun steadied himself and carefully moved forward to check it out. Now that he was trapped in the reincarnation road, it was almost impossible for him to go back. Instead of being trapped here, it was better to take the initiative to explore. Whoosh! With the reincarnation knife in hand, Fang Chun almost didn't encounter any danger. He moved forward. Bang! After walking for about an hour, a crisp sound suddenly came from under his feet. He looked down and was surprised to find that he had just kicked a corpse. A corpse! Fang Chun looked at it carefully. The corpse had been baptized by the aura of death for a long time, and it had become dilapidated. He could barely see that it should have been a human when it was alive. Fang Chun fiddled with the incomplete corpse with the reincarnation knife. With a crack, the corpse directly shattered and scattered on the ground. What's that? He found that an ancient character was engraved on a piece of bone. There's a character? Fang Chun's pupils followed closely as he cried out in surprise. The reincarnation road was known to be able to annihilate everything. The aura of death here could even cleanse the world. Even after passing through endless years, the corpse still couldn't resist the corrosion and was badly damaged. However, the words carved on the corpse were incomparably clear, as if they weren't affected in the slightest. A human qualified to enter the reincarnation road must have been an expert when he was alive. Fang Chun muttered to himself. He carefully observed the ancient characters and finally determined that they belonged to the ancient chaos era. Ancient chaos. That was an era that was even darker than the ancient times, and even more ancient. Is this corpse an expert from the ancient chaos era? Fang Chun's heartbeat quickened. He could feel how extraordinary the reincarnation road was. At the same time, he was even more alarmed. It was truly rare for a corpse from the ancient chaos era to be able to survive until now. This person must have been a peak expert when he was alive. Fang Chun took a deep breath. His samsara knife carefully removed the broken bones that were blocking the ancient characters, and then he studied them carefully. He searched through his memories and finally recognized this word. Bastard. Fang Chun frowned and racked his brains. The word bastard was engraved on the bones. What did it represent? At the same time, he also recalled the ancient books about the ancient chaos era that he had read in the Taoist palace. He wanted to check if there was an expert with the name Bastard in that era. This investigation really gave him a fright. Bastard. Fang Chun almost screamed, because the truth was too shocking. If the skeleton in front of him was really Venerable Hun Yi from the ancient chaos era, it would be too shocking. Fang Chun trembled. He wanted to leave this troublesome place as soon as possible. Swoosh! However, at this moment, the skeleton engraved with the word bastard suddenly moved. Then, it shot toward him and quickly disappeared between his eyebrows. Ah! Fang Chun let out a miserable scream. He held his head with both hands and was in great pain. Buzz! At the same time, the perfect bloodline also operated crazily to expel the skeleton. The word bastard on the skeleton emitted a dazzling light. Fang Chun felt his mind shake. Then, it was filled with dense information. After a long time, he stabilized his body and his mind calmed down. Is it really Venerable Hun Yi? Fang Chun was shocked. He did not expect his guess to be true. At this moment, he finally understood why Venerable Hun Yi's skeleton entered between his eyebrows. It was because of the blood essence of the blood god tribe. So that was it. Soon, Fang Chun came to a realization. Venerable Hun, he was a top expert at the end of the ancient chaos era. He was close friends with the ancestor of the blood god tribe. This skeleton engraved with the word bastard contained all the power of Venerable Hun Yi. Therefore, after sensing the blood essence of the blood god tribe, it entered between Fang Chun's eyebrows. Venerable Hun Yi, you want me to take you away? Fang Chun tried to talk to the skeleton, but there was no response. Soon, Fang Chun gave up. No matter what method he used, the skeleton remained indifferent. Do you want me to take you to the end of the reincarnation road? As soon as he said this, the skeleton moved. This, Fong Chun was speechless. The reincarnation road was too mysterious and too dangerous. With his strength, he would definitely be in danger after entering the depths. At that time, even the reincarnation knife could not protect him. Not to mention the end of the reincarnation road. Only the supreme masters of the chaos dared to go to such a dangerous place. Fong Chun shook his head as if he wanted to refuse, but there was a fluctuation in the skeleton. What? Venerable Hun told Fong Chun that no one had ever set foot on the reincarnation road with their physical body. He was the first. There were only two choices in front of him. Either he risked his life to go to the end of the reincarnation road and be reborn together, or he died on the reincarnation road. Since ancient times, anyone who entered this place had died in the outside world. Their souls were baptized on the reincarnation road, and then they were reborn. Fong Chun wanted to cry, but had no tears. He was forced to enter. Isn't there any other way? Fong Chun asked. The skeleton vibrated, transmitting a message. Fong Chun was a little disappointed. Was he really going to die on the reincarnation road? Once he died on the reincarnation road, he would die for real and would never be reborn. Ding! Ding! Suddenly, a crisp sound was heard. Fong Chun was shocked. He saw a group of people coming from the thick fog in the distance. They were the Reincarnation Guardians. The Reincarnation Guardians rushed at Fong Chun with murderous intent. Fong Chun took a few steps back. The skeleton vibrated, urging him to run quickly. Let's go. Almost at the moment when Fong Chun fled, the Reincarnation Guardians also took action. They were as fast as lightning, shuttling on the reincarnation road, chasing after Fong Chun. Why? While fleeing, Fong Chun was puzzled. The reincarnation knife in his hand came from the Reincarnation Guardians. At that time, the Guardians said that they would meet on the reincarnation road. Chapter 3609. What's going on? Fong Chun was shocked. His strength was limited on the reincarnation road. The power of reincarnation. Fong Chun was a little anxious. If this continued, he would definitely be caught up by the Reincarnation Guardians, and his life would be in danger. Behind him, the Reincarnation Guardians were getting faster and faster. They could almost ignore the obstruction of the thick fog and force their way through. However, Fong Chun couldn't do that. He had to rely on his own strength to block the obstruction of the thick fog, and at the same time, he had to divert his attention to resist the corrosion of the death aura. In this way, the situation was very unfavorable for him. While fleeing, Fong Chun found a castle in front of him. It was completely black and surrounded by the death aura. At the same time, there were strange sounds coming from it. Is that a ghost town? When he got close to the castle, Fong Chun saw countless ghosts roaming around inside the castle. Behind him, the Reincarnation Guardians were already approaching. Fong Chun gritted his teeth and prepared to rush into the ghost town. Roar! The sound of metal colliding rang out, followed by an angry roar. Fong Chun turned his head and saw a shocking scene. Killing each other? Behind them, the Reincarnation Guardians were engaged in a fierce battle. In just a few seconds, several Guardians had their bodies exploding and dying. Roar! The leading Reincarnation Guardian opened his bloody mouth and roared angrily. Those Guardians who were chasing Fong Chun were pale with fright and kept retreating. Kill! A cold voice rang out. Suddenly, a cruel battle between the Guardians broke out. The Reincarnation Guardians I met in the demonic mountains? Fong Chun was stunned. Are there factions among the Reincarnation Guardians? Why are there two teams killing each other? Crack! When the last Guardian was killed, the Guardian who had talked to Fong Chun turned around and grinned at Fong Chun. You have stepped onto the reincarnation road. The Guardian's voice was slightly hoarse. The reincarnation knife in Fong Chun's hand flew into his hand uncontrollably. Immediately, the reincarnation defense on his body collapsed, and the death aura eroded him. He was bleeding from his 7 orifices. Fortunately, at the critical moment, his bones shook, and Venerable Hun, he helped him block the death aura. Who are you? Fang Chun tried his best to calm the shock in his heart and asked, "Why did we meet in the demonic mountains? Why did the guardian leave the reincarnation knife to him? Why do we meet here?" Countless questions arose in his mind. Fang Chun stared at the guardian and realized that he was somewhat different from the other guardians. There were 3 layers of inscription marks on his forehead. The guardian behind him only had 2 layers on his forehead. "I am a reincarnation guardian." "Guardian, did you deliberately leave the reincarnation saber in the demonic mountain range to lure me here?" Fang Chun continued asking. Fang Chun was puzzled. At this time, Venerable Hun, he sent a message to Fang Chun, telling him that there was indeed a peak-level expert at the end of the reincarnation road who could control everything on the reincarnation road. Moreover, this peak-level expert was suspected to be related to the Battle of Gods. Fang Chun secretly asked, "What's the realm of that peak-level expert?" Venerable Hun, he was silent for a long time, and then answered with 2 words. "Supreme. Chaotic Supreme. Is there really a chaotic Supreme?" Fang Chun exclaimed, and his heart was in turmoil. Didn't they say that the chaotic Supreme also died in the Battle of Gods? "He has died." Venerable Hun, he said. As for the specific situation, he didn't know, because he only heard about it from hearsay. In other words, the reincarnation road existed before the ancient chaos. That peak-level expert at the chaotic Supreme realm has already appeared. Fang Chun sighed. This news was too shocking. Venerable Hun, he didn't say anything, which was a tacit agreement. Fang Chun sorted out his thoughts and then asked, "Is there any power in the world that can make the peak-level expert at the end of the reincarnation road afraid? Even if the chaotic Supreme took action, it was impossible to destroy the reincarnation road, right? On the path of martial arts, you have to be respectful. This world isn't as simple as you think." The guardian with 3 layers of inscriptions said, "Your bloodline, body, and primordial spirit have all reached the standard. You are the undisputed #1 genius of this era and have the chance to step into the chaotic Supreme realm. That's why the Supreme chose you." In fact, when Fang Chun stepped into the demonic mountain range, the peak-level expert at the end of the reincarnation road already knew everything. Later, the appearance of the reincarnation guardian and what he said to Fang Chun were all under his control. Then what happened just now? Fang Chun asked. Since the chaotic ancient era, no living person has been able to step onto the reincarnation road with a body. You're the first. Some guardians are greedy for your flesh and blood, so they risk their lives to kill you. For the reincarnation guardian, the flesh and blood of living creatures were too tempting. But don't worry. As long as you agree to work for the Supreme Realm, no one can threaten your life on the reincarnation road, the guardian with 3 layers of inscriptions said. Fang Chun heard the threat in his words. If he didn't agree, it would be very difficult for him to pass the reincarnation road. "What do I need to do?" Fang Chun asked. At this point, he could only agree. Since the Supreme Realm had chosen him, he definitely wouldn't send him to his death. The world is about to change. When the Battle of Gods comes again, this world will be destroyed. At that time, the reincarnation road won't be able to stay out of it. The guardian said, "What you need to do is to complete the evolution of your bloodline and transform it into the strongest bloodline in the world." Fang Chun was stunned. His bloodline was already known as the strongest and most perfect bloodline in the world, but your bloodline should have been inherited from the Bloodline King and the Blood Cavalry Saint, right? Fang Chun was shocked. They died a long time ago. Now they are at the end of the reincarnation road, following the Supreme Realm to cultivate. The perfect bloodline they spent their entire lives researching is just a part of the Supreme Realm's plan. They were also the executors of the Supreme Realm's plan. Fang Chun was completely confused. He had heard too many secrets today and was shocked to the extreme. Your bloodline is still not completely perfect. A true perfect bloodline is the undisputed #1 bloodline in the world. It can evolve the bloodlines of all races in the world and crush all bloodlines at the deepest level. It is the ancestor of all bloodlines, the guardian said. There are still impurities in Fang Chun's bloodline. To the outside world, it was already perfect, but in the Supreme Realm's plan, it wasn't perfect enough to deal with the crisis that affected the reincarnation road. Roar! Behind him, the haunted house in the city of death roared, waking Fong Chen up. He came back to his senses, but his heart was still trembling. Chapter 36:10. Countless roars came from the ghost city behind him. Those unknown haunted houses had ferocious faces and opened their bloody mouths as if they wanted to rush out of the ghost city. However, there was a powerful seal around the ghost city. Every time they approached the gate, they would suffer a powerful backlash. Crack! Just now, a human-shaped ghost smelled fresh blood and rushed out of the city. However, when it touched the city wall, its originally illusory body was instantly struck by lightning and sent flying. Rumble! In the dark sky, a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm swooped down and bombarded the body of the human-shaped ghost. Its body couldn't resist the explosive power of the lightning at all. Fong Chen's pupil shrank, and he was a little shocked. If he wasn't mistaken, this ghost city's method should be from the great sovereign at the end of the reincarnation road. Ghosts were evil and were innately afraid of the power of Yang, and the lightning just happened to be a threat to them. When the lightning dissipated, the ghost city gradually calmed down. Many ghosts began to retreat and looked out of the city with fear. This is Fong Chen was shocked. The city you see is called the Dark Ghost City. It was personally refined by the great sovereign. The guardian with 3 layers of inscriptions said in a low voice, "This is actually a weapon that the great sovereign used in the past." Fong Chen was dumbfounded. The ghost city in front of him was actually a weapon? Wasn't the great sovereign too strong? It was unimaginable. If the great sovereign could leave the reincarnation road, then who in the world could stop his footsteps? Whoosh! Fong Chen took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Then, his gaze fell on the guardian again. The latter pointed at the ghosts in the ghost city and said, "The Dark Ghost City is very special. It can restrict the power of ghosts. Moreover, with the great sovereign's work, there are powerful restrictions around it. It's impossible for them to escape." At the same time, he also told Fong Chen that the ghosts trapped in the ghost city were basically people who had committed heinous crimes when they were alive. When they entered the reincarnation road, they would be banished to the ghost city by the great sovereign. In the ghost city, there were no cultivation resources and no reincarnation power that could nourish the soul. Therefore, they were trapped in the ghost city and could only die and never be reincarnated. Of course, the great sovereign also left them a chance to live. A chance to live? Fong Chen listened attentively. However, the guardian had already changed the subject. After saying so much, "Are you willing to become a part of the great senior's plan?" Fong Chen stared blankly. Were they willing? Did he have any other choice? When he entered the reincarnation road, he had already become a chess piece in the hands of the great sovereign. No matter how he struggled, it was useless. That was a grandmaster, a legendary peak expert, an old antique who could control the reincarnation road. He could guess that a single thought for the Grand Monarch could scatter his soul and kill him completely. Do I have any other choice? After pondering for a moment, Fong Chen smiled bitterly. The protector nodded. You should feel proud. Since ancient times, very few people have been able to enter the eyes of the great sovereign. For you to be chosen by the great sovereign is truly not easy. In fact, there was one more thing the guardian didn't say. That was, if he refused the great sovereign, then he would definitely not be able to walk out of the path of reincarnation alive. Fong Chen chose to agree. He had thought for a long time. He thought of the bloodline monarch and the blood cavalry saint. His perfect bloodline was inherited from the bloodline monarch. Then, in the God Corpse abyss where the blood cavalry saint had fallen, he had strengthened it further. Finally, relying on his own efforts, he had transformed to his current state. However, he didn't expect that the bloodline monarch and the blood cavalry saint would be cultivating in the path of reincarnation. Then can I see the two of them? Fong Chen asked. The guardian shook his head. Although the two of them have fallen, their understanding of the perfect bloodline has reached a certain level. They will be of great help to the great sovereign's plan. They are currently cultivating with the great sovereign. For the time being, no one could see them. Fong Chen felt a little regretful. Since you have agreed, then the most urgent thing you need to do is to increase your strength as soon as possible. The guardian grinned. Your current realm is a little low. He pointed to the ghost city behind Fang Chun and said, not long ago, the great sovereign sent an instruction to let you enter the ghost city to temper yourself and break through. When you can sound the bell and drum, you will have completed the initial task. Fang Chun stared. Standing outside the city, he could feel the extremely terrifying, gloomy aura inside the ghost city. There were also those heinous villains in their previous life. If a living person like him entered, he would definitely be besieged. The ghost city is very special. It suppresses their souls, causing their strength to be greatly reduced. Even the half-step supremacy powerhouses who had touched the threshold of the supremacy realm when they were alive can't display their full strength. The guardian explained. Hearing this, Fang Chen's eyes lit up. If they could only display the strength of a ninth-order saint, then they really wouldn't be much of a threat to him. Don't be careless. Hundreds of millions of ghosts are trapped in the dark ghost city, but not many can survive. The guardian reminded. Those who could survive the fierce battle were almost invincible existences in the same realm. Moreover, the most important thing was that their souls were gradually adapting to the atmosphere of the dark ghost city. This point couldn't be underestimated. Moreover, the guardian also told him that there were several invincible ghosts in the depths of the ghost city. However, they were all in seclusion, trying their best to sound the bell and drum. As long as one didn't provoke them, it wouldn't be a big deal. Do you understand? The guardian asked. Fang Chen nodded. He had a preliminary understanding of the dark ghost city situation. Oh, right, I almost forgot to tell you. In the dark ghost city, no matter who it is, as long as they can sound the bell and drum, they can obtain the death substitute talisman given by the great sovereign. Moreover, they can obtain the chance to reincarnate. Death substitute talisman. Fang Chen was shocked. This was really a big deal. They even took out such a rare talisman from ancient times. This was getting more and more interesting. So if I sound the bell and drum, I can also obtain the death substitute talisman? The guardian nodded. Fang Chen grinned. The death substitute talisman, as the name implied, was a talisman that could replace a person's life. If one encountered an irresistible force and their life was in danger, they could crush the death substitute talisman to resist the force. Unless the primal chaos supreme personally made a move, no one could ignore the death substitute talisman. In other words, having the death substitute talisman was equivalent to having an extra life. Fang Chun was very interested in the death substitute talisman. I've said what I need to say. Prepare to enter the dark ghost city. The guardian said. Crash. Before Fang Chun could react, he felt his vision turn black. In the next moment, he felt an overwhelming, gloomy aura pressing down on him. I hope you can succeed. Chapter 36:11. In the dark ghost city, the streets were dark, and all the buildings were illusory. As soon as Fang Chun entered the city, he felt a majestic force suppressing his primordial spirit. Fang Chun was shocked. His primordial spirit had reached the peak of the elixir realm and was only one step away from the nascent soul realm. But now, his primordial spirit was compressed and finally sealed. What a terrible dark force! Fang Chun exclaimed. Is this the legendary dark death chi? Roar! Not far away, a black eagle found Fang Chun. It smelled fresh blood, opened its bloody mouth, roared angrily, and then spread its wings and rushed directly to Fang Chun. Rip! Fang Chun was caught off guard and was bitten by the black eagle. His clothes were torn and tattered. He punched the black eagle and forced it back. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared into the darkness. Kill! The black eagle's sense of smell was so sensitive that it immediately found Fang Chen's hiding place and launched an attack. Human. The black eagle spoke and looked at Fang Chun with greedy eyes. I, venerable eagle, feel fresh flesh and blood in you. Give me your body, and I can guarantee your safety. The black eagle in front of him was also a peak expert when it was alive. Fang Chun felt a strong, evil force from it. Seeing the black eagle flying over, Fang Chun took out the samsara knife and slashed at it. A miserable shriek came from the black eagle's mouth. Its wings had been cut off by the samsara blade. Although its body was illusory, it still suffered serious injuries after being hit by the samsara blade. Stupid human, you entered the dark ghost city alone. Do you think you can survive? The black eagle also knew that if it delayed any longer, it would have nothing to do with the other ghosts when they arrived. I, the eagle venerable, have been trapped in the dark ghost city for 900 million years. During this period of time, I have experienced blood and fire, and my body and soul were almost destroyed. In the end, I still managed to survive in a life and death struggle. If I can devour this person's flesh and blood, I will definitely be able to break through the shackles and once again touch the threshold of supremacy. At that time, I will definitely be able to sound the bell and drum. Thinking of this, the greed in the black figure's eyes intensified. It dragged its injured body and attacked Fong Chun. Wong. Up in the sky, a small mountain appeared out of nowhere, carrying with it boundless power as it pressed down. In the blink of an eye, it was right above Fong Chen's head. Suppressing the body? When Fong Chen noticed this, he flipped his hand and slashed out with his saber. Crack! The small mountain was split into two halves and collapsed in midair. After fighting with the Black Shadow, Fong Chun found that the samsara knife was very effective in restraining these ghosts. Taking advantage of this, he held the samsara knife and kept pressuring the Black Shadow. Soon, he suppressed the Black Shadow. Crack! Saber after saber landed on the black figure's body. Miserable shrieks rang out incessantly. When the last slash landed, the Black Shadow was completely dead. Its body collapsed, and its soul floated in midair. Boom! Fire fell from the sky, rolled up the Black Shadow's soul, and began to burn it. Is this hellfire? According to legend, hellfire was born from heaven and earth, and it was specially used to punish the heinous people on the reincarnation road. The more evil a person was, the more vigorous the hellfire would be. Whoosh! Whoosh! Hellfire soared into the sky and spread over 1/10 of the dark ghost city. When Fong Chen saw it, he was speechless. Such a vast hellfire could burn the soul. It could be imagined how many evil things Venerable Eagle had done when he was alive. The hellfire was so strong that no ghost could resist it. When Venerable Eagle's soul was completely burned, the appearance of the hellfire caused a tremor in the dark ghost city. It must be that damned human. He attracted the hellfire and wants to destroy us. No, we have been fighting for hundreds of millions of years for transcendence. He wants to cut off our path to reincarnation? Impossible. Damn it, he deserves to die. Fong Chun angered everyone. All the ghosts roared angrily. When the hellfire disappeared, they began to attack Fong Chun. Whoosh! 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 Soon, the place where Venerable Eagle died was shrouded in a dense crowd of ghosts. It's Venerable Eagle. Some ghosts sensed the remaining aura in the void and guessed that the dead ghost should be Venerable Eagle. Everyone searched and found that Fong Chun had already escaped. They began to attack him crazily. In a dark corner somewhere, Fong Chun breathed a sigh of relief. He used the reincarnation knife to cover his aura so that the ghosts couldn't sense his flesh and blood. In this environment, I'm in a passive position and at a disadvantage. Fong Chun pondered. He wasn't afraid of fighting alone, but he was a little worried when facing the encirclement of so many ghosts. The special power in the dark ghost city suppressed his primordial spirit, causing his strength to decrease. His body also felt the suppression. If this went on, his body wouldn't be able to resist the erosion of the ghost city. I need a foolproof plan, Fong Chun pondered. These ghosts are afraid of the reincarnation knife, but they are also eager to get it. The skeleton of Venerable Hun, he said. Fong Chen's mind jolted as he asked subconsciously. Compared to the ghosts in the dark ghost city, Venerable Hun, he was a failure. He didn't even survive the battle at the entrance of the reincarnation road. His soul dissipated, leaving only a skeleton and a trace of remnant consciousness. Relatively speaking, he knew the reincarnation road better than Fong Chun. These ghosts exist in the state of spirits. In fact, it's their souls that maintain this state. You just saw that the hellfire can burn their souls, "Venerable Hun," he said, "they're afraid that the reincarnation knife will attract the hellfire, but they're also eager to try to control the reincarnation knife." That was because once they succeeded in controlling it, it meant that they could summon the karmic fire to burn other ghosts. Moreover, they would have a chance to sound the bell. "What do you mean?" Fang Chen rolled his eyes. "Capture a ghost first, then set up a tactical deployment to attract more ghosts. Kill them, attract the hellfire, and catch them all in one fell swoop." Fang Chen slapped the table and applauded. This is really a good idea. But the problem was that he was now hated by everyone. Once he showed up, he would definitely be besieged. How could he capture a ghost without anyone noticing? The biggest problem now is that if they stay together, what should I do? I can't stay in this stalemate forever, can I? The power contained in the reincarnation knife was limited. Once it was used up, he would have nowhere to hide. He was already in such a difficult situation when the invincible ghosts in the depths of the ghost city were in seclusion. Humph! They were all super experts in charge of a region when they were alive. They each have their own ulterior motives. They can't always stay together. There will be a time when they are alone. Venerable Hun, he had a deep understanding. I can give a try. After weighing the pros and cons, Fang Chen nodded. If he succeeded, the following days would be easy. If he failed, he would not have a peaceful day. He would be besieged by many ghosts, and his life would be in danger. But now, he had no other choice. I'll hone myself and improve my strength. Chapter 36:12. After sorting out his thoughts, Fang Chen believed that Venerable Hun Yi's idea could be implemented. I'm going to set up a formation here, Fang Chen whispered. Then, he made a Taoist seal with both hands and began to carefully set up the formation. The mystic fire formation was a fire-type formation. The foundation of the formation was built with the origin of fire. In the end, the 108 foundations merged together to form the core of the formation. It seemed simple, but it was actually difficult to set up. However, for Fang Chen at this stage, it was still very easy. First of all, his comprehension of the origin of fire had reached a very high level, and he could control the power of the origin of fire at will. Secondly, his attainments and formations could at least be ranked in the top 10 in the entire God's Fall battlefield. Those ranked above him were basically the top giants of the God's Fall battlefield or the masters of formations who had survived from ancient times. Whoosh, whoosh. He covered his aura with the samsara knife and cut off the connection between this space and the Dark Ghost City. Then, he quickly set up the formation. 108 flames surged out of his body and turned into fire dragons. They drilled into the ground from different directions and formed the foundation of the formation. Condense. Fang Chen shouted in a low voice. The power of the formation gathered and formed the core of the formation. The fire spread and enveloped this void. It's done. Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The mystic fire formation had been successfully set up. Next, he only needed to catch a lone ghost, and the plan would be half done. However, there was still a problem in front of him. The samsara knife cut through the void and cut off the connection between the mystic fire formation and the Dark Ghost City. Once he took it away, the mystic fire formation would be discovered. Then, he could only give up the samsara knife and look for the lone ghost alone. Fang Chen was in a bit of a dilemma. Without the samsara knife to cover his aura, he would be discovered by the ghosts and besieged. What should I do? Fang Chen frowned and pondered. Damn human, you are my prey. You can't escape. At this moment, a voice came. Fang Chen was stunned and then overjoyed. It was like a pillow being sent when he was sleepy. He was just worrying, but in the blink of an eye, a ghost came to him. Fang Chen's mind stirred. He controlled the samsara knife and released a trace of aura. Immediately, the ghost found something strange. What was that flame just now? The human-shaped ghost quickly stepped forward and asked doubtfully, could it be karmic fire? Suddenly, he came to a realization. Oh no, it must be that human who came in with his physical body. He killed the ghost and attracted the karmic fire. Thinking of this, the human-shaped ghost rushed into the mystic fire formation in a flash. Boom! The mystic fire array was activated instantly, and this space was sealed. Human, The human-shaped ghost scanned the mystic fire formation and sneered. "You dare to fight your ghost grandpa with such little tricks?" As soon as he finished speaking, the human-shaped ghost opened his palm and a blood-red dart appeared. The dart emitted a terrifying bloody aura. For a moment, Fong Chun was eroded by the terrifying, baleful aura and fell into an illusion. Fortunately, he was in a mystic fire formation. He quickly dispelled the corrosive, baleful aura and walked out of the illusion. He could not help but sigh. The blood-red dart must have grown after being bathed in the blood of the 10,000 races in the universe. Otherwise, it could not possess such a strong, murderous aura. This is, in his mind, the skeleton of Supremacy Hun. He vibrated and said angrily, "Flying escort god. He's the flying escort god. Damn it, he's here." One could tell that Supremacy Hun, he was furious. "What's going on?" Fong Chun asked. Not long after, he came to a realization. He did not expect to meet Supremacy Hun Yi's enemy while waiting. Ancient chaos. Fong Chun did not expect that the human-shaped ghost trapped in the mystic fire formation was actually an expert of the ancient chaos and the famous flying escort god at that time. This guy cultivates demonic arts and uses the blood of the 10,000 races in the universe to nurture his blood dart. Back then, he was greedy for my treasure and attacked me, almost causing me to go berserk. After that, I searched for him for countless years, but I could not find him. "Supremacy Hun," he said coldly. Swoosh! The human-shaped ghost activated the blood-red dart, and the baleful aura burst out like a flood, instantly engulfing the entire mystic fire formation. Hiss! 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 In the mystic fire formation, the power of the origin of fire was blocking the baleful aura of the lotus. At the same time, Fong Chun activated the samsara knife, quietly approached the human-shaped ghost, and then slashed at it. With a scream, the flying escort god was hit by the samsara knife. Frightened and angry, he took back the blood dart and completely activated it, trying to suppress Fong Chun. Go to hell. A terrible black hole appeared around the blood dart, and a space storm appeared, as if to sweep the mystic fire formation away. This blood dart was originally condensed by the flesh and blood of a giant of the demonic arts in the ancient chaos period. Later, it was nurtured by the flying escort god with the blood of the 10,000 races in the universe. It's an out-and-out supreme treasure of the demonic arts. Even the origin holy weapon can't compare with it. Supremacy Hun, he reminded. Now, we have to suppress the blood dart before we can control the flying escort god. After all, they were rivals in the same period. Supremacy Hun, he knew the flying escort god like the back of his hand and had a good eye for the blood dart. Thump! Supremacy Hun, Yi's skeleton vibrated. An ray of light fell. Finally, it broke out of his body and floated in front of Fong Chun. I once cultivated a secret method that can temporarily restrain the evil aura in the blood dart. I've already condensed it in this ray of light, but it can only hold on for 3 seconds. 3 seconds? Fong Chun pondered and then nodded. 3 seconds was enough. Break! Under Supremacy Hun Yi's command, the ray of light burst out, passed through the space storm, and drilled into the black hole, instantly covering the blood dart. Buzz! The blood dart, which was full of evil aura, was instantly imprisoned. Seeing this, the flying escort god roared with a ferocious face. Right at this moment, Fong Chun moved. He fully activated the mystic fire formation and burned the flying escort god with the power of the origin of fire. At the same time, he kept hacking with the samsara knife. Crack! Before the 3 seconds were up, he severely injured the flying escort god with the samsara knife. Bang! The flying escort god's body was scattered by Fong Chun. The ray of light dissipated, and the blood dart touched the imprisonment. But without the support of the soaring power, the light quickly dimmed and it fell to the ground. Fong Chun suppressed it without saying a word. This thing is really hard. He hacked with the samsara knife, but it was not damaged at all. This thing is not inferior to a Khanate divine weapon. How can the samsara knife break it? But you could try to burn it with the hellfire. Supremacy Hun, he said. Damn human. If you have the guts, fight with me fairly. The flying escort god was suppressed and could not move, but he was very unwilling to give up and was extremely angry. Fight with you fairly? Fong Chun sneered. He was only a 5th-rank Holy Emperor. It was ridiculous for him to have a fair fight with a ghost who used to be a top expert and now had the battle strength of the peak of the 9th rank. Puff! Fong Chun cut off the flying escort god's arm with his broadsword, severely injuring his vitality and making him on the verge of death. Then, Fong Chun could carry out his plan. Not long after, when he was ready, he left the mystic fire formation alone. Boom, boom, boom. He activated the samsara knife without hesitation and hacked wildly in the void around him. In an instant, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The entire Dark Ghost city was shaking. The aura of the samsara knife made many ghosts discover Fong Chun. It's a human. Damn it, a human is hiding here. Human, you're my prey. Numerous ghosts madly rushed to the mystic fire formation. Let's go. Seeing that it was about time, Fong Chun decisively got into the mystic fire formation and completely closed it. Swish! A moment later, a ghost came and discovered the mystic fire formation. Damn human, you are hiding in the formation. The ghost madly attacked the mystic fire formation, but it could not break it. What's going on? More and more ghosts gathered here. Their eyes fell on the mystic fire formation. There's a very strange formation here. I've tried, but it's difficult to break it. That damn human is hiding here, a ghost said. Let me have a try. Another ghost stepped forward and madly attacked the mystic fire formation. Whoosh! A moment later, he gave up attacking with a ferocious face. This formation is set up with the power of the origin of fire as its foundation. We ghosts are most afraid of fire. Even if the origin of fire isn't karmic fire and doesn't specifically target our remnant thoughts, it can still restrain our power. A ghost analyzed. This is not a solution. We need to work together. Yes, if we work together, we can definitely break this formation. However, some ghosts were not willing to do so. There's only one human, but there are so many of us. After breaking the formation, who will get the human flesh and blood? A ghost raised an objection. At this time, the weaker ghosts also began to waver. Once the formation was broken, they were too weak and would definitely not get a share of the human flesh and blood. They might even be killed by the powerful ghosts because of this. The ghosts looked at each other with some fear. Inside the mystic fire formation, Fong Chun watched all of this and sneered. Fight! When both of you are injured, I will open the mystic fire formation and let you in. Fong Chun said, at that time, I will give you an unexpected surprise. These ghosts were unpardonably evil when they were alive. He would not feel guilty killing them.